It's been 3 years since I woke up in the Marvel Universe. I'm rich now, which sounds great on paper, but I crossed over into Brazil. Seriously, wasn't I supposed to spawn in New York like every other transmigrator? Why am I the only one dumped in Sao Paulo? On the bright side, Brazil doesn't sit at the center of any big plots, so the early years were relatively safe. The downside? I woke up in the body of a 35-year-old uncle. Back on Earth, I was 18, all hormones and potential. Now I'm stuck in a body that's already been through a lifetime of losses. At least the name didn't change. He's Sam Jackson. I was Sam Jackson. These days I just call myself SJ. Short, neat, and sounds cooler. Sam's parents were typical middle class. His dad runs a tiny tea and roasted egg shop. His mom walked out after the divorce. Why? This Sam never knew, and honestly never really cared. There's no memory of him missing her. It was just him and the old man keeping the shop alive. In my previous life, the only thing I was truly good at was egg fried rice. So after crossing over, I added it to the menu. 3 years later, I'm not a millionaire, but I've saved a few $100,000. The old man is retired now, and our little business has grown. A few big shops and one small one, all famous for two simple dishes: egg fried rice and chicken fried rice. Right now, I've just closed a small shop. The last customer finished dinner and left. The other 3 branches are managed by my secretary, Kyle, a talent I poached from a 3-star restaurant. She's a monster at business, an excellent chef, and a meticulous secretary. Thanks to her, I'm mostly free, but since I actually like cooking, I still take shifts at the small shop. After closing up, I ate the dinner my dad made. The old guy is in his 70s and still full of energy. Then I headed upstairs to the 2nd floor, which doubles as my apartment. Shower, bed, lights off. Another busy day over. But I couldn't sleep, because this isn't just any world. Iron Man already exists. It's 2010. In a few months, Loki will invade, and the Avengers will assemble. I don't even know what version of Marvel this is. There are mutants, Reed Richards, Doctor Doom, and who knows how many lunatics hidden in the dark. If I had a golden finger, I might survive. Maybe even become a hero. Or a villain. Just as that thought crossed my mind, a cold electronic voice echoed in my ears. Ding, 10,000 times multiplier strengthening system is online and binding. Binding successful. Hello, host. This is the 10,000 times multiplier strengthening system, capable of strengthening any non-living object. Current limit, 100x multiplier. No points, no restrictions. The user may freely activate all functions. A system. Of course I knew what that meant. I'd read enough web novels in my last life to recognize one instantly. But this system felt different, like it was a cut above the usual trash tier templates. Just imagine it. Boost an ordinary gun, and suddenly it hits like a missile or even a miniature nuke. That's not just cheating. That's heaven-defying. The moment the system appeared, the pressure that had been crushing me for 3 years finally eased. For the first time since crossing over, I fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Tomorrow morning, I'll see exactly what this 10,000 times multiplier can do. The first rays of sunlight slipped in through the window and dragged me out of sleep. I stretched until my joints popped, washed up, and sat back down on the bed with a stupid grin on my face. Yesterday, I'd been too tired to care about that electronic voice. Today I was going to find out if it was real. After hesitating for a few minutes, I decided to trust my instincts and called out in my mind. System, are you there? Yes. A cold, mechanical voice rang in my ears. Instead of fear, pure joy exploded in my chest. A system. I actually had a system. My eyes stung a little. Ever since I landed in this crazy Marvel world, I've lived with a knot of anxiety in my gut. You never know what'll show up next. Gods, aliens, mutants. Fear makes people do insane things. Just look at how humans treat mutants in the movies, hunting or dissecting them like lab rats. I forced myself to calm down and clear my throat. Ahem. What's your purpose? How do I use you? Where did you come from? And how do I know you're not just bluffing? I fired off questions in one breath. You do not have the authority to know my origin. As for whether I am real or not, you may verify it yourself. There's no need to ask. The voice somehow sounded even colder. I scratched my head, feeling a little embarrassed. Fair point. Asking the system if it's lying was kind of dumb. Before I could say anything else, the system continued. This system has a single function, strengthening non-living objects. To use it, you must touch the item with your hand and give the strengthening command. You may choose the multiplier, 10 times, 50 times, up to 100 times, which is your current upper limit. This limit can be increased by collecting universal origin energy. I thought it over. No points, no cooldowns, no usage limit. Why wait? I got up, headed downstairs, and walked out to the small garden behind the house. I'd planted herbs and vegetables there for daily use. That had been my dad's idea. He'd insisted I grow some vegetables and a few ginseng roots. I didn't overthink it back then, just bought seeds and a couple of Chinese ginseng online. Here in Curitiba, one of Brazil's big cities, most people don't bother with backyard farming, but the old man always had his own philosophy. I pulled on a pair of gloves, picked up a small trowel, and dug out one of the older ginseng plants, around 20 years old. After rinsing the soil off, I carried it upstairs to the second floor. I set it gently on the table. System, strengthen this ginseng by 100 times, I said, placing both hands on it. My heart hammered in my chest. The change was immediate. The faintly red ginseng began to glow, and a surge of pure vitality spread through the room. Just breathing made every cell in my body feel refreshed, greedily soaking up the energy in the air. As the seconds passed, the color of the ginseng deepened. Its vitality kept rising, almost overflowing. I wasn't too worried about being discovered. No one came up here. My dad preferred living by the seaside to save on rent, and only came back to help during dinner at the shop. After about half an hour, the ginseng had grown from palm size to as big as my head. The violent energy gradually calmed, but the air was still thick with a rich, almost tangible life force. Then the system spoke again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have strengthened a 23-year-old ginseng into primordial chaos ginseng. Note, primordial chaos ginseng. A mythical herb born when heaven and earth first split from a void. Its form resembles a jade infant, wrapped in shifting black and white mist like yin and yang. It contains the essence of chaos, can restore flesh, stabilize the soul, and grant insight into the Tao. A single strand can extend life for thousands of years. Consuming the entire root allows one to break the limits of heaven itself. I went completely still. Seriously? I just wanted to test the system, and it hands me a world-ending cheat on the first try? Also, if I eat this when I explode, I don't have the monstrous physique of those protagonists in Xianxia novels. What am I supposed to do with this thing now? There's no way I can eat this thing. I'm going to get blown up. I'm sure those suicidal MC won't try to eat it as well. Eat it or not? I stared at the ginseng again. It almost felt like it was mocking me. Ugh. I carefully placed the ridiculously named ginseng into my locker, making sure no one would ever find it. Instead, I decided to make another one. I went back to my garden, dug up another ginseng, and placed it on the table in the same spot as before. After calming my frustration, I muttered, "All right, 100x multiplier is too overpowered. Let's try something else." Placing both hands on the new ginseng, I commanded, "System, strengthen this small ginseng with a 35 times multiplier." Once again, the strange phenomenon began. The fist-sized ginseng started leaking vitality, and my body greedily absorbed it like it was afraid someone else would snatch it away. My limbs loosened. My cells felt alive. Just breathing in the vitality made me stronger. A thought struck me. If just a wisp of this energy feels like this, then what happens if I eat the whole thing? Would my strength jump to 10 tons? 20 tons? 100 tons? I was starting to think like a mad scientist in the middle of an experiment. Unfortunately, the effect didn't last long. After about 5 minutes, the dying ginseng looked fresh and healthy again. It had grown from fist-sized to double fist-sized, still small enough to eat. Its color shifted from earthy brown to a deep blood red, and it radiated a steady vitality. The system's cold voice echoed in my ears. Congratulations, host. You have strengthened a 7-year-old ginseng by 35 times and obtained the perfect holy body ginseng. Note, a supreme ginseng from countless rare immortal herbs and nurtured by heavenly tribulation lightning. It contains the essence of heaven and earth, capable of forging the perfect holy body, a physique said to be unrivaled under the heavens. When consumed, it rebuilds the user's body from the marrow outward, washing away impurities, strengthening bones, purifying meridians, and harmonizing qi with blood essence. Even a crippled cultivator could rise anew, while a genius with talent could ascend to a level where every strike carries the might of the Tao. I blinked. Holy body? Perfect human body? Increased lifespan? Heal infinitely? Perfect. Holy body, I whispered, my lips curling into a grin. Ha ha ha. I will take it. The perfect holy body had 3 main functions. 1. Max self-healing ability. By absorbing natural energy, you could heal infinitely. 2. 6,000 years of lifespan. 3. Absorption of natural energy to strengthen the body without limit. There were other perks too, like becoming so absurdly handsome you'd look like a banished immortal. Eating this ginseng meant I could instantly stand at the pinnacle of life. Grinning like a maniac, I picked up the ginseng with both hands and stuffed it into my mouth. For big bites, and it was gone. The moment I swallowed, a wave of vitality exploded inside me. My body swelled like a balloon. Reconstruction began at such a terrifying speed that I didn't even have time to scream before blacking out. The pain went far beyond anything I could endure. Unbeknownst to me, my body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Muscles grew visibly. My physique transformed from trash to perfection. My decent looks skyrocketed to beyond human levels. My body absorbed heaven and earth vitality nonstop, physical strength climbing. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons. 6 hours later, I was covered in a thick layer of black impurities expelled from the deepest parts of my body. When I woke up, the stench hit me so hard I almost passed out again. My head was embedded in the ceiling. Without thinking, I dropped to the floor, desperate to escape the smell. I ran to the bathroom and tried to open the door, only to blow it off its hinges. 2 hours later, I sat in my room, surrounded by destruction. Holes, cracks, shattered furniture. It looked like a monster had torn the place apart. Sigh. I needed to get my strength under control. I also had to test my limits, but I couldn't just walk outside like this. If people saw me, they might think I was a mutant and drag me off for experiments. In the middle of my thoughts, the system's voice returned. Congratulations, host. You have attained the perfect holy body. Would you like to open your attribute panel to check your progress? I wanted to see how much stronger I'd gotten and why I didn't feel hungry at all. I felt completely full. My instincts told me I could live without eating or drinking ever again. Something definitely changed. System, open my attribute panel. I ordered. A blue-colored panel appeared in my mind, displaying all my info. Host, SJ, Sam Jackson. Strength, 33 tons. Speed, Mach 1. Energy, 5. Will increase as the host absorbs more energy. Money, 700K cash. What can I say? Excellent. Ha! I never thought I'd have powers like Spider-Man. Now all I need is spider sense and web shooters, and I'm set. That's OP as hell. But this energy value, it's pretty high for a starting point. I just need to find a way to increase it. Maybe I can find some ancient Chinese breathing manual online. Now that I've got this power, my first thought was to head straight to New York. No. Going there with just this power is basically asking to die. With the US government's paranoia, they wouldn't hesitate to capture and experiment on me. Hell, in some universes they've actually managed to turn all the heroes into tools, and succeeded at least partly. First, I need to master my strength. Then I'll carefully plan my next moves. Alright, let's try absorbing energy from the outside world first. I closed my eyes and started meditating, sitting cross-legged and trying to sense the natural energy around me. It was hard. I was easily distracted, too much thought going through my head. After about 5 minutes, I began to feel tiny blue dots of energy floating everywhere. Thousands of them. I didn't have a manual and had no idea how to actually absorb this stuff, so I just tried a method I read about in some web novel. I focused on one of the blue dots and tried to pull it toward me. After a few seconds, it began moving slowly. It took forever, but eventually it reached my forehead and sank inside. A warm energy flowed from my forehead through my entire body. The feeling only lasted 2 seconds before fading. When I opened my eyes and checked the time, holy crap, it had taken 30 whole minutes just to absorb one dot. Natural energy absorption? Checked. Next, I figured if I sat in one spot for 3 hours straight, I'd be able to control my strength better. I stood up and did some simple jumps. Yup, my control had improved, maybe thanks to that one blue energy dot. Now about my house. Well, it's already wrecked thanks to me. I grabbed my phone and called Kyle, telling her to find me a temporary apartment. Oh, it's already 7 p.m. I still need to check my old restaurant. But wait, how am I supposed to explain suddenly becoming so handsome and strong overnight? Whatever. Still on the call with Kyle, I told her I'm shutting down the restaurant. She's in charge of my businesses, so I needed to at least inform her. She didn't have a problem with it. Perfect. I threw on some casual clothes, went downstairs with a whiteboard, and stuck it on the restaurant door. It read, "We are closed for an unknown amount of time." Yeah, my handwriting sucks. Now, time to plan my next moves. Since I have power now, I want more. Honestly, just Hulk or Thor could bury me alive, but I'm stronger than the average street-level heroes. I'm not taking any chances. The only serums I remember from the Marvel world are the Lizard Serum and the Extremis Serum. Extremis is out of the question, too heavily guarded by AIM. So Lizard Serum it is. I've already decided I'm not getting involved in any hero crap. Since I was born in Brazil, I'm not planning to migrate to the US permanently. But I do need to go to New York for a lot of things. My goals. 1. Get the Lizard Serum. I want to know how powerful the system will make the serum when multiplied. 2. Gain influence, lots of it. Without influence, I'll eventually get shut down by dirty politicians or S.H.I.E.L.D. 3. Use the system to make a lot of money. 4. Need some minions. I mean allies loyal to me. So, next stop, New York. I was online, booking a first-class flight for 3 days from now. I might not know much about the timeline of this world, but since there's no news about a giant lizard running loose in New York, I can guess Dr. Kurt Connors hasn't taken the defective limb regeneration serum yet. I'd already called my old man and told him I was shutting down my restaurant and heading to New York for a 6-month business trip. He gave me a few exaggerated compliments, but then he said he wanted to come with me. No way. What I'm planning to do is dangerous enough already. If more people get involved, I'm pretty sure Nick Fury, the bald, one-eyed man in the black trench coat, would come knocking on my door. After finishing all my preparations, I lay down in my temporary apartment's bed. Today was thrilling. If someone had told the old me that my life could change in just one day, I'd have laughed in his face. But today it became reality. 2 days later, knock, knock, I woke from my meditation. I've been trying to absorb more energy. I don't really need to eat or drink. My guess is it's because I can absorb natural energy. I walked to the door and checked who it was. Kyle? What is she doing here? I muttered before opening it. What are you doing here? I asked. I couldn't imagine her showing up without a reason. Kyle was still rummaging through her bag. When she finally looked up at me, her face froze, like her brain had just been hit by 1,000,000 volts. Her breathing quickened. After a visible struggle, she stammered, Sorry, I got the wrong person. I'm looking for my boss." She was almost out of breath by the time she finished. Did she hit her head or something? She didn't recognize me? "I'm your boss. Don't you remember?" I asked, ignoring the fact that I had transformed into what could easily be called the most perfect human being on the planet. Handsome enough to make heads turn. I grabbed her wrist gently. She stared at me, dumbfounded, her cheeks turning bright red. Without giving her time to think, I pulled her inside. "So, why did you come?" I asked, handing her a glass of water. She looked at me blankly before saying, "I came to deliver your passport and visa." Okay, that's actually a decent reason. But she kept staring at me intensely, and I shifted uncomfortably. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something to piss you off?" She shook her head rapidly. No, you didn't. It's just, today you look completely different from before. You're too handsome. I almost lost my mind. She finally seemed calmer, but her gaze was different. I understood immediately. She was shy because of my sudden glow-up. I wasn't worried. She and I hadn't met that many times, and she's not the type to gossip. I could trust her a little. You see, I said, I can't tell you how or why, but I want you to keep this a secret until I come back. Don't tell anyone about my sudden changes. She studied me curiously, but didn't argue. Okay, don't go outside looking like this. You'll have girls chasing you. Her voice had regained its usual seriousness, but her eyes still held something different. She handed me my passport and visa. I think this is the first time we've talked like this in 3 years. Can't you at least ask what I want to eat? She sat on the sofa like she owned the place, raising an eyebrow and leaning forward just enough to make her curves noticeable. Her behavior was unusual, but my mind was elsewhere, on Dr. Connors's lizard serum. All right. What do you want, tea, coffee, or food? I'm making something for myself anyway. I asked, still half distracted. I want to eat something. I haven't had breakfast yet. And tea, she said like she was ordering her personal boyfriend around. Seriously? Who orders their boss around like this? Fine, I sighed. Come help me. You can make the food, and I'll make tea for you and coffee for me. I offered her my hand to help her up. As her boss, I knew one thing. She was the best at making breakfast. Even though I didn't need food, her cooking was top tier. I was already planning to eat a few plates. I grinned to myself at the thought. After dragging her into the small kitchen, which, I quickly remembered, wasn't my home but the new apartment, I realized there was barely anything stored here. Thank God, I at least brought the necessary things to make tea from the old place. I like drinking tea, even if people say it's unhealthy. Glancing back at her with embarrassment, I said, well, I can only make tea. I didn't bring anything else besides what you see here. Crap, this feels weird. Why am I even feeling embarrassed? Let's make some tea for two, then go out to eat. How's that? I suggested. She nodded in agreement. After making the tea, we sat together in the small kitchen. I opened the window to let some fresh air in. While we were drinking, she looked a little hesitant, like she'd been holding back a question for a while. Then finally asked, Are you a mutant? Don't get me wrong, I don't hate them. I'm just curious. You see, only mutants change so drastically after awakening. And if you're a mutant, you shouldn't go to New York right now. I read that mutant arrests and disappearances are increasing in New York. I read it in the newspapers. She looked at me seriously. I smiled politely, but before I could say anything, she continued. Don't misunderstand. I'm only saying this because you're my boss, not because you're handsome, and definitely not because I'm interested in you. As she said that, her shoulders trembled, and her face turned red like a tomato. Looking at her, I had the weird urge to pinch her cheeks for some reason. Enduring that thought, I replied calmly, No, I'm not a mutant. Don't worry about that. And no one's going to capture me. I already have solutions for that. As for the rest, you can say I'm a superpowered person. I'm far beyond an ordinary human, and I have the ability to protect myself. You don't need to worry. Besides, no one in New York knows me. By the time anyone realizes, I'll be strong enough that no one can lay a finger on me. The truth was, if not for the fact that I couldn't just swallow that primordial chaos ginseng in one go without leaking its power to various cosmic entities out there or getting blown up, I wouldn't even need to go there. I would already have the strength to break open this planet in minutes. I also needed to warn her to keep quiet, at least until I had enough power not to fear Professor X, Magneto, or even nuclear bombs. Better to keep her out of trouble, so she could just watch the Avengers, mutants, and the government clash from the sidelines like any other spectator. Carefully choosing my words, I told her, You don't need to think too much. But you'd better not tell anyone, not even my old man. This world isn't a safe place. If the wrong people find out about you, they'll target you. Got it. She nodded several times and fell in a deep thought. I wondered what she would ask me next. I didn't mind telling her a few things. I expected her to become one of my trusted people. I knew her personality. She completely fit my standards, which was why her salary was sky high, just for managing my restaurants. In my mind, she'd be perfect once I boosted her intelligence with some elixirs and gave her powers. But before that, I needed to make sure she didn't have any questionable thoughts behind that pretty face. And no, I wasn't choosing her just because of her body. You get me? After a moment, she seemed to realize something. She looked at me for a few minutes while I stared back at her. Then she said, "I'll keep your secret, but you need to be careful. Since you're going to steal something, don't get caught in the middle of it." Her words hit me like thunder. I stared at her, dumbfounded. How did you figure that out? Don't tell me your brain is that overpowered. She smiled like she'd just scored a personal victory. You talk too much. I figured it out from that. What the hell? This woman was smarter than I expected. After calming my restless heart, I warned myself a few times to shut up. Motherfucker. Finally, I asked her, "You don't seem surprised. You're not afraid of me. You don't think I'd kill you for saying so much?" She just smiled and said nothing. Well, what can I say? She was hired by me and my old man. If I really killed her, I have no idea how the old man would react. Besides, I wouldn't even know what to do with the body. I'd probably have to call my old man for that, too. For the first time, I regret not having any close friends. Whatever. I keep staring at her beautiful face as she quietly drinks tea, acting like my warning was nothing more than hot air. And I was right. In her mind, every warning from me isn't even worth a fart. Unable to stand the silence, I finally spoke up. "You're really not scared at all? Or do you just trust me too much?" I asked, secretly hoping she'd say she trusted me. But that was impossible. We've barely talked before. If not for my old man, she probably wouldn't even be working for me, no matter how much I paid. She calmly poured herself another cup of tea and replied, "No, it's not that I trust you. I just know you won't do it." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" I asked. She raised an eyebrow. "You don't need to understand everything. Like how you never cared about business or the restaurants. I handled everything while you did nothing. Even in the old place, I was the one keeping everything in order. You never asked to see the account books. You never inspected the restaurants to check my work. You never even suspected me of stealing. In fact, I bet you never even thought about it. You were lazy like a pig. I had countless chances to cross the line, and I'm certain even your old man wouldn't have noticed. You ignored the important things and instead did something ridiculous, and I was always the one cleaning up after you. That's why I can say you never hurt me. Maybe you forced yourself to say that threatening line earlier, but deep down, you trust me more than yourself. I like that. That's why I've never betrayed you and have always covered for your mistakes. And besides, you're scared of your old man. He'd beat you if you ever laid a hand on me." She said it all in one breath, then calmly sipped her tea. And the worst part? Everything she said was true. I trusted her from the first day I saw her, without ever stopping to think about why. And the mess cleaning part? Also true. I've gotten into fights with customers, even gangsters, and always waited for payback that never came. Maybe she really did handle it behind the scenes. I didn't know what to say, so I just sat there while she kept drinking tea. Wait, isn't she drinking too much? Nah, better to keep my mouth shut. No need to let her know every thought in my head. I also realized she's not as cold as I thought. I always saw her as some professional woman who never slipped up, who only cared about work and nothing else. But this side of her is kind of nice. "Let's go shopping for some groceries. I'll cook something for you myself," I said after she finished the whole teapot. Hopefully, she won't get sick from drinking that much. She nodded. I grabbed my credit card, made a lady's first gesture, and we stepped outside. After locking the apartment door, we walked to the supermarket just down the street. After that, I pulled a mask from my pocket and slipped it on. I didn't want to draw unnecessary attention right now. Once I adjusted it, we headed toward the supermarket. Along the way, we kept sneaking glances at each other. She seemed curious about me, and I was cautious of her. Who knows? Maybe she could piece things together just from the way I spoke. Better to keep quiet for now. We bought some groceries and went back to the apartment. I started cooking something decent while Kyle washed the dishes and set the table. While we worked, a thought hit me. Something important I had completely forgotten. "Do you still have that gun you showed me before?" "I need to borrow it," I asked quickly. Good thing I remembered in time. If things went south, I'd be stuck fighting barehanded, and I hate dragging fights out. Why waste 10 chapters on a pointless fight? Wouldn't it be better to just blast someone in the face with a nuke? I chuckled to myself, imagining it. Now that would be overpowered. And if I strengthened a missile or even nuclear bomb, the scale would be insane. Too much power, even for me. I'm right, cloning technology already exists, and in a few years scientists will perfect it. When that happens, a dark era will begin. Mutants will be hunted down, and their clones will be used as weapons. If I can get that technology and strengthen it, what overpowered technology will it become? Kyle reached into her purse and pulled out a Beretta 70 handgun, worth about $700 with a 1-year warranty. She handed it over and said, "The last one went missing. Bought this one a couple months back. Too much recoil, though." She said it as casually as if she were buying vegetables. "Where did you even get this?" "I'm sure it's not licensed. I can tell just by looking at it." I examined the gun, almost fired it into the wall, then forced myself to calm down. "Bought illegally. It's cheap. They've got all kinds of weapons, even heat-seeking missiles if you want." Missiles tempting. I wanted to see what would happen if I strengthened them, but not now. "No, not yet. But you can get something like an AK-47, right? I'll need that later." I thought over. I also needed to arm her and the old man. If I came back one day and found them kidnapped, it would ruin all my plans. By then the food was ready. We sat at the table, and I tucked the gun behind me before saying, "Can you protect yourself if the government labels me a mutant? They will, eventually. I don't have Stark's kind of backing. You'll need to protect yourself and the old man." I knew exactly how those bastards worked. They'd do anything to stay in power. Humanity only got wrecked by Thanos because the government was too busy wasting resources on programs to suppress mutants, and Hydra had its claws deep inside SHIELD instead of preparing for real threats that I'm used. Against Thanos, the Avengers weren't enough. It took everyone else to even the odds. And I'm not leaving my safety in their hands. After we finished eating, we cleared the table. Kyle started washing the dishes while I headed to my bedroom. I placed the Beretta 70 on my bed, wondering how much power I should add to it. Since I'm giving this gun to Kyle, I also need to find her a suit that can boost her defense, something that'll let her protect both the old man and herself without any problems. I picked up the handgun I'd bought secondhand from a customer. For a used semi-automatic pistol, it was in surprisingly good condition. I didn't even remember the model's name, but I did know one thing. It had 0 recoil. Holding Kyle's handgun in both hands, I gave the command in my mind. "System, strengthen this gun by 50 times. This time, the process felt different. Strange energy flowed from the surroundings to my hands, then into the gun. It only lasted a few seconds. It had changed its appearance. I picked it up again. It felt almost weightless, but my senses screamed danger. If someone fired this thing at me, I'd be sent straight to heaven on the spot. The system's voice rang in my head. "Congratulations, host, for successfully strengthening the Beretta 70. You have obtained the Stellar Serpent." Note: once a standard Earth handgun from the 20th century, this weapon was subjected to the multiplier system, boosting it 50 times beyond its original capacity. In the process, it transcended into a cosmic tier artifact. Appearance: sleek black frame with glowing nebula-like circuits running along the barrel. The silencer has been replaced with a graviton stabilizer, pulsing with faint starlight. The handle grips shimmer with a faint photon veil, adjusting to the wielder's hand perfectly. Features: 1-photon rounds. Each bullet fired transforms into a miniature plasma comet, capable of melting through starship hulls like paper. 2. Void-piercing shots. Bullets ignore shields, barriers, and even phase through dimensional distortions. 3. Endless ammunition. Draws power directly from ambient cosmic radiation. The gun never runs out of bullets. 4. Recoil nullification. The 50x multiplier stabilizes each shot perfectly. Even a child could fire it with pinpoint accuracy. 5. Singularity burst. Special move. When the wielder wills it, the Beretta condenses 50 shots into one round, creating a black hole bullet that erases anything in its path on a molecular and spiritual level. 6. AI targeting system. The gun has developed a combat AI that predicts enemy movement 3 seconds ahead, ensuring near-perfect accuracy. 7. Linked to the user's life. If a user dies, the pistol ceases to exist. After reading the description, I couldn't help myself. I really wanted to bind this gun to me. Greedy? Maybe. But come on. Just the endless ammo alone is broken, and that's not even counting plasma comets, void-piercing bullets, or the AI that predicts your enemy's moves. Picture being surrounded by thousands of enemies, pulling out what looks like a pistol, and then melting starship hulls like paper. That's insanity, the kind I live for. Still, I couldn't help wondering, what if I strengthened it by 100 times? Would it develop intelligence? I laughed at the thought. For now, 50 times was enough. This would give Kyle a real way to defend herself. Actually, no, scratch that. It would give her the power to wipe out an entire country overnight. Of course, if she ever went down the wrong path. Well, I need to have a serious talk before handing this over. This wasn't a toy. I trusted she wouldn't abuse it, but better safe than sorry. Now, how exactly does the binding work? Do I drip blood on it or something like that? I'd figure out later. First, I should strengthen my own gun. Then I could decide whether to give this to Kyle, or maybe even to the old man. But knowing him, he'd probably put a few holes in all of Brazil. That guy never sits still in his old age, always finding ways to do the kind of crazy things nobody else would dare try. I picked up my black semi-automatic pistol, both hands gripping it firmly. A silencer was already attached. I checked the door to make sure it was locked, then glanced around to see if anyone was peeking in. No one. Good. Let's begin. System, strengthen my semi-automatic pistol to 100x power. I commanded in my mind, my expectations infinite. I had no idea what was about to happen. After a few seconds, the same strengthening process from before began again. Only this time, it was slower. A strange energy flowed through me, surrounding my handgun. Within a minute, the pistol vanished from my hands entirely. What? Where did it go? I muttered, baffled. In truth, the gun hadn't disappeared at all. It had been broken down into microscopic molecules, absorbed into my body, and reassembled as layers of protection invisible to both the naked eye and advanced technology. Not that I knew this. The system's cold, emotionless voice echoed in my head, but somehow it sounded sweeter than sugar. Congratulations, host. Your semi-automatic pistol has been strengthened by 100x. You have obtained the Oblivion Monarch. Notes, known across the galaxy as a universal cataclysm-class relic, considered more dangerous than most planetary annihilation weapons. Abilities. 1. Void bullets. Each round is condensed antimatter plus dark energy, strong enough to pierce planetary cores. A single shot can erase an entire battleship fleet. 2. Endless ammunition. No need for magazines. The pistol draws ammo directly from dark matter fields scattered across the universe. The stronger the enemy, the more the gun feeds itself. 3. Recoil erasure. The 100x multiplier cancels all recoil and vibration, making every shot 100% accurate. Even a novice shooter can snipe at light years of distance. 4. Reality override rounds. Bullets don't just damage matter. They override concepts. Erase immortality. Cancel regeneration. Collapse dimensional barriers. 5. Final Judgment, Special Mode. By condensing 100 shots into one, the pistol fires the Oblivion round, a miniature collapsing universe bullet that consumes everything in a solar system. 6. Protection. Provides indestructible barrier around the user. 7. Sentience. Follow mental commands. Permanently bound to the host. When I heard that, I screamed in excitement and grinned like a madman. Marvelous. Here I was thinking I need to stay hidden for a while, but now? No way. I could go anywhere, worry-free. Nobody on this planet could stop me, at least. There are some powerful mutants or heroes who can still stop me, like Franklin Richards, reality warper on a multiversal scale. Legion, each personality has a different reality-bending power. Jean Grey, Phoenix Force, and many more. Don't get too cocky, Sam. I said. I could feel the invisible protective layer beneath my skin, covering my entire body, even my eyes. My vision, already sharp thanks to my holy body, now became godlike. Through the pistol's targeting system, I could see anything within a light year of distance. considering Earth's diameter is only about 12,742 km. Yeah, nothing could hide from me. I was still exploring the functions when a loud knock shook the door. Kyle, probably startled by my scream. I quickly disabled the enhanced vision and opened the door. What happened? Why did you scream like that? Did something happen? Tell me. She fired off in a rapid stream as she pushed past me into the room, looking for danger. I couldn't help but laugh inwardly, as if she could solve a problem I couldn't. She was still just a normal human. Still, I felt a warm flicker in my chest. Someone other than that old man actually cared about me. Nothing scary, I said casually. I just got excited, so I screamed. I grabbed her handgun, walked into the living room, and sat on the sofa. She followed after checking the room, looking suspicious but finding nothing. She sat across from me, giving me a questioning look like she expected me to explain everything. Of course I wouldn't. She'd only find out about my secret if I chose to give her one of these guns, which I wasn't about to do yet. Before, I'd been cautious because I had no real options. But now, I could go to New York and set up a base, recruit people. After thinking it over, I finally said, "Let's talk, I have something for you." I wasn't about to reveal my system to anyone. But there are smart people everywhere. Someone might guess in just a few tries. I need to disguise it as some kind of mutation or superpower to avoid unnecessary attention. I leaned back on the sofa, arms folded, while Kyle sat across from me. Her eyes lingered on me, like she was trying to peel away a layer of skin. The silence was thick, but I didn't break it. I had nothing to explain, at least not yet. After a while, she finally spoke, her tone calm but firm. "You should go to New York. You've been stuck here too long. At least there you'll meet new people. Staying hidden might feel safe, but locking yourself indoors forever isn't living. And honestly, you're starting to act like one of those otaku. You sit around shouting at nothing like you're in your own little world. At least in New York, you'll have better excuses. In the end, it's your choice." I almost laughed. Damn, she was starting to sound like my old man. It's not that I hate going out, it's just that I've got some otaku habits. I'm not a complete shut-in, but the thought of spending every day surrounded by crowds? No thanks. If I really cared about being a hero, wouldn't my first thought after gaining power have been to go out and save the world? But no, forget that messy hero lifestyle. I'd rather keep my peace and binge anime in silence. And yeah, since coming to this world, I haven't even tried to get a girlfriend. Living like a loser, admiring 2D girls, disgusting? Maybe, but it's who I am. That said, Kyle was dangerous in her own way. Her figure alone could make any guy lose focus, even me. I'd be lying if I said they weren't influencing my decisions right now. Kyle wasn't just attractive. She looked like she'd been pulled straight out of a comic book panel. Tall, long legs that seemed endless, a narrow waist, and curves that could stop traffic. Her chest and hips were the kind of proportions you'd only expect an artist to exaggerate on purpose. But somehow, she made it look natural. Add in sharp eyes, full lips, and that confident posture, and she gave off the aura of a woman who could walk into any room and instantly own it. Still, New York wasn't a bad idea. Captain America merchandise plastered on every street, fake shields in museums, propaganda at every corner. Skyscrapers casting shadows over old brick apartments. Beneath all that, Hydra agents, SHIELD operatives, AIM scientists, maybe even some robots pretending to be civilians. As long as you don't get caught in a random explosion or mutant attack, it's a great city. Of course, the real reason I want to see New York was because that's where the future plot would unfold. The Avengers, Tony Stark, Spider-Man. Though Spider-Man should still be a student at this point. Not that I plan to go looking for him. Besides, what are the chances I'd just be walking down the street when, bam, a gangster shootout starts? Or a giant lizard, a sand monster, or a guy throwing lightning bolts pops up? Yeah, best not to jinx it. Anyway, New York sounded like the right move. And definitely not because I was weak against certain temptations. Nope, I was a man of culture. I made my own choices. Though, if I'm being honest, some valleys were suspiciously deep. I shifted my gaze back to Kyle, this time without holding back. She must have felt it, because she stiffened for a second, but then leaned forward slightly like she was inviting me to look. A tempting seductress through and through. Kyle's POV. This man, does he ever take anything seriously? If my boss hadn't specifically told me to keep an eye on him, I might have walked away already. He frustrates me constantly. Yet, against my better judgment, I stay. Since his awakening, I've started expecting more from him. But what worries me most is his carelessness. If I had bad intentions and sold his secret to the government, what would he do? He doesn't even realize how exposed he is. Not that I actually know the full extent of his powers. Suggesting New York wasn't random. Mutants are common there, and if people assumed he was one of them, he'd have cover. And, truthfully, I want to see what he's capable of. I've never been this close to someone who feels like they could be a superhero. I put on a cold front, but I'm not immune. There's something about him, about his presence, that draws people in. I've seen it happen to strangers, too. Maybe it's charisma, maybe it's part of his ability, I don't know. But it's dangerous. If he ever decided to charm women intentionally, it would cause problems. I hate to admit it, but even when I'm annoyed, I can't stay angry for long. That unsettles me. I don't know what the future holds for him, or for me, if I keep following him. But one thing's certain, he won't be ordinary for long, and I need to decide whether I'll keep standing at his side or step away before it's too late. She exhaled softly, shaking her head, as if trying to clear away thoughts she had no business entertaining. Kyle snapped back to the present. So, are you going or not? Should I cancel your flight? I wiped the corner of my mouth, definitely not drool, and waved a hand casually. Yeah, why not? New York's a good city. Worst case, I get caught in some random disaster. But hey, that's just part of the package deal. She ignored my sarcasm. Fine, I'll pack your luggage. Remember, your flight is at 9 a.m. She stood, her twin peaks bouncing dangerously as her hips swayed toward the bedroom. I forced myself to look away before my brain short-circuited. Instead, I walked toward the kitchen. I didn't need food, but Kyle was still human. My hands were itching to cook again. Without turning back, I called out, set the table for two. Then come help me in the kitchen. I'm making chicken soup with rice and pork belly. And beer. Cooking was the least I could do. Besides, it kept me human. Kyle's words still echoed in my head. Go to New York. Stop hiding. Meet people. Easy for her to say. I wasn't a social butterfly. I was more like a hermit crab with Wi-Fi. Still, she wasn't wrong. If I wanted to move forward, I couldn't just sit in my room forever. So, I decided to test out my handgun's new lock-on ability before making any real moves. All I had to do was picture someone, just their face or even a photo, and the gun would mark them like a video game target. This time, I thought of Dr. Kurt Connors. Yeah, that Dr. Connors. One arm, obsessed with regeneration, destined to turn himself into a human lizard in every universe he shows up in. The moment I pictured him, my left eye burned. A strange sensation washed over me, and suddenly, bam, a vision opened up, like a private live stream tuned only to me. I could see him. Not a picture, not a recording. The actual man. If I whispered fire, right now he'd drop dead. Just like that. That kind of power sent shivers through me. New York, Oscorp. The feed zoomed into the city. Tall towers scraped the clouds. Cars honked below. People bustled about. Inside one building, a particular lab caught my attention. Kurt Connors was hunched over a terminal, typing genetic codes into Oscorp's system. The machine beside him whirred, mixing chemicals into a glowing green serum. He drew it into a syringe, walked over to a caged mouse missing a limb, and injected it. At first, success. The mouse's tiny arm regenerated before our eyes. Connors grinned like he had just won the Nobel Prize. But reality doesn't play fair. The mouse's DNA twisted. Its happy squeaks warped into shrieks. Blood filled its eyes as it clawed the cage, leaving scratches where none should be possible. A minute later, it collapsed. Dead. Connors froze. His pride shattered. Still, he wiped his face, forced himself back to the terminal, and started recording everything. Failure was just another step forward. Watching him, I couldn't help thinking, this guy, if he had a main character halo, he'd change the world. But in reality, he'd lose funding, inject himself, and turn into the lizard. Should I intervene? If perfected, his serum wouldn't just regrow limbs. It could grant super strength, faster healing, stamina, even evolution itself. Imagine humanity upgraded by centuries in one shot. The thought made my chest tighten with excitement. Maybe I could push things off their rails, create a new branch of reality. I decided, once I got to New York, I'd find Connors. Maybe help him, maybe not, but I'd see for myself. And then, out of nowhere, I felt like someone cursed me. Probably the author taking potshots again. After closing the vision, I needed to distract myself. I opened my laptop and searched how to draw natural energy into the body. If Connors represented science, then maybe I could balance it with something old, something mystical. China, India, those places had to have the goods, right? I dug through sketchy websites, most of them obvious scams, until two stood out. 1. Energy infusion, preaching about channeling universal energy to cleanse impurities. 2. Knowledge of Energies by Sheng Che, a manual listing energy types and their uses. I downloaded both. Time to see if either was real or just new age garbage. Tomorrow I'll leave for New York. Tonight, I'd study. While scrolling through some random online forums, I stumbled across a PDF called Energy Infusion. At first, I thought it was just another scam guide, like those become a millionaire in 3 steps ads. But the more I read, the more it felt like a hidden gem buried in trash. It had chants, pathways, and techniques on how to channel natural energy. Most people would call it fantasy nonsense. But me? I already know how to channel natural energy. And every single detail written here, it lined up perfectly with what I felt in my body. The crazy part? This book only had 7 downloads. 7. People will spend hours flaming each other over memes, but when something real shows up, they ignore it. Typical internet. The techniques in here could take a clueless newbie and turn them into a halfway decent energy user. Some of the applications were things I hadn't even thought of before. Like this one. If you circulate natural energy into your palms, you can heal almost any illness, gradually, of course. Cancer, organ failure, even neurological problems. The book claims you could completely cure someone in 1 or 2 years with steady treatment. Now, in Marvel's world, diseases like cancer or HIV were basically death sentences until the genius heroes made miracle serums. But this method? Slow, sure, but completely natural. And me? With the pure vitality of heaven and earth flowing in my body, I could do what this technique takes years to achieve in just a few minutes. Another trick was food purification. Basically, use natural energy to wipe out impurities, bacteria, and toxins. Sounds simple, but it's huge. Every food and drink in the world has junk inside it. Some drinks are basically poison if you think about it. Coke, soda, even tea. Not that I'd ever stop drinking tea. Still, it's nice having an option to clean it all. Not that I need it personally. My holy body burns out every impurity before it can touch me. But imagine passing this technique to the old man. It'd extend his life, make him healthier. He'd probably just laugh and tell me to turn it into a pill, though. The most dangerous application, though, was vitality control. With training, you could literally control the flow of someone else's life force. Kill them slowly, cure them instantly, give them diseases, or even alter their body. Make them stronger, younger, more beautiful. I won't lie. I grinned a little too wide at that part. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not some creep. I'm just saying facts, all right? If you had the power to literally edit people's bodies, wouldn't your mind wander a bit? Exactly. Don't judge me. Anyway, the method was written in ancient Chinese. Even with all my memory and brain power, I couldn't fully crack it. Google Translate only got me so far. For now, the only usable technique was purification. I memorized the channels and gave a shot. Energy moved into my left hand, cold, watery, like dipping my palm into a mountain stream. Success. After a few tries, I got the hang of it. But since I had nothing to test it on, I set it aside. That's one of the projects I will be doing later. Closing my phone, I lay back on my bed. With my current endurance, I only need about 30 minutes of sleep to feel fully refreshed. Stripping down to my underwear, I relaxed, grinning to myself as I drifted off. I woke up after just 30 minutes of sleep, feeling fresh. Guess that's another perk of my weird body. While stretching, I started running through my energy exercises, pulling in natural energy the way I'd been practicing. Right? Today's goal, get to New York. Need to start my plans. Morning routine. No need to brush my teeth or shower. My body filters out all the dirt. Perks of evolution. Still feels wrong skipping it, though. Whatever. Time to test the food purification method. I brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the table. Closing my eyes, I visualized the steps from the book, pushing energy into my palms. A cool current ran through my hand, and I directed it into the tea. The colors shifted, fading, then flashing with tiny blue sparks like pixels for some game effect. For a second, the whole drink glowed blue before settling back to normal. The smell was the same. Did it fail? Or maybe my energy doesn't match the one described in the technique. Only one way to confirm. I took a sip. Instantly, every muscle in my body loosened. Better than a spa day. Oh, it worked. That meant the other techniques in the book might be real too. Only problem, they're written in classical Chinese, and I'm not a damn scholar. Guess I'll need a translator later, or I can strengthen my phone later. I packed up. Passport, check. Visa, check. Simple clothes, check. Carefully tucked everything into my bag. I still wish I had a space ring. Carrying luggage like a normal human feels lame. Kyle's room. Before heading out, I stopped at Kyle's door. I needed to hand her something. Knocked twice. She opened up, hair messy, drowning in oversized clothes. Honestly, how could she commit such crimes against fashion? My inner otaku was screaming. Suppressing the urge to roast her, I shoved her toward the bathroom. A few minutes later, she came back, slightly more human. Good enough. I handed her a cup of purified tea. Sit. Drink. She sipped, and the bliss hit her face instantly. Same full-body relief I'd felt earlier. Her eyes widened. She wanted answers, but I didn't give her the chance. Listen, I'm leaving for the airport soon, but before that, you need to focus on what I'm saying. My tone went dead serious. Her posture straightened. Finally, this, I said, handing her the handgun, isn't normal anymore. My ability lets me strengthen things. I upgraded your Beretta. Right now, it's basically a small nuclear bomb. Her expression went through 5 stages: shock, doubt, greed, fear, then reluctant belief. Fast learner. I respect that. Drop a little blood on it, I instructed. Then you'll understand. She hesitated. Then she pricked her fingertip with a hairpin and let a drop of blood fall on the weapon. The gun dissolved into light and sank into her body. She panicked for half a second, but calmed when she saw me standing there without blinking. Information about the weapon downloaded straight into her mind. Her breathing grew rapid. This is insane, she muttered. Your power to turn an old pistol into something like this, the Stellar Serpent. If it fell into the wrong hands. She stopped, thumped her chest, and gave me a firm nod. Don't worry. You trusted me with this. I'll use it only to protect myself. It was a solid, heartfelt moment. Too bad those baggy clothes ruined the scene for me. I couldn't even enjoy the view. Damn it. After explaining my whole crazy idea about the handgun to Kyle, I packed my stuff and got ready to head out. Of course, Kyle wanted to tag along. She crossed her arms, looking like she was about to scold me. I should come with you. Nope, I said immediately. I can handle it myself. You stay and hold down the fort. She pouted a little, but in the end, I handed her the spare key to the apartment and left. Honestly, it felt kind of weird, like a married couple moment I wasn't ready for. I grabbed a taxi straight to the airport. At check-in, the staff insisted I show my face for the visa. That was annoying, but whatever. I did it, and yeah, you can imagine how it went. Soon enough, I was boarding a business-class flight. 2 ridiculously pretty flight attendants basically fought over who would carry my luggage. They guided me to my seat like I was some celebrity, and when I sat down, they lingered as if hoping I'd say something romantic. Spoiler, I didn't. Half an hour until takeoff. I leaned back in my seat, and sure enough, the flight attendants kept circling around me, asking if I needed anything. One of them even tried to start some "where are you from" talk. I turned her down. Like, come on, I have someone who is more beautiful than you at home. That's when an idea hit me. A space ring. I mean, why not? I can't just keep shoving important stuff in my pockets like some amateur. One bad move and poof, gone. Since I'll be borrowing the lizard serum soon, I should at least try building a storage space. Technically, I don't really need a space ring right now. I don't even have a ring with me. But here's the problem. You never know, something unexpected could happen. No rush, though. Step by step. My real priority is in 3 days. Oscorp. I'm planning to borrow the lizard serum from Dr. Connors, or maybe recruit the doctor himself. Both are worth considering. I got 2 methods. 1. Strengthen one serum in his presence with a 2x multiplier. That should perfect the formula. 2. That should win his trust, right? Dr. Connors was already a desperate man in the movies. If I do that, he'll probably start working for me. Then I could take another serum and strengthen it for my own personal use. So yeah, good plan. When the time comes, everything should be all right. But for now, this flight is 9 hours long. Plenty of time to experiment with the energy infusion. It has increased the rate at which I absorb natural energy. I called one of the hostesses over and asked if she could move me somewhere quieter. She agreed instantly. Guess my face is still working overtime as a natural charm. Now, finally alone, I could start testing. The plane finally touched down after 9 hours in the sky. I leaned back in my seat as the wheels screeched against the runway. New York. At last. Everyone around me was already gathering their stuff, eager to get out. I wasn't in a rush. Let them fight over the overhead bins like wild animals. I just sat there, waiting until the aisle cleared before standing up. When I walked out of the plane, the first thing that hit me was the air. Heavy, noisy, full of movement. Even inside the airport, you could feel the difference. People everywhere, announcements echoing nonstop, luggage wheels clattering across the floor. Welcome to New York City. I picked up my bag and slipped on my sunglasses. Outside the glass windows, yellow taxis zoomed by like they owned the road. Horns, shouts, sirens. It was like the whole city was screaming at once. I couldn't help but smile a little. This was the Marvel world's New York. Heroes, villains, conspiracies, everything started here. I grabbed my luggage, walked out into the chaos, and thought to myself, all right, time to see what kind of mess I can make here. I stepped out of the airport, letting the chaos hit me full force. Yellow taxis swerved past, people hustled in every direction, and the smell of exhaust mixed with pretzel stands. Classic New York. I raised my hand, flagging down the first cab I saw. The driver gave me a quick glance, grunted, and opened the door. Where to? He asked, eyeing my luggage. Grand Marquis Hotel, downtown. And take the scenic route if you want a tip, I said, sliding into the back seat. He snorted. Scenic, huh? First time in New York. Yeah, I replied, grinning. The cab lurched forward, honking and weaving. I leaned back, arms crossed, taking mental notes of the streets, the skyscrapers, the people with umbrellas juggling coffee cups. New York was alive, messy, and unpredictable. I shivered. My inner otaku was screaming at the chaos. After 20 minutes of dodging honking horns and getting minor whiplash, we arrived at the Grand Marquis. I handed the driver a generous tip. He grunted again, clearly satisfied, and drove off. The hotel lobby was massive, marble floors gleaming under chandeliers. A receptionist in a crisp uniform looked up as I approached. Welcome to the Grand Marquis. How can I help you today? She asked, her pen poised over the check-in form. I'll be staying for a month. Luxury suite, please. Preferably a room with a view of the city, I said casually, letting my aura of calm confidence do the work. She smiled politely, typing rapidly. Certainly, sir. I just need your ID and credit card. I handed them over. Here you go. Oh, and can you make sure you have tea sent? I have special tastes. She raised an eyebrow, but nodded. Of course, sir. Your suite is ready. A bellhop appeared, took my luggage, and led me down a private corridor lined with artwork and soft lighting. When the doors to the suite opened, I stepped inside and paused. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased a breathtaking cityscape. Plush furniture, a fully stocked kitchen, a massive bed, and even a lounge area. Everything screamed comfort and style. I dropped my bag on the floor and stretched. This was perfect. A month in New York, full access to the city, and somewhere I could plan my next moves without worrying about interruptions. I walked over to the window, watching taxis dart below like ants. "All right, New York," I muttered. "Let's see what kind of chaos we can stir up." I dropped my luggage onto the plush carpet and started inspecting the room. The bed looked soft enough to swallow a small army. The couch was perfect for lounging. The kitchen was stocked with everything I could need, from basic utensils to a coffee machine that probably cost more than my old apartment. A soft knock at the door broke my thoughts. "Room service," a polite voice called. I opened the door to see a hotel staff member holding a silver tray. On it rested a steaming cup of tea, a small teapot, and a little plate with some biscuits. "Ah, perfect timing," I said, taking the tray. "Just what I needed after a long flight." "We thought you might like some tea, sir." "Freshly brewed," the staffer said with a polite smile. I gave a small nod. "Excellent. Leave the tray here. I'll manage." As the door clicked shut, I set the teapot down on the table and poured myself a cup. I lifted the cup, inhaling deeply. Nothing like perfectly brewed tea to calm the mind, I muttered to myself. I took a careful sip. Let's purify this. I channeled my energy through my palms, sending a gentle wave into the tea. Tiny motes of blue light swirled inside, erasing impurities and leaving the liquid perfectly clean, smooth, and invigorating. "Perfect," I said. My phone buzzed. "Kyle." I answered with a grin. "Hey, Kyle. Guess who's officially in New York?" "Let me guess you," she replied, sounding half annoyed, half amused. "Bingo. Smooth flight. I'd say a solid start," I said, leaning back in my hotel chair. "You're impossible. Did you at least survive the airport without causing a scene?" "Of course. Well, mostly. The flight attendants were unusually attentive, so I might have been too charming for my own good," I teased. That doesn't surprise me at all. So where are you staying?" "Luxury hotel, top floor, incredible view of the skyline." "Don't worry, I'm scouting for research purposes," I said. "Research purposes, huh? Just don't get yourself kidnapped, shot, or eaten by a mutant before you even start your plan," she scolded lightly. "Relax, I've got this," I said, smirking. "Just try not to blow anything up," she warned. "Blow anything up? Me? Never. I'm the model of restraint," I said dramatically. "Really?" she asked. "Maybe. Maybe not. You'll find out soon enough," I replied mysteriously. Fine. Just don't die, okay?" "Wouldn't dream of it," I said, smiling. "Now go back to bed, sleepyhead. I'll call you later once I've done some recon." "Fine, you weirdo. Be careful," she said, hanging up. I stared down at my old phone, holding it between my fingers like a relic from a past life. It was a plain black rectangle, scratches along the edges, and the screen had more dead pixels than a broken arcade machine. The buttons were stiff, the battery barely lasted an hour, and the camera? Don't even get me started. It made everything look like it was filmed through a foggy window. Honestly, it had done its job for simple calls, messages, and occasional internet searches. But now, compared to my new goals, it was practically useless. No encrypted calls, no hacking capabilities, no ability to tap into databases or track energy signatures. "Time for an upgrade," I muttered, tossing it onto the hotel desk. I picked up my old phone and glared at it. "System," I commanded mentally, "strengthen this phone by 100x. A moment later, a familiar surge of energy coursed through my body, connecting with the device. The system's cold, emotionless voice echoed in my head. "Congratulations, host. Your mobile phone has been strengthened by 100x. You have obtained the Etherlink. Features: 1. Quantum communication. Can send instant messages across dimensions, bypassing all physical and digital barriers. 2. Holo interface. Projects a full 3D holographic interface, capable of interacting with virtual constructs and AI assistants simultaneously. 3. AI Combat Companion. Integrated AI can predict opponents' moves, hack systems, and even control nearby electronics autonomously. 4. Reality Scanner. Detects hidden enemies, traps, illusions, and energy signatures in a 50-mile radius. 5. Nano Defense Matrix. Phone generates a personal shield when in danger, can block bullets, energy blasts, and physical attacks. 6. Self-replication. Can create temporary backup copies of itself to ensure you're never offline or unprepared. 7. Energy manipulation. Converts ambient energy into usable forms, powering itself indefinitely or firing concentrated energy blasts. 8. Multiverse dialer. Can locate and call alternate universe versions of individuals, with optional messaging across timelines. 9. Adaptive learning. The more it's used in combat or strategy, the smarter it becomes, eventually surpassing human-level intellect. This is insane, I murmured, impressed even by my own creation. I held the upgraded phone. With a mental nudge, I activated the holographic interface. The screen expanded into a floating grid of information streams, maps, and live feeds. Etherlink, locate Dr. Connors in New York, I whispered. The phone hummed, sending out signals through every network, scanning Oscorp databases, public surveillance, and even private lab signals. Within seconds, a 3D model of the city appeared in front of me, pulsating with energy signatures. One hot spot glowed brighter than the rest, Oscorp Tower. A window popped up, Dr. Curtis Connors, present location, Oscorp Genetics Lab, 7th floor, Wing B, current status. Working with experimental serum. Heart rate normal. No immediate threats detected. I smirked. Piece of cake. I tapped a few holographic icons on the phone, fingers hovering over the air like a maestro. The screen projected a 3D schematic of Oscorp, highlighting Dr. Connor's current location. With a flick of my wrist, I activated the comm link. Calling Dr. Curtis Connors. The phone announced in a calm, digital tone. The line rang once, twice, 3 times. Then a voice, calm but slightly wary, came through. Hello, this is Dr. Connors. Who's calling? I leaned back in my chair, smirking. Dr. Connors, good afternoon. I hear you're working on some fascinating research. I'd like to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? With whom exactly? He asked, cautious. Let's just say a fellow enthusiast of regenerative science. I replied, letting my words drip with intrigue. I'm in New York and would love to meet in person. I have an idea that could help your work tremendously. There was a pause on the other end, the kind that carried both curiosity and suspicion. I don't usually meet strangers about research ideas. What's your interest? I chuckled softly. Call it mutual benefit. I can enhance your serum, make it more effective. I'm not asking for anything in return, at least not yet. But I think you'll find my methods convincing. Another pause. Then, all right, I'll meet you. But I warn you, I'm very protective of my work. Don't try anything funny. Of course, Dr. Connors. I wouldn't dream of it, I said smoothly. Let's meet at Oscorp, your lab, 7th floor, Wing B. Say in 30 minutes? Fine, 30 minutes, he agreed reluctantly. I ended the call and leaned back, grinning. The phone buzzed with notifications, running predictive algorithms on Dr. Connor's reactions and movements. Perfect, I whispered. He's curious, desperate, and cooperative enough for me to step in. Time to put this plan into action. I grabbed my phone and stepped out, letting the hotel door click shut behind me. The lobby's soft carpet muffled my footsteps as I descended the elevator. The city sounds growing louder with every floor. A bellhop passing by gave me a polite nod. I slid my enhanced phone from my pocket, the screen flickering to life with a soft blue glow. Etherlink, I said, voice calm, give me the fastest route to Oscorp's main lab. Calculating optimal path. Navigation ready. The AI responded instantly, projecting a detailed 3D map above the phone. Red lines trace the streets, alleys, and skyways, highlighting the quickest route through traffic, construction zones, and police checkpoints. Route updated. Estimated arrival, 27 minutes. Etherlink confirmed. Perfect. Let's move. Outside, the taxi cabs honked and weaved. People hustled along the sidewalks, and the skyline towered above me, gleaming under the morning sun. I slipped into a waiting cab. I swung onto the back seat and settled in, buckling up out of habit. Take me to Oscorp, I said, keeping my tone casual. The cab driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror. Oscorp? That's uptown. Yeah, I replied with a faint smirk. And keep it quick, I don't have all day. The driver nodded, adjusting the rearview mirror. Fastest route I know. Buckle up. As we pulled out of the hotel driveway, I leaned back, observing the city through the window. Skyscrapers reached for the sky, pedestrians bustled along the streets, and the hum of traffic filled the air. The cab pulled up in front of Oscorp's towering building, glass and steel gleaming in the sunlight. I paid the driver with a flick of my fingers. Keep the change, I said casually. Stepping out, I adjusted my jacket and surveyed the entrance. Security cameras rotated lazily. Guards glanced around with bored expressions. I strode up to the sleek, glass-encased reception desk. Behind the desk, a young woman tapped away at her computer, her posture perfect, professional, like she'd been trained for years. Good morning, I said smoothly, leaning slightly on the counter. I have an appointment with Dr. Connors. She looked up, eyes widening upon seeing my face, then typed quickly into her terminal. Name? That's confidential, I replied, keeping my tone casual. The receptionist raised an eyebrow, not fully convinced. She picked up the phone, pressed a few buttons, and spoke into it with a professional tone. Dr. Connors, we have a visitor here claiming an appointment. Can you confirm? After a pause, she nodded and smiled politely at me. You're all set, mister. Dr. Connors has confirmed your appointment. Please take the elevator to Lab 7. Here's a temporary access badge for your visit. I took the badge with a slight nod. I stepped out of the elevator and followed the signs to Lab 7. The air smelled faintly of chemicals and ozone, and the faint hum of machinery filled the space. Glass tanks lined the walls, and various experimental equipment cluttered the counters. A man with a single arm looked up from a microscope, his face lighting up with cautious curiosity. Dr. Connors? I asked, extending a hand. He nodded, adjusting his glasses. Yes, and you are? I'm Sam, I said, keeping my tone polite. We spoke on the phone earlier about the serum. I thought it would be best to discuss in person. Dr. Connors studied me for a moment, as if weighing my intentions. Then he offered a small, tentative smile. Ah, yes, I remember. Please come in. I was just about to review some of the latest data. I followed him deeper into the lab, noting the vials of green liquid and the various notes scattered across the counters. Dr. Connors closed the glass lid on the sample tray, his good hand lingering on the edge a moment longer than necessary. His eyes shifted toward me, sharp now, not the polite curiosity he'd greeted me with a minute ago. You mentioned the serum on the phone, he said slowly, adjusting his glasses. But I never advertised it. I never published it. Only Oscorp's highest-level files even reference its existence. He stepped closer, his expression hardening. So tell me, Mr. Sam, how do you know about it? The tension in the lab rose like static electricity. The hum of the equipment seemed louder in the silence that followed. I met his gaze, keeping my tone calm, measured. Let's just say I have my ways of finding information that's not exactly public. I'm not here to steal your work, Dr. Connors. On the contrary, I want to help. Help. His brows furrowed, suspicion flickering across his face. This project is years beyond public clearance. It's experimental, dangerous, and yet you just walk in here claiming to know. I gave a small shrug. Knowledge is power, doctor. You're chasing something revolutionary. Regeneration, healing, evolution, and I know the risks. That's why I came to you, not Oscorp's board, not your superiors. Just you. Connors narrowed his eyes, searching my face for a lie. The weight of his scrutiny pressed down, but I held my ground. Finally, he leaned back slightly, tension still in his shoulders. You're either reckless or you know something I don't. Either way, you've put yourself right in the middle of something that could change the world. And isn't that what you want? I asked softly, almost daring him. Connors's eyes stayed fixed on me, waiting for an explanation. The silence stretched until I finally exhaled, leaning lightly against the edge of the workstation. I get it, I said quietly. You're wondering how I know what I shouldn't, why I walk straight in here without flinching. The truth is, I have certain abilities, Connors's brow furrowed, his pen pausing halfway to the notepad. Abilities, he repeated cautiously. I nodded, keeping my tone vague but deliberate. Let's call it enhancement. I can take ordinary, non-living things and push them far beyond what they were meant to be. Stronger, faster, smarter. Technology, tools. I can make them more. The doctor's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion blending with intrigue. That sounds convenient, he said slowly. Convenient, yes, I admitted with a faint smile. But not limitless, and not something I wave around carelessly. I'm telling you this because I think it could be useful to you, to your work. Imagine your serum tested, supported, or even safeguarded by things that won't fail under pressure. I let the words hang, careful not to push too hard. The ambiguity was intentional. Connors leaned back, tapping his pen against the notepad. His expression gave nothing away, but the way his jaw tightened told me he was processing every word. Connors's pen finally stilled. He set it down, adjusting his glasses as his eyes sharpened. You'll forgive me if I don't take you at your word, he said carefully. Science requires evidence. If you truly have this ability, then show me. I gave a small shrug. Fair enough. What do you have in mind? Connors scanned the lab, his gaze landing on an old microscope sitting on the counter, an outdated model clearly kept around as backup. He picked it up and placed it in front of me. This is obsolete, he explained. Half the parts are worn. Show me what you claim to do. I rested my hand on the cool metal frame. System, I murmured under my breath, just loud enough for myself. Strengthen this microscope. 2 times. The microscope shimmered faintly, its dull surface sharpening, its lenses clearing until they gleamed with crystal-like precision. Within seconds, the outdated piece of junk had transformed into something sleek, modern, and almost alien in refinement. Connors's eyes widened. He immediately pulled it toward himself and peered into the eyepiece. His breath caught. Incredible, he muttered. The clarity, this is beyond any microscope Oscorp has in its budget. He looked back at me, his expression a mixture of awe and suspicion. How did you know? What are you? I simply smiled, slipping my hands into my pockets. Like I said, someone who can make things more. Dr. Connors studied me in silence for a moment, his brow furrowed in suspicion and curiosity. Then, with a quiet sigh, he turned to one of the metal drawers on the side of the lab bench. From inside, he carefully pulled out a small glass vial filled with a greenish liquid. Even through the glass, it seemed to shimmer faintly, almost alive. This, he said, holding it between 2 fingers, is not something I hand out lightly. If what you claim is true, show me. Strengthen it. His eyes locked on mine, sharp and unblinking. I smirked and took the vial from his hand. The glass felt cool, the serum swirling as if it knew it was being judged. All right, let's put on a show. System, I murmured under my breath, just loud enough for myself. Strengthen this vial. 2 times. A faint hum rippled through my hand. For an instant, the serum glowed, the green hue intensifying, becoming brighter, purer. It almost pulsed like a heartbeat before settling down again. I held it out to him with a casual grin. There. Improved. Twice as effective, twice as stable. Go on, test it. Connors snatched it back with surprising speed, holding it up to the light. His scientific instincts took over as he examined the changed texture and glow. His jaw tightened. His fingers trembled. Impossible. This shouldn't be. The molecular stability is perfect. This would take years of refinement. His voice shook with awe. I leaned against the counter, crossing my arms. Told you I wasn't lying. Connors looked up at me, his eyes almost wild. Do you realize what this means? This could cure everything. Regeneration, lost limbs, diseases, this is... I raised a hand, cutting him off. Slow down, document. I didn't do that out of charity. He blinked. What do you want? I smirked, pointing to the drawer he had pulled from earlier. Payment. 1 vial. For myself. That should be fair, don't you think? You get perfection. I get a little something for my trouble. Connors hesitated, clutching the perfected vial tightly. His scientist's mind was warring with his survival instincts. But in the end, Desperation one. He turned back to the drawer, pulled out another vial, and placed it carefully on the counter between us. Fine, he muttered. But understand, if you misuse this, the consequences could be catastrophic. I slid the vial into my pocket with a grin. Relax. I'm not reckless. Think of it as insurance. Connors didn't waste a second. He placed the glowing vial into a special containment rig, adjusting knobs and monitors. A robotic arm carefully extracted a drop of the serum and deposited it onto a sample of living tissue inside a sealed glass chamber. The monitors beeped wildly as the tissue began to react. What should have been gradual cell stimulation instead exploded into rapid, stable regeneration. The tissue pulsed, knitting itself together at impossible speed. No mutation spikes, no instability, just flawless, controlled growth. Connor's eyes widened. My God, it works. It actually works. His voice cracked, equal parts disbelief and exhilaration. He leaned closer to the screen, muttering under his breath. No cellular decay, no rejection. This is beyond anything I've ever dreamed. I smirked, watching him nearly fall apart from excitement. Guess I'm good for business, huh? He turned to me, gripping the edge of the desk. You don't understand. This isn't just an improvement. This is perfection. If we continue like this, the serum could cure every physical disability known to man. I shrugged casually. It could turn people into monsters if handled wrong. Let's not forget that part. That sobered him. Connors nodded slowly, his expression tightening. Yes, there's always a risk. But with this, he glanced back at the perfected vial like it was a holy relic. The possibilities are limitless. Connors was still glued to the glowing vial, muttering equations under his breath when I leaned against the counter. Connors, I said, voice calm but deliberate. You're chasing a cure for yourself. I get that. But what if I told you? I'm chasing something bigger. He glanced up, narrowing his eyes. Bigger? What could be bigger than restoring what was lost? I folded my arms, leaning forward slightly. Evolution. The next step. Humanity has been limping along for centuries. Disease, weakness, limitations. You've seen the reports. Mutants already prove the human body can become something more. Why stop at a cure when we could reshape mankind? His brow furrowed. Reshape mankind? He hesitated, searching for the right word. That's ambitious. Dangerous, even. Dangerous. I smirked. So was the fire. So was electricity. Every leap forward started as something the world feared. But imagine a society where no one is crippled, no one is weak, no one has to live shackled by biology. Stronger, smarter, better. That's my dream, Connors. To accelerate evolution itself. He was quiet, his eyes drifting back to the tissue sample still glowing with stable regeneration. I could see the war in his head, scientific caution against the raw temptation of discovery. Finally, he spoke. If what you say is true, if you really have the ability to perfect what science alone cannot, then maybe you're right. Maybe evolution is no longer a theory, it's a choice. I held out my hand. Then choose. Join me. Together, we can push beyond every boundary this world has. Connors hesitated, then slowly reached forward, gripping my hand with surprising firmness. His voice was low, but resolute. All right, I'll help you. But this dream of yours will need to be careful. If Oscorp catches wind of this. I smirked. Let me worry about Oscorp. You just focus on making history. Dr. Connors carefully placed the strengthened vial back into its rack, still staring at it like it was some kind of miracle. His mind was racing, clearly torn between curiosity, desperation, and the scientist's instinct to question everything. I slipped my hands into my pockets and leaned casually against one of the lab tables. Listen, document. I know you're eager to dive head first into this, but we gotta pace ourselves. He frowned slightly. What do you mean? I just landed in New York today, I said, chuckling softly. I don't exactly have an empire set up yet. No labs, no equipment of my own, no cover. For operations like this to really work, I need to establish a proper company first, something to keep things clean, legit, and out of the wrong hands. Connors nodded slowly, as if trying to digest the reality of it. So, you're saying I should wait? Exactly. Sit tight. Keep doing what you normally do here at Oscorp. Don't raise suspicion. Don't change your routine. I'll handle the front end. Once I got my company set up with the right resources and facilities, then we'll push forward. He hesitated. And in the meantime, you've already got a head start. That vial you gave me, consider an investment. Once I've secured everything, we'll move forward together. But for now, Doc, I gave him a firm look. Patience. Connors let out a long breath, then gave a reluctant nod. Very well. I suppose for something this big, a little patience is necessary. I smiled, straightening up. That's the spirit. Trust me, Doc, when the time comes, we'll change the world. But first, I've got some groundwork to lay. I walked out of Oscorp's towering glass doors, the sound of my footsteps echoing faintly against the marble floor before fading into the noise of New York streets. Before heading to the cab line, I stopped and turned around. Oscorp Tower loomed above me, a gleaming monument of science, ambition, and questionable ethics. Norman Osborn's brainchild, one of the largest multinational corporations in the world. On the surface, Oscorp was the crown jewel of scientific innovation, producing everything from military-grade technology to pharmaceuticals. But beneath the clean glass and polished steel, it was a snake's den of secrets, failed experiments, and dangerous ambitions. A thought crossed my mind. If I hadn't come here, if I hadn't spoken to Connors, I knew what would have happened. The serum he was working on, his obsession with regrowing his arm, it would have consumed him. He'd inject himself, lose control, and transform into something monstrous, the lizard. A tragedy born from desperation. He'd terrorize New York, maybe even die by Spider-Man's hands. But I had just shifted that future. For the first time since coming to this city, I realized the weight of my presence. My choices weren't just for me anymore. They were reshaping the course of events. A single conversation with Dr. Connors had changed what might have been a nightmare into something else. Something unknown. I smirked faintly to myself, eyes narrowing at Oscorp's glowing green logo at the top of the tower. Guess I just rewrote history. With that, I turned back, raised my hand for a cab, and stepped into the next chapter of my plan. Meanwhile, Kamartaj, Himalayas. The Ancient One sat cross-legged in meditation, her mind flowing through the currents of time. Normally, the streams of possibility moved like a river, countless branches, yet always flowing toward one destined ocean. But today, something was different. Her eyes snapped open as the eye of Agamotto glowed faintly at her chest. She reached for it, letting the artifact unravel the threads of reality before her. Green runes circled in the air, displaying fragments of the timeline. Her brow furrowed. The stream wasn't flowing as it should. Where there should have been a single steady current, there was now a fracture, an unnatural bend in destiny itself. The changes were subtle, almost invisible to ordinary sight. But to her, they shone like cracks across glass. The timeline, she whispered. It's been altered. Her hand hovered over the shifting fragments, and she glimpsed flashes. A young man, newly arrived in New York, walking into Oscorp. A chance meeting that was never meant to occur. A ripple that spread outward, disturbing events far beyond their natural course. Yet, no matter how far she peered, she could not see who he truly was, or what force concealed him from her sight. The eye dimmed, the visions fading. The Ancient One stood, her calm composure unbroken, though a rare flicker of unease touched her face. A new variable, she said softly to herself, one that even I cannot place. She turned toward the open sky. The balance has shifted. The future I know is no longer certain. With a breath, she closed the eye and returned to silence. She would wait, watch, and prepare, for the world had just stepped onto a path it was never meant to walk. I returned to the hotel later that evening, the city lights painting the streets in a dull glow. The ride back had been quiet, giving me more than enough time to reflect on everything that happened today. Unlocking my room, I stepped inside, loosened my collar, and let out a long sigh. The faint hum of the city outside was distant, muffled by the thick glass windows. I ordered a simple meal from room service. Nothing fancy, just something to fill me up after a long day. When the food arrived, I sat at the small table by the window, slowly eating while replaying the events at Oscorp in my head. I leaned back in the chair, sipping the tea that came with the meal. The warmth spread through me. I set the cup down, the faint clink echoing in the quiet room. New York is full of opportunities, I muttered to myself, but it's also full of dangers. But with the lizard serum, it will be a smooth ride. Finishing the last bite, I cleaned up the table and sat at the desk in the hotel room, the curtains drawn shut to block out the glow of New York's night. On the table before me lay the small vial Dr. Connors had given me earlier, its faint green liquid shifting under the dim light of the lamp. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the desk, and studied it carefully. This wasn't just some random chemical mixture. This was the result of years of research, countless failures, and an obsession to break human limitations. Even in its unfinished state, the serum was dangerous. The vial pulsed faintly in the dim hotel light, its green liquid glowing as if it knew what was about to happen. I placed my palm over it, closing my eyes. System, I commanded, my voice low but firm. Strengthen this serum 100 times. The glass trembled on the desk, the liquid inside swirling violently as if alive. The green glow deepened, growing brighter and brighter until it painted the entire room in an eerie light. Crackles of energy surged around the vial, small arcs snapping in the air like lightning. The desk rattled, the lamp flickering wildly. And then silence. The vial settled, standing perfectly still. The glow dimmed but not back to green. Instead, the liquid had turned a deep, crystalline blue, radiating with a subtle inner light. I reached forward slowly, my fingers brushing against the glass. It no longer felt fragile. It felt indestructible, as though the glass itself had been reforged with the serum. The system's voice rang in my head. Item successfully strengthened. 100x. Designation: Genesis Serum. I stared at it, wide-eyed, as the system listed its new properties. Absolute regeneration. Not just healing wounds, but restoring the body to peak condition instantly. Lost limbs? Gone in seconds. Organs? Rebuilt flawlessly. Aging? Reversed. Death itself could be delayed. Genetic awakening. Every dormant potential in human DNA unlocked. A person injected could awaken powers beyond imagination. Superhuman strength, reflexes, heightened senses, even unique mutations. Neural expansion. The brain's capacity multiplied beyond normal limits. Photographic memory, hyperintelligence, accelerated learning, and reaction times approaching precognition. Adaptive evolution. The body would constantly evolve to survive threats. Immune to toxins, diseases, radiation, extreme temperatures. Even if killed, the cells would attempt to reconstitute. Stability core. Unlike the flawed original serum, this version carried zero risk of genetic breakdown. No lizard mutations. No deformities. Pure, perfect evolution. Longevity amplification. Lifespan extended indefinitely. Not just living longer, living stronger. Eternal youth crystallized into biology. Without hesitation, I uncorked the vial and downed it in one gulp. The liquid burned cold as it slid down my throat, then exploded in a fire the second it hit my veins. Boom! My entire body lit up from the inside, every cell vibrating like it was about to detonate. My perfect holy body, that made me immune to flaws and weakness, roared in response. The serum and my body weren't just merging, they were resonating. The system's voice cracked through the storm raging in my mind. Genesis serum detected. Perfect holy body compatibility, 100%. Resonance achieved. New form unlocked, transcendent holy body. I fell to my knees, gripping the floor as shock waves burst outward. The hotel walls trembled. My veins glowed blue, then gold, then settled into a deep, radiant white that spread across my entire body like veins of molten light. I exhaled slowly, the last sparks of energy fading from my skin. My body felt different, stronger, like the rules of biology no longer applied to me. There was only one way to confirm it. "System," I said quietly. "Show me my stats." A soft chime rang in my ears. Then, lines of glowing text appeared before my eyes, floating in the air like a hologram only I could see. Status panel. Name: Sam Jackson, S.J. Race: human, evolved, transcendent holy body. Age: 35. Strength: 2,500,000 tons, is almost equal to able to lift mountains with ease. Speed: Mach 200, is almost equal to 152,800 miles per hour / 246,000 kilometers per hour. Durability: 3,000, can withstand nuclear-level impacts unharmed. Stamina: infinite. Regeneration: absolute, immortal grade. Vitality: eternal, cells will no longer decay. Abilities: absolute regeneration, instant recovery from any damage, even cellular annihilation. Adaptive evolution: automatically adjust to threats, hazards, and attacks in real time. Soul-body fusion: immune to psychic extraction, soul manipulation, or astral disruption. Genetic limit breaker: potential is infinite. Stats can evolve endlessly without ceiling. Transcendent aura: presence alone instills pressure, instinctual fear, or awe in lesser beings. Energy reserves: limitless, body generates self-sustaining energy source. Human veil, visual camouflage, suppresses all traces of divine aura. The user appears as a normal human to the naked eye, cameras, and most detection systems. Potential: God tier. I stare at the panel, my pulse quickening. These numbers weren't just high. They were absurd. Limitless stamina, eternal vitality. I whispered. My hand trembled as I clenched it into a fist, feeling the raw power coiled inside. I'm not human anymore. Just as I was about to relax, the familiar chime of the system echoed in my head. Warning: host presence has reached a threshold detectable by cosmic forces. High-tier entities such as Sorcerer Supreme, Celestials, and Watchers may sense fluctuations in the timeline and your energy signature. I froze, the words sinking into me like cold water. Cosmic forces? I muttered. That wasn't something to take lightly. If beings like the Ancient One, or worse, the Living Tribunal, caught wind of me this early, I'd be finished before my plans even started. System, I said firmly, activate human veil. Now. Ability: human veil activated. At once, the glow of power in my veins dimmed, then vanished completely. My aura, my life force, even the faint ripple of energy that bent space around me, all of it was swallowed in silence. I let out a slow breath, glancing out the hotel window at the night sky. Good, I whispered. The last thing I need is the Ancient One knocking on my door before I've even begun. The morning sun crept through the thin curtains, spilling soft light across the hotel room. I slowly opened my eyes, blinking against the brightness. For a moment, I just lay there, listening to the muffled sounds of New York outside. The distant horns, footsteps on the sidewalk, the hum of the city waking up. My body felt different, stronger, sharper, more alive than ever before. The serum's effects hadn't faded overnight. If anything, the energy within me seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. Still, I pushed the thought aside. There would be time to test my limits later. I sat up, stretched my arms, and rubbed the sleep from my face. The hotel room was quiet. I slipped out of bed and washed up. I didn't really need to bathe anymore, but it had become a habit woven into my being. I pulled on a clean shirt, buttoning it up with steady hands. A pair of dark jeans and a jacket followed. Not flashy, just simple, practical. After tying my shoes, I sat down at the hotel desk. The morning light filtered in through the curtains, casting a soft glow over the papers and phone resting there. Leaning back in the chair, I let out a slow breath. All right, what's next? Yesterday had been productive. Meeting Dr. Connors, securing the serum, strengthening it. But today, I needed to set things in motion. A company wasn't going to run itself. I had to sort out paperwork, contacts, maybe even look into buying an existing business as a cover. My mind ticked through the list. Reach out to legal and financial services. Quietly scout for potential recruits. Etherlink, I murmured, pull up the resources I'll need to establish a legal company. The phone lit up and the AI responded instantly. Corporate infrastructure detected. Recommended steps. Acquire shell company, rename, establish identity, recruit talent. I smiled. Simple. With my current funds and abilities, this wasn't going to take long. I leaned back in the chair, tapping the edge of the phone. All right, show me the options. Etherlink pulsed once before the screen filled with a scrolling list of businesses for sale. Some were small LLCs, others dormant shell corporations sitting on paper, waiting for someone with ambition. Filtering for cost efficiency, clean records, and minimal legal obstacles, the AI said. Top candidates located. Names and prices flickered across the screen. Brightstar Innovations, LLC, $220,000. Registered in New York. Dormant for 3 years. Silverline Enterprises, $160,000. Clean tax history. Atlas Biotech Solutions, $310,000. Inactive, but retains valuable permits and licenses. I narrowed my eyes. Biotech permits? That'll save time later. Recommendation: acquire Atlas Biotech. High compatibility with your planned operations. I couldn't help but grin. Perfect. Not only would I get the company, but the existing licenses would give me a head start once Dr. Connors joined me. I sat at the hotel desk, fingers drumming lightly on the polished wood. Etherlink, I said, holding up the phone. Find me a reputable business broker in New York. Someone who deals in shell companies. The screen flickered, lines of code running faster than human eyes could track. Match found, the AI voice replied smoothly. Gallagher and Associates. Specializes in mergers, acquisitions, and dormant company transfers. Shall I initiate contact? Do it, I nodded. The phone rang twice before a calm, professional voice picked up. Gallagher and Associates, this is Linda. How may I direct your call? Etherlink's voice layered over mine, shifting tone and accent to match a polished New York businessman. Good morning. This is Sam Jackson. I'd like to schedule a meeting with Mr. Gallagher regarding a corporate acquisition. I'm available today. There was a brief pause, then Linda answered, Mr. Gallagher has an opening at 10. Will that work for you, Mr. Jackson? Perfect, Etherlink replied. The line clicked off, and I leaned back with a satisfied smile. Not bad, I muttered. First step secured. Time to make my move. At 10 sharp, I walked into the sleek, glass-walled offices of Gallagher and Associates. A secretary guided me to a corner office with a breathtaking view of Manhattan. Behind the desk sat a man in his 50s, sharp suit, sharper eyes. He stood, extending a hand. Mr. Jackson, a pleasure. I clasped it firmly, giving the kind of smile that suggested both confidence and money. The pleasure's mine, Mr. Gallagher. Let's get down to business. He motioned for me to sit, folding his hands on the desk. My assistant mentioned you're interested in acquiring an existing company. Do you have something specific in mind? Yes. I leaned forward, keeping my tone steady but decisive. Atlas Biotech Solutions. Gallagher chuckled, leaning back in his chair. Of course. Atlas Biotech has been dormant for some years now. The previous owners burned through their cash, chasing miracle cures. But the company's still registered, and more importantly, he tapped a folder on the table. All biotech research licenses remain valid. That kind of paperwork would take you months, maybe a year, to acquire on your own. Which is why I'm here. I leaned forward, voice calm but firm. Let's skip the sales pitch. What's the number? He raised a brow. 310,000. Negotiable, but not by much. I studied him for a moment, then smiled faintly. I can pay in full. Today. But only if the handover process is immediate. No delays, no hidden liabilities. You understand what I mean. Gallagher's smile widened. I like a decisive man. You'll have the papers by tomorrow. Good, I said, standing. Then Atlas Biotech is mine. The next morning, I stood in front of the hotel's full-length mirror, adjusting my tie. A sharp, professional look. If I was going to run a company, I had to at least look the part. Atlas Biotech Solutions. My company now. It still felt unreal, but the paperwork was signed, the funds transferred. All that was left was turning a shell corporation into something that could shake the world. Sitting at the desk, I pulled out my phone. Etherlink, show me the current assets of Atlas Biotech. Processing. Atlas Biotech owns a single office floor in Manhattan, one warehouse facility in Queens, and pending but in use patents. No active staff. I lean back, tapping my chin. A blank slate. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. First step, manpower. One man, no matter how strong, can't run an empire. But with my system and Connors by my side, it was only a matter of time. I smiled faintly. All right, let's get to work. I arrived at Atlas Biotech's office building by noon. The broker hadn't lied. It wasn't impressive. Just a mid-tier floor in a glass tower, tucked between law firms and marketing companies. I swiped the new key card through the scanner, and the door slid open with a soft beep. The place smelled faintly of dust and neglect. Empty desks lined the main room, computers outdated, chairs stiff and unused. It looked like a company frozen in time, waiting for someone to breathe life into it. I walked slowly through the space, fingertips brushing across one of the desks. This is mine now. Etherlink, I murmured, pulling out my phone, integrating with the office network. Secure everything. I don't want so much as a light bulb running without my authorization. Integration complete, the AI replied in seconds. Firewalls established. Systems are now under your control. Good. Step 1. Security. I moved to the corner office, the one with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. My office. The view stretched across Manhattan, skyscrapers glittering in the afternoon light. I could already picture it. This room buzzing with activity, scientists working in labs, deals being struck across the table, my name quietly spreading through New York's underground and corporate circles alike. I pulled a notepad from the desk drawer and clicked a pen. Old habits die hard. Even though I could just use Etherlink, writing by hand grounded my thoughts. System, I said quietly, assist me in drafting the framework of Atlas Biotech Solutions. Acknowledged. Recommended core structure. R&D division, focus on biotechnology, gene editing, enhancement serums. Finance and acquisition, manage capital, acquisitions, and legal covers. Security division, internal and external. Recruitment of trained operatives. Public relations, control public image, handle media, legal shields. Special projects, classified research for system-enhanced technology. I tapped the pen against the page, a smile tugging at my lips. Not bad. Basically, a corporation on the outside, empire in the shadows. Etherlink, I continued, tag recruitment priorities. I'll need the following. Experienced researchers, preferably biotech or geneticists. A competent accountant or CFO, someone who won't ask too many questions. Legal experts. And ex-military for security. The phone screen flickered with lists, profiles, and even potential candidates scraped from databases. The AI had already ranked them by reliability and loyalty probability. Perfect. I leaned back in the chair, staring at the ceiling. Step 1. Establish the shell. Step 2. Bring in the brains. Step 3. Expand quietly until the world realized Atlas Biotech wasn't just another company. It was the future. I set the pen down, staring at the list Etherlink had drafted. All right, I muttered. A company isn't worth anything without something to sell. I couldn't just drop god-tier technology on the market. That would attract the wrong kind of attention. Governments, militaries, maybe even S.H.I.E.L.D. would swarm me overnight. No, I had to be smarter. The world could accept a leap forward, but only a leap that still looked possible. Something 10 or 20 years ahead of its time. Not a miracle falling from the sky. System, I muttered, recommend practical upgrades that could be explained as advanced R&D. Recommendation, focus on biotechnology and medical innovations. Suggested first products. Smart prosthetics. Existing prosthetic limbs, strengthened and enhanced with seamless motion, Neuralink control, and self-repairing materials. Appears as an evolution of current prosthetics. Next-gen battery cells, smartphone-sized power cells, strengthened 100x. Last week's instead of hours. Marketable as cutting-edge energy storage. Medical nanofiber bandages. Advanced fabric that sterilizes and accelerates healing, but explainable as antibacterial nanotech. I smiled slowly. Perfect. Not impossible, just ahead of schedule. Sam sat in the glass-walled conference room of Atlas Biotech Solutions. The city skyline stretched behind him, but his focus was on the people gathered at the table. 5 new recruits, scientists, engineers, and a project manager, all stared at the stack of documents he'd brought in. This, Sam said, sliding the folder toward them, is the blueprint for a new type of energy storage. I call it the hypercell battery. I want you to review it, tear it apart, and tell me what's possible. Dr. Lee, a chemical engineer with 20 years in battery research, adjusted his glasses and flipped open the folder. His brow furrowed almost immediately. These structures, he muttered. This lattice design shouldn't even be stable. Yet if it works, this could multiply energy density by 10. Maybe more. Sam leaned back in his chair, calm. It's possible. You'll find the math checks out. I also uploaded a set of failed experiments from the last decade of battery research. Study them carefully. They'll save you time. Another scientist, Dr. Patel, frowned as she scanned the data. These reports, this isn't public. It looks like classified research. It's not classified, Sam replied smoothly. Let's just say I had access to a few archives. The point is, you won't waste months repeating mistakes others already made. Silence settled across the room. The scientists exchanged glances, caught between disbelief and excitement. Dr. Lee finally closed the folder. If this holds up, we're not just looking at a better battery. This could power entire cities without failure. Electric grids, vehicles, even military tech would shift overnight. Sam nodded. That's the idea. Atlas Biotech isn't going to start small. We're going to start with something the world can't ignore. The project manager, a sharp woman named Clara, cleared her throat. Then we'll need labs, equipment, and a manufacturing partner as soon as possible. Prototyping this will burn through millions. Sam's lips curved slightly. Money isn't the problem. I'll handle that. Your job is to make this work. He tapped the blueprint with his finger. This is Atlas Biotech's first product. Begin the tests. You have everything you need. The scientists sat straighter, the weight of the moment sinking in. For the first time since founding the company, Sam could see it clearly. Atlas Biotech was real now, and the hypercell project was underway. Sam stayed behind after the meeting, the room now quiet except for the faint hum of the city outside. He picked up the blueprint and glanced over it one more time. 2 months. That's how long he figured it would take to get a working prototype, if everything went smoothly. He wasn't naive. Nothing in science ever went smoothly. But with Etherlink feeding him data, blueprints, and past failures, he could cut years into months. 2 months, he muttered to himself, sliding the folder back into his bag. That would be enough. 2 months passed in a blur. Atlas Biotech Solutions had transformed from a paper shell into a buzzing research hub. The old office space he'd bought now carried the hum of servers, sterile labs, and the constant chatter of scientists working under tight deadlines. Sam walked through the main lab, wearing a plain white coat over his usual clothes. He didn't need the coat, but it helped to blend in. On the central workbench, a dull gray block the size of a lunchbox sat connected to wires and monitors. The first hypercell prototype. Dr. Reynolds looked up from the readings, his face a mix of exhaustion and excitement. Power density is off the charts. We've never seen numbers like this. Sam leaned in, keeping his tone casual. How stable? Surprisingly stable, Reynolds admitted, glancing at the monitors. Normally, high-density energy storage risks thermal runaway, but this thing barely gets warm. It's like it regulates itself. Reynolds waved over another researcher, Dr. Patel, who rolled in a cart carrying a compact electric engine rigged to a generator. This thing eats through high-capacity lithium packs in under 10 minutes, Patel explained, hooking up the wires to the hypercell. If your prototype lasts longer, we'll know it's real. Sam folded his arms and watched. The scientist double-checked the connections, then gave a nod. Powering on now. The engine hummed to life instantly, smooth and strong. The monitors spiked with data streams, yet the hypercell didn't flinch. No overheating, no drop in output. Impossible, Reynolds muttered, tapping at the screen. This is equivalent to 50 times the density of our best cells. And the discharge is perfectly linear. No degradation. Patel blinked. Wait, 50? Did you run the calibration twice? Reynolds ignored him, his voice sharp with disbelief. Sam, where did you get this design? Nothing like this exists. Even failed experimental models don't come close. Sam walked to the desk, pulled a folder from his bag, and slid it across. Inside were clean blueprints, detailed schematics, power distribution charts, and even references to failed energy storage attempts from the past decade. All courtesy of Etherlink. I do my homework, Sam said simply. Everything in there should back up the foundation of this project. I don't hand you miracles without receipts. The two scientists exchanged a long look. For once, they had nothing to argue. The engine kept running. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Still smooth. Reynolds let out a shaky laugh. If this scales, the entire energy market will flip on its head. Sam just nodded, already thinking 3 steps ahead. Reynolds leaned over the monitor, his brow furrowed. This output is insane, 50 times denser than any commercial cell, and it's stable. Not even our top labs in Silicon Valley or Tokyo have gone close to this. Patel shook his head slowly. Sam, this kind of tech doesn't just appear out of nowhere. You'll have every government and corporation breathing down your neck the second this leaks. Sam stayed calm. That's why we're doing this carefully. We control the narrative, the patents, the launch. Reynolds rubbed his temples, glancing at the blueprint folder Sam had handed over. You even have failed prototypes mapped out. This looks like 10 years of research compressed into a neat package. No one's going to believe a startup pulled this off. Legitimately. Patel added, best case, you get lawsuits from half the energy sector. Worst case, someone tries to make this disappear. Sam leaned back in his chair, meeting their eyes one at a time. Then we move fast. File the patents under Atlas Biotech's name. Lock the core data offline and only share what's needed to manufacture. Let them doubt. It buys us time. The two scientists exchanged a nervous glance. The data on the monitor was still rock solid. No faults, no dips. The hypercell just kept running. Finally, Reynolds muttered, if this scales, it'll change the world. But Sam, you'd better be ready for the storm that comes with it. I sat at the hotel desk, a stack of reports spread out in front of me. Most of it was technical, production updates, supply chain notes, early performance data on the hypercell prototypes. 2 months ago, all this had been sketches and theory. Now, the first run of batteries was already out of the lab and in controlled testing. The numbers were solid. Stable energy retention, high output, no failures under stress tests. Every report ended with the same note, ahead of schedule. I leaned back, rubbing my chin. Not bad at all. Atlas Biotech was moving faster than I expected. The scientists were motivated, especially with the blueprint and failed research paths I'd handed over. The company had legs now, real structure. But while everything was pushing forward here, my mind kept drifting elsewhere. Brazil. Kyle needed to hear about all this. She'd been with me since the start, and even though she didn't fully understand everything I was doing, I owed her the truth about the company, about the hypercell, maybe even about what I was becoming. And then there was the old man. I hadn't spoken to him in too long. I closed the file, tapping it lightly against the desk. Money, science, progress. It was all great, but it didn't replace the people who mattered. All right, I muttered, pushing the chair back. Time to go home for a bit. Sam pulled out Etherlink and opened the airline app. A few taps later, a one-way ticket back to Brazil was confirmed. Afternoon flight, decent seat, nothing fancy. He put the phone into his pocket back, stood, and gave the hotel room one last glance. 2 months in this place, it almost felt like home. The desk where he'd scribbled notes, the bed where he crashed after late-night planning, even the view of the city that never really got old. He zipped up his bag, slung it over his shoulder, and headed downstairs. Checking out, the receptionist asked politely, Yeah, Sam said, sliding over the room key. Thanks. The Wi-Fi was better than I expected. The woman laughed softly and wished him a good trip. By the time he reached the airport, the usual rush of travelers filled the terminal. Families, business suits, backpackers half asleep. Sam moved through it calmly, boarding pass in hand. On the plane, he dropped in his seat, buckled up, and leaned back. The engines hummed to life. As the plane taxied, he let his thoughts wander. In a few hours, he'd be back in Brazil. Back to Kyle. Back to the old man. And with the hypercell already moving toward launch, the timing couldn't be better. He closed his eyes as the plane lifted off, the city shrinking below the clouds. Sam didn't bother with the in-flight movie. Instead, he pulled a small notebook from his bag and flipped to an empty page. The hum of the engines was steady, almost calming, good enough for him to think. Hypercell was only step one. He scribbled the word energy at the top of the page, then drew a line branching out to smaller notes. Portable power units, grid-level storage, maybe even personal devices that could last months on a single charge. Another page. He wrote medicine. His mind drifted to the primordial chaos ginseng sitting back in Brazil. If strengthening one plant could lead to breakthroughs, what about others? Could he push modern biotech years ahead just by choosing the right herbs and running them through the multiplier? He tapped his pen against the paper, thinking. Then another page. Materials. Stronger alloys. Lightweight composites. Stuff that would make construction cheaper, safer, faster. He sketched a rough cube and noted, stronger than steel, lighter than plastic. He chuckled at his own messy handwriting. It didn't matter. These weren't polished blueprints. They were sparks, ideas waiting to be fanned into something real. The flight attendants passed by with drinks, but he waved them off. He was too focused. Page after page filled up, arrows connecting thoughts, scribbles crossing out dead ends. By the time the captain announced descent into Sao Paulo, his notebook looked like chaos to anyone else. To him, though, it was a map of what came next. The plane touched down with a soft jolt, and the seatbelt light flicked on. Sam leaned back, watching the cityscape of Sao Paulo unfold through the small, oval window. Even after everything he had experienced in New York, something about being back in Brazil grounded him. The humid air, the noise, the familiar rhythm. It all came rushing back the moment he stepped out of the airport. Dragging his suitcase behind him, Sam checked his phone. Hypercell was in full swing now. Labs running, prototypes locked, factories gearing up. The company could run without him for a while. The plane ride felt longer than it should have, but stepping out into the warm Brazilian air washed away the last of Sam's travel fatigue. He didn't waste time lingering. After clearing the airport, he grabbed a taxi and gave the driver the familiar address. The ride was quiet. Outside, the city blurred by, streets he knew well, shops and corners he hadn't seen in months. His chest tightened as they pulled into his neighborhood. It felt strange, like nothing had changed here, while he had changed completely. The car stopped in front of the house. Sam paid the driver and stood there for a moment, suitcase in hand, staring at the front door. His home. He took a slow breath, then walked up the steps and pushed the door open. The faint smell of the old place greeted him. Memories tugged at the back of his mind. For the first time in weeks, he let himself relax just a little. His eyes swept the living room, and a wave of memories came back. Cracks still marked the wall near the entry, reminders of when he'd first tested his strength and hadn't known his own limits. A corner of the floor still sagged slightly, like a crater left by a careless landing. But someone had clearly done work here. The shelf he once shattered was fixed, the broken tiles near the kitchen were replaced, and even the curtains looked newer. Sam set his bag down slowly, realizing who it had to be. "Kyle's been here, patching up after me, huh?" Sam dropped his suitcase by the door and headed straight for the bathroom. The shower hissed to life, steam filling the small space as he stepped under the warm water. The heat washed away the stiffness from the flight, and for the first time in weeks, he felt truly at ease. After drying off, he changed into a loose shirt and pants, then moved into the kitchen. The house was quiet. He set a kettle on the stove, pulling out the familiar tin of tea leaves from the cabinet. The ritual felt grounding, scooping the leaves, pouring the hot water, watching it swirl into a deep amber. He carried the cup to the table, purifying it. I haven't really cut loose in weeks, he admitted to himself. No fights, no testing limits. It feels strange. I know I'm maybe even close to overpowered, but I've barely touched that side of myself. Maybe New York is not that chaotic. It's better this way, staying calm, not drawing attention. But sooner or later, some idiots will come knocking. He lifted the cup to his mouth, sipping slowly, letting the taste linger on his tongue. That's when it hit him. The ginseng. Sam rose from the couch after a few minutes, stretching the stiffness out of his shoulders. His eyes drifted toward the bedroom. Tucked away under his bed was the lockbox he hadn't touched since leaving for New York. He walked over, pulled it out, and set on the table. The metal felt cold and heavier than he remembered, like the weight of what was inside had only grown. The key turned with a faint click. Slowly, he lifted the lid. Inside, resting in its wrapping, was the primordial chaos ginseng. Even untouched, it looked alive. Its surface was smooth, yet twisted, like the roots of time itself had knotted together into one form. A faint shimmer clung to it, not light exactly, but something that pressed against his senses. Sam picked it up carefully and placed it on the table in front of him. For a moment, he just stared at it. This little thing, it's supposed to be priceless. A priceless herb in a cultivation world that millions will kill for, a power-up, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. And it's sitting right here in my kitchen like a regular snack. Sam stared at the ginseng sitting on the table, the glow tugging at him like a quiet heartbeat. His hand tightened into a fist before he finally let out a slow breath. All right, no more waiting. He picked it up, the surface cool and oddly alive against his palm. System, he said under his breath, veil the house. Human veilability, maximum seal. I don't want a single ripple leaking out. The air inside the house shifted instantly. Walls hummed, and a faint translucent sheen slid across the windows and doors like the world itself had been pushed away. Sam sat down again, holding the ginseng close. His pulse quickened. Once I eat this, that's it. No turning back. But this is the step I've been waiting for. He brought it to his mouth and bit down. The taste was indescribable, sweet, bitter, sharp, warm, cold. Every flavor folding over itself until his mind blanked. The ginseng dissolved like liquid fire, and then his whole body lit up. A thunderous pulse shook through him, and he gasped, clutching the table. His veins glowed black and white, divine light coursing through him. The primordial chaos ginseng resonated with his transcendent holy body. Flesh, bone, blood, everything was rewritten. His skin flickered between dark void and radiant brilliance, yin and yang weaving together. Every cell screamed with power, not just life but creation itself. In his core, stars flared to life only to collapse into tiny black holes, each one birthing new sparks of existence. A cycle of creation and destruction churned endlessly inside him. He stood, trembling, but not from weakness. His body felt endless. Strength didn't even measure anymore. He flexed his hands, and the space around his fingers warped like glass bending. Sam stood in the quiet house, his whole body humming with black and white light. He clenched and unclenched his fists, still half in disbelief at what he was feeling. System, he said slowly, show me my status. A translucent screen flickered into the air before him, letters forming in crisp, glowing script. Name, Sam. Race, human, veil concealment active. Physique, transcendent holy body, resonated with primordial chaos ginseng. State, embodiment of primal creation. Stats, strength, infinity, limitless growth without ceiling. Speed, omniversal warp, transcends and bypasses space-time barriers at will. Durability, irrelevant, concept of damage cannot be applied. Stamina, infinity, existence sustains itself indefinitely. Regeneration, conceptual, erases damage from reality itself. Vitality, eternal, primordial, body persists until the end and rebirth of all universes. Sam blinked at the screen, then rubbed his face with both hands. Okay, that's insane. He exhaled, pacing in a slow circle. Limitless strength. Speed beyond space-time. Damage doesn't even exist for me anymore. The words looked unreal, like some over-the-top character sheet from a video game. But his body told him it wasn't an exaggeration, it was the truth. Sam stared at the glowing screen a little longer, his eyes locked on the word speed. Omniversal warp. Transcend space-time barriers at will. He muttered. That sounds broken. He stood up, his heart drumming with both excitement and nerves. It had been a while since he seriously tested his powers, and now this new stat was practically daring him. All right, let's see what this means in practice. Sam took a slow breath, then focused. The moment he willed himself forward, reality itself seemed to shatter. The living room blurred into streaks of black and white, the walls folding inward and outward at the same time. In less than an eye blink, he was no longer inside his house. He was standing on the edge of the Atlantic, the ocean spread wide before him, waves frozen in impossible clarity. Holy shit! His voice came out in a whisper, the sound echoing strangely, as if space itself was still catching up to his words. He looked back, except there was no back. His house was simply gone from view, separated by layers of folded dimensions. And yet, with a single thought, Sam snapped back inside his living room, standing exactly where he had started. The entire trip had taken less time than a heartbeat. Sam held out his hand, staring at his fingers as they trembled slightly. I didn't even run. I just willed it. Space-time is like it's paper to me now. A laugh escaped his chest, half in disbelief, half in exhilaration. No jet, no teleport, no portal, just me moving wherever I want. That's crazy. The couch groaned as he sat down again, clutching his forehead. If this is just speed, then what the hell will happen when I test strength? Author's note. Yeah, bro, is overpowered now. So Sam is just going to focus on his company and upcoming alien invasion that's going to happen in New York, so there will be a lot of goodies for him to strengthen. Somebody please phone Thanos. Sam leaned back on the couch, still breathing heavily even though his body was no longer tired. The speed test had been short, but the impact of it rattled his mind. One thought kept looping in his head. I'm not even human anymore. His fingers drummed against the armrest. Strength, speed, durability, every single stat on that glowing system screen was beyond reason. He had known the ginseng would change him, but this was a leap into something no human had ever touched. Right, Kyle? Sam straightened up. He couldn't keep all of this to himself forever. She deserved to know the truth about what he had been doing these last few months. And if he was really going to set up this company, if he was going to change the world, she had to be part of it. Even though I don't know her that much, Sam said, sheepishly rubbing his hair. Next morning, the morning sunlight spilled across the kitchen table, warming Sam's hands as he sat there, staring into his tea. Last night had been chaos, but today wasn't about that. Today, he needed to see Kyle. Sam rinsed out his cup, grabbed his jacket, and headed out. The streets looked smaller than he remembered, quieter somehow. Maybe it was just him. After moving at speeds beyond space-time, everything here felt fragile, almost delicate. He took a single step. The world fractured. Streets, cars, trees, everything stretched and folded like reflections in shattered glass. He wasn't running in the normal sense. Space itself bent to his will, pulling him forward as though reality had no say in the matter. The next heartbeat, he was standing in front of Kyle's neighborhood. He blinked, realizing he hadn't even moved. He'd simply arrived. That fast, huh? Sam muttered, almost laughing. I didn't even feel the wind. He let himself focus again. The house wasn't far. Another step. The world folded once more, silent and seamless. When the fabric of reality settled, he was standing directly outside Kyle's front door. No sweat, no effort, not even a trace of motion behind him. Just a faint ripple in the air, like the world was trying to catch up to what had just happened. Sam exhaled slowly. All right, guess I should knock before she thinks a ghost showed up. He raised his hand to the door and knocked. The door creaked open, and there she was, Kyle. Her hair was a little longer, tied back in a loose bun. She wore a casual shirt, comfortable jeans, and that same guarded expression he remembered, though it softened as soon as her eyes landed on him. Sam? He managed a small, almost sheepish smile. Hey, I'm back. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then Kyle stepped aside, opening the door wider. You'd better come in. Kyle's POV. The moment Sam stepped through the door, Kyle froze. Her eyes widened before she could stop herself. It was him. Same face, same quiet eyes, but everything else was wrong. Or maybe too right. Sam didn't just look older or healthier. He looked untouchable. His skin carried a faint luster, smooth and flawless like polished jade. His presence pressed against her senses, not loud or overbearing, but heavy, like the weight of mountains hidden behind a calm smile. Kyle's breath hitched. He's changed, that's impossible. He looks so perfect. Oh, God, this is going to be hard. For a second, she almost didn't believe it was her boss. The jacket and jeans didn't match the aura he gave off. You. She hesitated, the words sticking in her throat. You look different. Sam chuckled softly. Guess it's been a long trip. Kyle opened the fridge, grabbed 2 bottles of water, and tossed one across the room. Sam caught it easily. It was an awkward silence, not really. More like the kind that happens when 2 people haven't seen each other in a long time and don't know where to start. You fixed up the place, Sam said finally, referring to the repaired walls and neatly arranged shelves at his house. No more craters in the floor. Looks better than when I left it. Kyle's brow arched. Somebody had to. You left it looking like a war zone. Sam rubbed his neck sheepishly. Yeah, that was on me. Sorry about that. Kyle studied him a moment, then leaned back. How was New York? Sam leaned back, twisting the cap off his water. Busy, loud, like the city's allergic to silence. Kyle smirked faintly. That sounds about right. Yeah. He trailed off for a second, then looked at her, serious now. But it wasn't just about the city. I was working on something. Kyle raised an eyebrow. Working? Since when do you take vacations and call them work? Sam chuckled under his breath. Not that kind of work. Bigger. I've been laying the groundwork to start a company. The water bottle almost slipped from Kyle's hand. And what? A company, Sam repeated, calm, like it was the most natural thing in the world. Something real. Something that can change things, not just for us, but for everyone. Kyle blinked at him, completely blindsided. Wait, hold on. You went to New York for months? Come back looking like. She waved a hand vaguely at his flawless, impossible presence. That. And now you're telling me you're starting a company? Are you even listening to yourself? Sam smiled sheepishly. Yeah, it sounds crazy when you say it like that. But I've been planning this for a while. Sam leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and laced his fingers together. He took a slow breath. I need you to trust me for the next 5 minutes. What I'm going to tell you will sound insane. It is insane, but it's all true. After I'm done, you can decide what you want to do. The gravity in his voice silenced her. She simply nodded, her heart hammering against her ribs. I told you I had an ability, a power to enhance things. That was an understatement. He held up his hand, and a faint, shimmering light began to dance between his fingers, coalescing into a perfect, miniature galaxy that spun lazily above his palm. Kyle's breath caught in her throat. It lets me multiply the properties of any object. 100 times. 1,000. More. The galaxy dissolved. I started small. I multiplied some ginseng from the garden. It changed. It became something else. Something that rewrote my biology. He met her gaze, and for the first time, she saw a flicker of the awe he must have felt. Kyle, I ate it, and it gave me something called perfect holy body. Super strength, speed, healing. I was stronger than Captain America, faster than a jet. He paused, letting that sink in. Kyle could only stare, her mind reeling, trying to fit the image of a hero onto the man in front of her. But that was just the beginning. He continued, his voice dropping even lower. In New York, I got my hands on something else. A serum. I multiplied it. 100 times. Then, I came back here and I used the one thing I was too scared to use before. He gestured vaguely in the direction of his house. The first thing I ever multiplied. The one that started all. He fell silent for a long moment, his eyes looking through her, into a memory only he could see. Kyle prompted, her voice a whisper. He looked back at her, and his expression was utterly unreadable. And I'm not that person anymore. The one who was stronger than Captain America? That was a kitten compared to what I am now. He stood up. Telling you won't be enough. You have to see. But seeing it, it will change how you see everything. Forever. Do you still want to know? 1,000 warnings screamed in Kyle's head. This was madness. But looking into his eyes, she saw no deception, no madness, only a profound and lonely certainty. She nodded, her mouth dry. Okay, Sam said softly. Don't be afraid. I won't let anything happen to you. He offered her his hand. Hesitantly, she took it. His skin was warm, and a current of energy, calm and vast as an ocean, thrummed just beneath the surface. Then the world broke. It wasn't a blur. It was a shatter. The walls of her living room folded inward like paper, colors smearing into streaks of light and void. There was no sound, no wind, no sense of motion. It was a single, nauseating lurch of reality itself. And then it was over. Kyle gasped, stumbling. Sam's hand was the only thing holding her upright. The air was thin and cold. The silence was absolute, a heavy blanket smothering all sound. She looked down. Beneath her feet was a gray, dusty surface, pockmarked with countless craters. Curving away from her was a stark, breathtaking horizon against the utter blackness of space. And hanging in that blackness, vast and beautiful and fragile, was a marble of blue and white. Earth. She was standing on the moon. Her legs gave out. Sam eased her down gently onto the lunar regolith. She couldn't scream. She could barely breathe. She just stared, her mind completely, utterly short-circuited by the impossible reality of it. Sam knelt in front of her, blocking her view of the earth, his face filled with a concern that seemed absurdly human given their location. Breathe, Kyle, his voice said, clear as day in a vacuum. Just breathe. She dragged a ragged, thin gasp into her lungs. She pointed a trembling finger at the planet behind him, then at him, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror and awe. I know, he said, his voice impossibly gentle. I know. This is what I am now. This is what I've been trying to tell you. I didn't just start a company, Kyle. I outgrew the planet. He let her sit there for what felt like an eternity, just letting the reality of it sink in. The infinite black sky, the brilliant, silent earth, the dust on her jeans. Finally, she found her voice a hoarse, broken thing. Ow! The jinn sang. The final step. My speed isn't speed anymore. It's willing myself somewhere. Space is just a suggestion to me now. He looked back at Earth, a faint sadness in his eyes. I could be there, or in the heart of a star, or in another galaxy, just as easily. This is a short walk. Kyle followed his gaze, looking at the world she lived on her entire life. It looked so small, so fragile, and the man beside her had just carried her here like it was a trip to the grocery store. All the questions about companies and serums and guns vanished, burned away by the cosmic vista. The only question that remained was the biggest one of all. She turned to him, her eyes finally clearing, the shock giving way to a dazed, staggering comprehension. Sam, she whispered. What are you going to do? Sam didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed locked on Earth, as if he was searching for words somewhere in the swirls of ocean and cloud. For the first time since this began, he looked less like a god and more like a man, hesitant, uncertain. I don't know, he admitted quietly. Part of me wants to stay hidden, to keep multiplying things until nothing in the universe could touch me. Another part, he exhaled, slow and heavy. Another part wants to use this, to build something, to make sure no one on that planet ever feels powerless again. Kyle swallowed, her throat dry in the thin air. But, Sam, people are going to notice. If you can do this, she gestured helplessly to the black infinity above them. There's no way you can keep it a secret forever. His lips curved into a faint, humorless smile. Secrets don't last. Not at this level. The question isn't whether they'll find out. It's what I'll be when they do. A protector? A monster? Or just something they'll never understand? Kyle stared at him, her mind reeling. He doesn't even know what he is anymore. He reached out and took her hand again, his touch grounding her against the alien emptiness around them. But that's why I needed to show you. If anyone's going to remind me I'm still human, it's you. Kyle blinked at him, her chest tight. Her fear didn't vanish, but something else crept in to join it. An ache, sharp and complicated. Sam stood, looking down at her, his figure framed by the endless curve of Earthlight. He looked impossibly far away and heartbreakingly close all at once, like an immortal who had stumbled into the body of the boy she used to know. "Kyle," he said at last, his voice low but steady. "I don't know where this path ends, but whatever happens next, I don't want to walk it alone." Sam Jackson, SJ, System Status Report. Name: Sam Jackson, SJ. Race: Human. Evolved: Transcendent Holy Body. Resonated with Primordial Chaos Ginseng. State: Embodiment of Primal Creation Human Veil. Active: Suppresses all divine aura. Appears as a normal human to all forms of detection. Core physiology and abilities. 1. Transcendent Holy Body. Perfected. Strength: Infinity, limitless growth without ceiling. Capable of lifting mountains and beyond with ease. Speed: Omniversal Warp. Transcends and bypasses space-time barriers at will. Motion is not movement, but the folding of reality itself. Durability: Irrelevant. The concept of damage cannot be applied to his form. Immune to all physical, energy, and conceptual attacks. Stamina: Infinity. Existence sustains itself indefinitely. Requires no sustenance, sleep, or oxygen. Regeneration: Conceptual. Instantly erases damage from reality itself. Effective even against cellular annihilation or existence erasure. Vitality: Eternal primordial. His body will persist until the end and rebirth of all universes. Cells no longer decay. 2. Absolute regeneration. Instant, automatic recovery from any and all forms of harm. 3. Adaptive evolution. Automatically adjusts his biology in real time to neutralize any threat, hazard, or attack, e.g., toxins, diseases, radiation, extreme environments, magic. 4. Soul-body fusion. His soul and physical form are a single, indivisible unit. He is completely immune to psychic extraction, soul manipulation, astral projection, or mental attacks. 5. Genetic limit breaker. His potential for growth is infinite. Stats can evolve endlessly without any ceiling. 6. Transcendent aura. His mere presence instills instinctual fear, awe, or overwhelming pressure in lesser beings. This is typically suppressed by the human veil. 7. Energy reserves. Limitless. His body generates a self-sustaining internal energy source, making external sources unnecessary. 8. Natural energy absorption and manipulation. Can sense, draw in, and utilize the natural energy or cosmic energy of the universe. He has learned basic techniques from the Energy Infusion PDF, including energy sensing. Can see and feel energy as blue dots. Purification. Can channel energy to cleanse impurities from food, drink, or even living tissue. Accelerated healing. Weapons and artifacts. 1. Oblivion Monarch. Personal sidearm bound. Status: Permanently bound to his soul and stored within his body. Invisible and undetectable when not in use. Description: A semi-automatic pistol transformed into a universal Cataclysm class relic. Abilities: Void bullets. Fires rounds condensed from antimatter and dark energy. A single shot can pierce planetary cores or erase entire battleship fleets. Endless ammunition. Draws ammunition directly from dark matter fields across the universe. The stronger the enemy, the more power it generates. Recoil erasure. 100% accuracy with zero recoil, even for a novice. Reality override rounds. Bullets can erase immortality, cancel regeneration, and collapse dimensional barriers. Final Judgment. Can condense 100 shots into one Oblivion round, a miniature collapsing universe that can consume everything in a solar system. Protection. generates an indestructible barrier around the user when manifested. Sentience follows mental commands. 2. Stellar Serpent, gifted to Kyle. Status, bloodbound to Kyle. SJ can likely revoke access or track it if needed. Description, Kyle's Beretta 70, strengthened 50x. Abilities, photon rounds. Bullets transform into miniature plasma comets capable of melting starship hulls. Void-piercing shots, ignores shields, barriers, and phases through dimensional distortions. Endless ammunition, draws power from ambient cosmic radiation. Recoil nullification, perfect stability and accuracy. Singularity burst, condenses 50 shots into one black hole bullet that erases targets on a molecular and spiritual level. AI targeting system, predicts enemy movements 3 seconds in advance. User-linked, ceases to exist if Kyle dies. Assets. 1. Ether Link, strengthened smartphone. Status, in his possession. Description, his old phone strengthened 100x into a cosmic-level tool. Abilities, quantum communication, instant messaging across dimensions, bypassing all barriers. Holo interface, full 3D holographic. Display and interaction. AI combat companion. Integrated AI that predicts opponents, hacks systems, and controls electronics. Reality scanner. Detects hidden enemies, traps, illusions, and energy signatures in a 50-mile radius. Nano Defense Matrix. Generates a personal shield capable of blocking powerful attacks. Self-replication. Creates temporary backup copies of itself. Energy manipulation. Converts ambient energy to power itself or fire energy blasts. Multiverse dialer. Can locate and call alternate universe versions of people. Adaptive learning. Grows smarter with use, eventually surpassing human intellect. 2. Corporate assets. Atlas Biotech Solutions. Status, fully acquired and operational. Assets, office floor in Manhattan, warehouse facility in Queens, valuable biotech patents and licenses. Current project, hypercell battery prototype, 50x energy density of best current tech. Personnel, team of scientists, engineers, and a project manager, Doctors Lee, Patel, Reynolds, Manager Clara. 3. Biological samples. Primordial chaos ginseng, fully consumed. Its power is fully integrated into his being. Genesis serum vial, consumed. Its power is fully integrated into his being. 4. Financial assets. Liquid cash, $700,000, subject to change after company acquisitions and expenses. Value of Atlas Biotech, valued in the millions, including assets and intellectual property potential. The silence of the moon was a physical weight. Kyle could feel it pressing against her eardrums, a profound absence that was louder than any sound. She stared at the earth, a brilliant sapphire and pearl suspended in the infinite black. It was the most beautiful and terrifying thing she had ever seen. Her mind, scrambling for purchase, latched onto a bizarrely mundane detail. My lungs should be boiling. My blood should be... I should be dead. Her voice was a thin, reedy thing, alien in the vacuum. Yet Sam heard it perfectly. He held up his hand, and between his fingertips, a tiny, shimmering spark of golden energy flickered into existence. It was a minuscule star, humming with potential. My body makes energy, an endless amount of it, he explained, his voice gentle, pedagogical. More than 1,000 suns. I don't just use it to punch things. I can shape it, command it. He gestured to the space immediately around her. Right now, a fraction of my focus is on you. A tiny, tiny stream of that energy is flowing around you. It's listening to me. I told it to be a barrier. I told it to pull oxygen and nitrogen from the quantum foam and hold it in a stable matrix right in front of your face. I told it to keep you warm, to maintain the pressure your body expects. The tiny star of energy in his hand shifted, morphing into a perfect, miniature simulation of Kyle, surrounded by a shimmering golden aura. The energy isn't just protecting you. For all intents and purposes within that space, It is a pocket of Earth's atmosphere. Because I willed it to be. He said it so simply. A very small part of me. The statement was more staggering than the view. The power required to create a personalized life support bubble on the surface of the moon was, to him, a trivial effort. Kyle hugged her knees to her chest, the coarse regolith gritty under her palms. The initial shock was receding, replaced by a deep, trembling awe. So, the company, Atlas Biotech, she began, her thoughts slowly reorganizing, is a tool, Sam finished, understanding her train of thought. It's a way to interact with the world without breaking it. I can't just will a better battery into existence in everyone's phone. It would cause chaos, panic. But if a company invents it, if scientists discover it, the world can accept that. It can adapt. He sat down next to her. He copied her posture, trying to look smaller. Human. The guns, the ginseng, the serum, all of it was practice. Steps. But now I'm at the top, and he went quiet for a moment. I need something to keep me grounded. I need people, or else I'll just drift off and forget what real life feels like. He looked at her. His eyes were serious. I need you to be one of those people. Not my secretary, my partner. Someone who'll tell me when I'm being stupid, dangerous, or not human anymore. The old man, she said softly. He's next, Sam nodded. But you already knew something was different. You're sharp. You saw through my bad, lying from the start. Telling you first was the right choice. A sudden, hysterical laugh bubbled up in Kyle's throat. You brought me to the moon because I'm good at calling you on your bullshit? Sam's smile widened into a genuine grin. Basically, yeah, it's a very valuable skill. The laugh escaped, sounding unhinged and wonderful in the eternal silence. It broke the last of the tension. She was on the moon, having a business meeting with a near-omnipotent being about his personal development issues. It was the most absurd thing imaginable. Okay, she said. The word exhaled on a breath she didn't know she was holding. Okay, partner. The title felt huge. What's the first order of business, partner? Sam's grin turned mischievous. Well, first, we should probably go back. I don't think your neighbors would believe you if you told them where you've been. Probably not, Kyle agreed dryly. And second, Sam stood up and offered his hand again. This time, Kyle took it without hesitation. We need to have a much weirder conversation with the old man. The world shattered and folded again. The gray, dusty plane vanished, replaced in a heartbeat by the warm, yellow light and familiar scent of Kyle's living room. The sudden return of gravity, sound, and air was almost as disorienting as leaving it. Kyle stumbled, her legs still expecting lunar gravity. Sam steadied her, his grip firm and reassuringly normal. She looked around her apartment. The sofa, the coffee table, the half-empty water bottles. She took a deep, shuddering breath of terrestrial air. The old man, she said, her voice firming up with newfound resolve. How are we going to tell him? We can't just pop him to the moon. His heart might actually give out. Sam's expression turned thoughtful. No, you're right. We need a gentler approach. Maybe a demonstration he can understand. Something that doesn't break his reality, just bends it a little. He walked over to her fruit bowl and picked out a fresh, green apple. He held it up. Think this will be enough? The familiar, comforting smell of roasted tea leaves and simmering eggs hit Sam the moment he and Kyle stepped through the door of the old shop. It was a scent that spelled home in a way his luxurious New York hotel suite never could. The bell above the door jingled its same, slightly off-key chime. Behind the counter, his father, the man everyone just called Old Man Jackson, looked up from polishing a glass. His face, a roadmap of smile lines and sun-weathered skin, broke into a wide, genuine grin. Sam, meu filho, he boomed, his voice still strong and warm despite his years. He set the glass down and came out from behind the counter, arms open. You didn't tell me you were coming back. Kyle, it is good to see you too. You keeping this one out of trouble. He pulled Sam into a firm, back-thumping hug. Sam returned it, careful, so careful, to mimic a normal human strength. It felt like hugging a soap bubble. He was acutely aware of the fragile life in his arms. Trying, senor, Kyle said with a smile that was only slightly strained. It's a full-time job. The old man released Sam and held him at arm's length, his keen eyes scanning his son's face. The grin faltered just for a second, replaced by a look of deep, paternal curiosity. You look good, Sam. Really good. Did you finally start using that expensive moisturizer Kyle bought you? He teased, but his eyes were searching. He saw it too. The impossible perfection, the unnatural vitality thrumming under the surface. Something like that pie, Sam said, his voice soft. We need to talk. Can we close up for a bit? The old man's eyebrows shot up. Close? Now? It is almost lunch. The regulars will come. He studied Sam's serious expression, then Kyle's supportive nod. His playful demeanor melted into one of concern. Est tout bien? Is everything okay? Everything is more than okay, Sam said. It's just a big conversation. A private one. Without another word, his father nodded, moving with a practiced ease to flip the sign on the door from Aberto to Fachado and draw the blinds. The shop was plunged into a warm, dim quiet, filled only with the gentle hum of the refrigeration unit. He led them to the small, worn table in the back where they'd shared countless meals. So, he said, sitting down and folding his hands on the table, you are rich? You win a lottery? You finally decide to make me a grandfather. He winked at Kyle, who blushed furiously. Sam laughed, a real, unforced sound that eased the tension in the room. No, Pi, not the lottery, and not that. Yet, he took a deep breath. Do you remember the ginseng you made me plant? In the garden? Sim, of course. Good for vitality. For, the old man made a vague gesture that encompassed male stamina. Well, Sam said, pulling the perfectly green apple from his jacket pocket and setting it on the table between them. It worked. A little too well. His father looked at the apple, then back at Sam, confused. Watch the apple pie, Sam said gently. He placed a single finger on the fruit skin. He didn't strain. He didn't glow. He just focused. The apple began to change. Its green skin deepened into a lustrous, impossible emerald hue, becoming perfectly smooth and shimmering as if lit from within. The stem thickened, turning a vibrant, living brown. A sweet, intense aroma, like an entire orchard condensed into a single fruit, filled the small room, overpowering the scent of tea and eggs. It looked less like food and more like a jewel carved by a master artisan. The old man's jaw went slack. He leaned forward, his eyes wide. Meu Deus, what kind of trick is this? It's not a trick, Kyle said softly from beside Sam. It's real, senor. Sam picked up the apple. It felt denser, heavier with potential. The ginseng I grew. I have an ability, Pi. I can make things better. I multiplied that ginseng, and then I ate it. It changed me. He held the apple out to his father. This is just an apple. I made a little better. A 30 times better apple. Here, taste it. Hesitantly, his father took it. His work-roughened fingers traced the flawless skin. He brought it to his nose and inhaled, his eyes closing at the incredible scent. Then, with a shrug that said, my son has finally lost his mind, but I will humor him, he took a bite. The crunch was audible. He chewed once, twice. Then his eyes flew open. A sound escaped him, a muffled groan of pure, unadulterated pleasure. His entire body seemed to relax. The slight, perpetual stoop in his shoulders straightened a fraction. The tired lines around his eyes softened. He looked down at the apple in his hand, as if it were the Holy Grail. Okay, what is this? He whispered, his voice full of awe. It tastes like being young again. That's the idea, Sam said, his heart swelling with relief. His father wasn't terrified. He was amazed. That's a tiny, tiny piece of what I can do. The ginseng I ate, it didn't just make me strong or fast, Pi. He chose his next words with immense care. It made it so I can't get sick or hurt. It made me so that I will always be here to look after you. The old man stared at the apple, then at his son. He saw the unshakable certainty in Sam's eyes. He saw Kyle's supportive nod. He looked back at the miraculous fruit in his hand, the proof resting tangible and sweet on his tongue. Tears welled in the old man's eyes, but they were tears of joy and relief. He reached out a trembling hand and placed it over Sam's. "All the father ever wants," he said, his voice thick with emotion, "is to know his son is safe, that he is strong, that he will be okay after you are gone." He squeezed Sam's hand. "You have given me that peace. You are more than okay." He took another bite of the apple, shaking his head in wonder. "So, you're a superhero now? Like Captain America? You have a costume?" Sam burst out laughing, the sound echoing in the small shop. "No, Pi. No costume. I'm just your son, with a few upgrades." He leaned forward. "And I want to upgrade things for you, too. To keep you safe. To keep you healthy. For a long, long time." The old man's eyes, still glistening, twinkled with their familiar mischief. "Does this mean I do not have to eat my vegetables anymore?" Sam smiled, the cosmic weight on his shoulders feeling lighter than it had in weeks. "No, Pi. It just means your vegetables are going to get a lot more interesting." 2 weeks. The words echoed in Sam's mind as he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his new office. 2 weeks until a demigod opened a portal over New York and rained down an alien army. 2 weeks until the Avengers assembled for the first time. 2 weeks until the world learned that it was not alone and that the universe was a very, very dangerous place. From his height, New York looked peaceful. Toy cars navigated gridlocked streets, and tiny people scurried about their lives, blissfully unaware of the Chitauri horde waiting in the void. The calm before the storm was a cliché for a reason. It was palpable. The office behind him was no longer the dusty shell he'd acquired. It was the nerve center of Atlas Biotech. Etherlink had seamlessly integrated with the building's systems, creating a network so secure that not even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best could have pinged it. Holographic displays, visible only to him, floated in the air, showing real-time data from the R&D lab 1 floor below. The Hypercell project had exploded. In a mere 2 months, his team, guided by the failed research he'd provided, had not only stabilized the prototype but were already drafting plans for a pilot production line. The numbers were staggering. They were sitting on an energy revolution, and the scientific community was starting to buzz with rumors of a disruptive startup. A soft chime echoed in the room, not from the door, but from the air itself. "Dr. Connors is requesting entry," Etherlink's calm, digital voice stated. "Let him in," Sam said, not turning from the window. The door hissed open. Kurt Connors walked in, his step lighter than it had been in years. The perpetual grimace of frustration was gone, replaced by a focused energy. In his hand was a tablet glowing with complex genetic sequences. "Sam," Connors said, his voice brimming with excitement he barely contained. "The stabilization metrics on the revised formula are, it's perfect. Beyond perfect. We've run it through every simulation, every predictive model. There's zero degeneration, zero reptilian feedback." He shook his head in awe. "It's everything I ever dreamed of." Sam finally turned, offering a small smile. "That's excellent news, Kurt. Your work is changing the world." "Our work," Connors corrected him. Though his eyes held a debt he knew he could never repay. "The board at Oscorp is getting suspicious. They've noticed my lack of progress on their doomed projects. They're asking questions about where my attention is going." "Let them ask," Sam said, his voice mild. "Your contract with Atlas is ironclad, and our patents are already being filed. They have no legal footing." He walked over to his desk, where a simple ceramic cup held his tea. "Besides, soon they'll have much bigger things to worry about." Connors caught the odd inflection in his voice. "What do you mean?" Sam paused, considering how much to reveal. "The world is about to get a lot stranger, Kurt. Keep your head down. Focus on the work. Our time is coming very soon." Before Connors could press, another chime sounded. "Incoming secure communication from Ms. Kyle," Etherlink announced. "Priority flag. Curious." Sam's smile became more genuine. "Put her through." Kyle's face materialized in a holographic screen to his right. She was in the Brazil office, her hair tied back, looking every bit the efficient executive. Behind her, Sam could see the old man moving boxes in the background, refusing to be retired. "Just got the production forecast from Clara," Kyle said, skipping any greeting. "She's talking about needing a new warehouse already. Are these numbers real? This can't be right." "They're real," Sam confirmed. Tell her to secure the space. Money is no object. Kyle whistled softly. You know, for a guy who used to worry about the price of eggs, you've gotten pretty casual about buying industrial real estate. Her eyes narrowed playfully. You're not printing money with that power of yours, are you? Only legally, Sam deadpanned. How's the old man? Driving me insane, Kyle said, but her fondness was clear. He's testing the new batch of strengthened tea leaves. I think he's just figured out it makes him feel 20 years younger. He's rearranging the entire storage room by himself. Let him, Sam chuckled. It's good for him. His tone softened. How are you? The question hung in the air. It wasn't about business. It was about the moon, the cosmic truth, the weight of the anchor. Kyle's flippant expression softened. She understood. I'm adjusting. It's a lot to get used to, but I'm good. We're good. She glanced off screen. I should go before he tries to lift a pallet of rice with his bare hands again. Don't do anything stupid, Sam. Wouldn't dream of it, he said. The call ended. The hologram winked out, leaving Sam alone with Connors once more. She seems formidable, Connors observed. She's the reason this company hasn't collapsed under the weight of my ideas, Sam said simply. He looked back out the window, the 2-week deadline pressing on his mind. He had a company. He had a revolutionary battery. He had a perfected super soldier serum waiting in the wings. He had allies. The buzz around Atlas Biotech was a faint, high-frequency hum in the underworld of corporate and government intelligence. It hadn't yet hit the mainstream news, but for those with the right ears to the ground, the signal was clear. Something new was emerging in New York. SHIELD, the Triskelion. Maria Hill stood before the massive holodeble at the heart of the Triskelion's command center. Data streams flowed around a rotating 3D model of the Atlas Biotech Solutions headquarters. Atlas Biotech Solutions, she said crisply, her tone all business. Acquired 2 months ago from a dormant shell corporation. CEO is one Sam Jackson, a naturalized Brazilian citizen with no prior business history, beyond running a chain of fried rice shops in Curitiba. Nick Fury stood with his arms crossed, silent for a beat. His single eye wasn't on the model, but on the financials scrolling beside it. Fried rice to cutting-edge energy research, Fury muttered. That's one hell of a career change. Where's the funding coming from? Hill zoomed in on the figures. That's the first anomaly. The acquisition was cash, wired from a Banco do Brasil account in his name. The balance before the transfer was ordinary. Thousands, not millions. There's no record of a loan, no investors, no venture capital. She hesitated before adding, the money came from the profit he made off his first business. Fury's eye narrowed. Go on. The second anomaly is the pace. Their lead project, codenamed Hypercell, is an energy storage device. According to our embedded analysis of their patent drafts, the energy density is theoretically impossible. She pulled up a comparison hologram. The compact Hypercell prototype beside Stark's arc reactor. By storage efficiency standards, Stark's tech looks like a coal furnace. And Atlas Biotech went from concept to working prototype in under 10 weeks. Impossible without a foundation, Fury said. They're building off somebody else's work. Hammer. His voice carried skepticism. Justin Hammer is stupid, but not that stupid. Hill shook her head. We've found no links to Hammer Industries, Roxxon, or any other competitor. She switched the display to a satellite image, zoomed in on Sam Jackson entering the Atlas building. His features were clear and yet strangely indistinct. The third anomaly is the CEO himself. He's a ghost. No digital footprint. No social media. Few public photos. And in every one, his features are difficult to focus on. Our facial recognition software can't get a firm lock. Low probability matches across the board. Fury finally looked at the image. His expression hardened. A nobody with impossible money, impossible tech, and an impossible face. He exhaled slowly. I don't believe in coincidences, Hill. Assessment. Hill asked. He's either an asset we don't know about, a threat we can't see yet, or the luckiest idiot on the planet. Fury turned away from the display. For now, level 3 surveillance. I want eyes on that building, taps on his non-existent comms, and a full deep dive on every scientist he's hired. and get Carlson to pay him a visit before the party starts. A faint smirk tugged at his mouth. Friendly welcome to the neighborhood. Understood, Hill said, fingers already flying across the holodable's interface. Oscorp Tower, Executive Suite. The sharp crack of paper against mahogany broke the silence. Norman Osborne slammed the financial report down, his voice laced with venom. Atlas Biotech, he growled. A nobody company with a nobody CEO. And they're on the verge of making our entire energy division obsolete. Dr. Strom, head of R&D, shifted uncomfortably. The rumors, sir, they're energy density metrics, if they're even half true. I don't pay you for rumors, Strom. Osborne snapped, pushing out his chair. He paced before the massive window, the city skyline stretching behind him, his own reflection glowering back like a specter. I pay you for results. Results which have been in short supply, especially from Connors. His voice dropped to a hiss. His progress has stalled. He's distracted, unfocused, and now this startup comes out of nowhere with a miracle battery. Osborne stopped pacing. The anger drained, replaced with cold calculation. His gaze sharpened, predatory. Connors is hiding something, or someone else is backing him. I want his lab swept, every terminal, every log, every sample. Nothing leaves Oscorp without me knowing. He leaned forward on the desk, knuckles pressing into the polished wood. I want a dossier on this Sam Jackson. Everyone has a price. Everyone has a weakness. Find his. Osborne turned back to the skyline, the city lights glittering like prey. His lips curled into a thin smile. If Atlas has a breakthrough, Oscorp will own it, one way or another. Hydra, Washington, D.C. The office was immaculate. Floor-to-ceiling windows let the city's glow spill across polished mahogany. A World Security Council seal hung behind the desk, flanked by flags. Alexander Pierce sat with the calm poise of a statesman, fingers steepled as the tablet in front of him replayed the same footage Nick Fury had just seen. Hypercell, Atlas Biotech. Sam. Across from him, Jasper Sitwell stood at attention, silent but tense. Pierce's lips curved into the faintest smile. Impressive work. Fury thinks he's stumbled onto a mystery. He hasn't realized yet that he's holding Hydra's next weapon. Sitwell shifted. Sir, if Atlas continues unchecked, it could upset our plans. Pierce finished smoothly, leaning back in his chair. No, it will accelerate them. Imagine what Project Insight would look like with Atlas Tech integrated. Imagine Hydra with Hypercell. He let the silence stretch, the city lights flickering against his glasses. Keep monitoring. Don't move too quickly. Fury must believe he's still in control. His voice dipped colder now. And when the time comes, Atlas Biotech will belong to Hydra. Pierce tapped the tablet off, leaving the room in darkness save for the faint reflection of his satisfied smile in the glass. The meeting with Dr. Connors had ended, leaving Sam alone in his office once more. The holographic displays still glowed softly, charts and data streams, painting a picture of a company on the brink of revolutionizing the world. But Sam's mind was no longer on energy density or corporate rivals. His thoughts were on Kyle, safe now, armed with a weapon of her own. His father's shop, his own life in Brazil, and Atlas Biotech, that, more than anything, will be the first target. Hydra, Oscorp, predators would circle like vultures once the invasion began. They wouldn't just come for him. They would come for his company, for the scientists who worked here, for the innovations that threatened to reshape the balance of power. He leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, eyes hard. They won't get the chance. Etherlink, he said, his voice cut clean through the quiet hum of the office. Scan all global architectural and materials databases. Find the strongest, most resilient building material currently known to man. Focus on composites, experimental alloys, anything designed for extreme pressure or energy resistance. The AI obeyed in silence. A moment later, dozens of molecular structures hovered in the air, graphene, nanotubes, exotic composites. One glowed with a faint highlight. Material, carbonium carbonate composite. Developer, Rand Corporation, dormant project. Properties, Tensile strength projected at 50x diamond. Designed for orbital platforms and abyssal habitation. Status: prototype synthesis failed due to instability. Shelved. Sam's lips curled. A failed prototype. Perfect. Location: a schematic appeared. New Jersey, high-security storage, cryo vault, lot 42, aisle 9. Reality folded with a thought. The chill of the warehouse hit him instantly. Dust, silence, forgotten projects locked in endless sleep. His eyes locked onto the cryo unit labeled 7C. He touched the lock, willed it to open. The mechanism sighed and yielded. Inside, resting on inert gel, was a dull, blackish-gray brick. Small, unremarkable, forgotten. Sam placed his palm on it. Cold, dead. This will do. The world folded again, and he was back in his office. The block sat on his desk like a paperweight. He closed his eyes, both hands pressed to the inert surface. Not just strength, purpose. Not just material, concept, system. Strengthen this material 100 times. Maximize defensive properties. Define its purpose, absolute protection. Make it impervious to all harm. Physical, energy, dimensional, conceptual. Make it a perfect, undying shield. Silence. Then change. The brick began to devour the light. Not glowing, but erasing illumination around it. A pocket of absence. Then, at saturation, the effect inverted. A deep blue radiance pulsed outward. Silver fractals etched themselves across its surface, living circuitry that shifted and danced. The block was gone. In its place was something alive. Something eternal. The system's tone was solemn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have strengthened a failed carbonium carbonite prototype 100x. You have obtained the Aegis Core. Note, the Aegis Core is not a material, but a manifested concept of protection. It generates a passive, spherical barrier within a user-defined radius, current max radius, 5 kilometers. Barrier properties: absolute immunity, cannot be breached by force, energy, magic, or dimensional incursion. Conceptual filtering, filters based on owner's will. Air, light, comms may pass. Weapons, toxins, intruders cannot. Reality anchor, interior immune to warping, time distortions, or spatial interference. Infinite operation, draws power from vacuum energy. No maintenance required. Command link, directly slave to the owner's will. Sam opened his eyes. The core hummed faintly in his grasp, warm with promise. A single thought carried him to the rooftop of Atlas Biotech headquarters. The night spread around him, the city glittering below. He held the core above the building. Anchor here, he commanded silently. Protect everything within these walls. The core pulsed once, a blue wave rippling outward faster than sight. To bystanders, nothing changed. The wind still blew. Lights still flickered in the city. But Sam felt it. An unbreakable dome, now encased Atlas Biotech. A fortress invisible, untouchable. He looked down at the glowing building, alive with the work of his people. Scientists who thought they were just building the future. Workers who had no idea how dangerous that future made them. Let Hydra come. Let AIM crawl out of the shadows. Let Osborne scheme. His company, his vision, would stand unbroken 2 weeks. The calm held, thin and fragile, over the city that never slept. For Sam, the days blurred in corporate meetings and silent preparations. The hypercell prototype was finalized, patents filed in record time. Dr. Connors worked with quiet intensity, securing the perfected lizard serum, now stabilized and renamed the Genesis serum, in a vault only Sam could access. Kyle managed the empire from Brazil, her voice steady over encrypted calls. The old man remained blissfully unaware, his life still defined by tea, warmth, and the price of eggs, never knowing the cosmic clock ticking down around him. Now the 2 weeks were up. Sam stood at his office window, eyes turned skyward. The sky was cloudless blue, a beautiful day for an invasion. It began not with a sound, but a feeling, a pressure shift, a wrongness in the air. Sam felt it like a nail dragged across his soul. He looked upward, piercing the atmosphere with his vision. There, a ripple above Stark Tower, a drop of ink in water. Then, a beam of blue energy lanced skyward from the tower's pinnacle, striking something unseen. The ripple tore open, widening into a jagged wound in the sky. The portal yawned, a vortex of impossible physics. From its depths, cold alien darkness stared back. And then they came. The first Leviathan breached the portal, a skyscraper-sized worm of silver armor and exposed muscle, roaring as it descended. Behind it swarmed chariots, sleek craft piloted by Chitauri soldiers firing plasma bolts wildly. The storm had broken. Sirens howled. Explosions cracked in the distance. Energy weapons shrieked. Sam watched panic ripple through the city. People scattering like ants, buses overturned, cars crashing, a chariot strafing a crowd with merciless fire. New York was a war zone. Lightning split the sky as a red-caped figure descended. Thor. His silver armor crackled with electricity, Mjolnir raised high. Storm clouds swirled to his call, thunder booming as lightning struck his hammer in rapid succession. With a roar, he hurled himself towards Stark Tower, a living storm. Elsewhere, red and gold streaked through the chaos. Iron Man zipped between chariots, repulsors blasting, mini-missiles flaring from his armor's shoulders. Explosions rippled across the skyline. A Quinjet swooped in to support him, guns blazing, but a plasma bolt clipped its wing, sending it spiraling into the streets. The invasion had begun. High above it all, Loki watched from Stark Tower's upper floors. His green eyes glinted with delight, a sick grin stretching across his face. Dressed in emerald and gold, horned helm catching the sunlight, he admired the chaos like a painter admiring his masterpiece. His scepter glowed ominously in hand. Mortals, pathetic creatures, he mused. They scatter like bugs before the flame. Brother, what do you see in them? He chuckled, watching Thor carve through the Chitauri. Ever the sentimental fool, Loki murmured, turning inside. Let him come. The real game begins now. For Loki, this was never cruelty. It was fun, a family matter, a brotherly quarrel scaled to cosmic destruction. If he could not rule Asgard, then he would claim Thor's favorite toy, Earth. The floor shook as Thor crashed into the chamber, lightning sparking around him. Lights burst in showers of sparks. Clap, clap, clap. Bravo, brother, Loki drawled. Very heroic. Love what I've done with the place. Thor glared, his grip tight on Mjolnir. This madness will lead to war, Loki. Turn off the Tesseract. Call off the Chitauri. Or what? You'll kill me. Loki smirked. Please. You played that game before. There will be no peace. My ascension begins here. Do not test me. Thor's voice thundered. You are being used, brother. These Chitauri serve one master, and he will discard you as he has discarded others. Come home. End this war. But Loki only laughed. I use him, not the other way around. His army is mine. His power mine. This world will fall, and my kingdom will rise. Thor's jaw hardened. Then you leave me no choice. Lightning arced around him, Mjolnir raised high. But before the hammer could fall, a hand shimmered into being beside him. Fingers touched his face, and Thor was pulled into a kiss. His eyes widened in shock. Recognition flared. Amora, he whispered. The enchantress smiled against his lips, green energy spilling into him. Her long golden hair shimmered, her emerald eyes glowing as magic bound his will. She drew away with a breathless sigh as Thor's expression dulled, his blue eyes fading into green. Rest now, my love, she whispered into his mind. Be mine. Burn this world with me. Thor stood frozen, ensnared. Loki passed Amora with hardly a glance. She bowed low. Power was always yours, brother, Loki sneered. But wisdom and magic were mine. Now, all your power is mine as well. Kneel. Runes flared. The scepter's jewel glowed bright against Thor's chest. Thor shuddered and sank to one knee. Loki smiled, satisfied. It is done. Take him, Amora. Together, you will break the green beast and send your executioner to keep our guests entertained. The city streets were chaos incarnate. Cars overturned, buildings cracked, civilians screamed. Leviathans slithered through skyscrapers, flanks opening to unleash waves of Chitauri foot soldiers. Hover chariots swooped low, plasma fire cutting through steel and flesh alike. At the Quinjet crash site, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and Captain America held the line. Hawkeye's trick arrows burst through squads. Natasha's pistols barked with lethal precision, and Cap's shield ricocheted between targets with impossible speed. Together they formed a deadly circle, cutting down anything that dared to land. The swarm faltered, then scattered, because Iron Man arrived, trailing a Leviathan behind him. Guys," Tony's voice crackled over comms. "I'm bringing the party to you." Natasha's eyes widened. "I don't see how that's a party." "Banner's on his way," Hawkeye said, forcing confidence. A roar answered him. The Hulk launched himself from a skyscraper, colliding with the Leviathan's skull. His punch cracked the city, folding the beast into the street. With a second blow, he shattered it. Iron Man finished it with a missile barrage, splitting the creature in two. For a moment, the battlefield went still. Then the Chitauri roared in unison, enraged. Elsewhere, the X-Men fought their own battle. Storm hovered above the city, silver hair whipping in the winds, lightning lashing down from her hands. Beside her, Bobby Drake carved icy slides through the air, freezing Chitauri in blocks of ice and raising barriers for civilians. Cyclops' optic blast cut through soldiers with concussive force, while Jean Grey hurled debris and cars with telekinesis, shielding civilians. Kitty phased civilians through barriers to safety, her voice tight with awe. "Aliens. Real aliens. This is insane. They're being controlled," Jean gasped, straining. "It's like a hive mind, too loud to pick apart. The source is that portal." "Creepy," Kitty muttered. Before they could regroup, the ice pillars holding a Leviathan shattered. The beast tumbled toward the ground. Cyclops blasted falling debris. Storm whipped up tornadoes. Jean shielded the team. Bobby froze the beast to slow its fall. When the dust cleared, a roar shook the street. The Leviathan's carcass burst apart, and Hulk emerged, bloodied and furious. "Robots!" he bellowed. The X-Men froze. "Don't move," Jean warned. "He's focused on the aliens." Before anyone could answer, a blur of lightning struck Hulk, knocking him through a building. Two figures stepped from a shimmering tear in space. Amora, in green armor, vanished after the storm's trail. The other remained, a bald, tattooed giant in black armor, wielding a massive rune-etched axe. "Take care of immortals," Amora ordered smoothly. "I will tend to the beast." She was gone in a flash of green light. The executioner leapt down, axe in hand. Scott narrowed his eyes. "Jean, we can fight him," she said firmly. Bobby launched the first attack, ice blasting across the street. The executioner met him midair, swatting him aside with brutal force. Cyclops' optic blast staggered him back, only for the Asgardian to absorb Storm's lightning into his axe until it glowed with red-blue energy. The executioner raised the weapon high, voice rumbling with satisfaction. "Good. He brought it down." Boom. The street exploded in shockwaves of fire and lightning. The street split apart where the executioner's axe had fallen. Asphalt smoked, storefronts crumbled, and cars lay scattered like children's toys. The bald giant straightened from the crater he had carved, runes burning along the haft of his weapon. His eyes glowed faintly red as he scanned the X-Men with cold indifference. "You are not Asgardian," he rumbled, his voice carrying above the distant roars of Leviathans. "But you stand. Good. It will be more satisfying to break you." Scott Summers clenched his jaw, brushing brick dust from his visor. "X-Men, form up." Storm descended from the smoke, lightning dancing between her fingers. Bobby skated onto an ice ramp, freezing plasma fire from nearby Chitauri that dared to approach. Kitty phased through the debris, pulling a trapped civilian to safety before vanishing back into the team's line. Jean floated just above ground level, psychic energy shimmering like a shield around them. The executioner smirked. "Children, playing at war." He swung his axe in a lazy arc. The motion alone sent a gale of displaced energy, bowling Bobby from his ice ramp and hurling him into a wrecked taxi. "Iceman," Kitty gasped. Bobby groaned, raising a shaky thumbs up. "Still cold." Scott narrowed his eyes. "Jean, shield up." The Enchantress's champion roared, charging with the speed of a predator far faster than his bulk suggested. His axe cleaved through Jean's psychic barrier with a crack of green fire, the feedback slamming her into the pavement. "Jean!" Scott's optic beam lanced out, crimson energy tearing across the street. The executioner raised his axe, the blade glowing as it absorbed the blast. He laughed. "Is that all?" He twisted the haft, redirecting Scott's optic blast skyward where it detonated in a crack of concussive thunder. Storm's eyes went white. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the executioner square in the chest. For a moment he staggered, runes glowing red-hot against his skin. Then he turned his gaze upward and smiled. "My axe drinks deeper than your storms, witch." He slammed the weapon into the ground, and the lightning flowed into it, coiling around the blade until the weapon blazed with stolen thunder. Storm's face hardened. "Then I will drown you instead." The skies opened at her command. A wall of rain slammed into the street, water hammering the executioner's stance. Kitty phased through the torrent, hands gripping his armored arm. "Scott, now!" she shouted. Cyclops adjusted his visor, narrowing the beam. A surgical blast shot past Kitty's phased form, hammering the executioner in the ribs. Armor cracked, just barely. The Asgardian bellowed, shaking Kitty loose with one swing of his arm. His axe arced toward her, and was stopped by a wall of solid ice. Bobby gritted his teeth, forcing every ounce of cold into the barrier. "You want her? You go through me." The axe shattered the wall in two. Ice sprayed in shards across the street. The executioner loomed over Bobby, raising his weapon high. Jean's voice screamed in Bobby's mind. "Move!" A telekinetic shove yanked him out of the way as the axe split the street like an earthquake. Bobby landed hard, clutching his ribs but alive. The executioner snarled, "Enough games!" He spun the axe in both hands, runes flaring, and unleashed a shockwave that hurled the entire team back. Storefronts imploded, cars flipped, and Jean's shield barely kept them from being reduced to pulp. Scott coughed blood, pressing a hand to his side. "We can't keep trading blows with him. We need to hit him together." Jean's voice, tight with strain. "He's warded. My telepathy barely scratches his mind. But his focus wavers when he absorbs too much. If we overload him..." Storm landed beside them, rain dripping from her cloak. "Then we drown him in power until he chokes." Scott nodded grimly. "On my mark." Everyone, full force. The executioner stalked forward, axe dragging through concrete. Pathetic. Scott adjusted his visor. "Now!" His optic blast slammed into the Asgardian's chest. Storm unleashed a cyclone of lightning, the bolts hammering down in rapid succession. Bobby froze the ground around his feet, ice climbing his legs like a vice. Jean hurled cars, lampposts, and slabs of concrete at once, the sheer weight of her telekinesis pressing down like a mountain. The executioner roared, axe drinking it all. His armor glowed like molten metal, runes screaming with light. His arms shook, not with fear, but with the strain of so much energy coursing through his weapon. "More!" he bellowed, lifting the axe skyward. "Give me more!" Scott's beam intensified until the air wavered with heat. Storm screamed as lightning flayed her palms raw. Bobby pushed ice faster than his body could handle, veins glowing faintly blue with frost. Jean's nose bled freely, her body trembling under the psychic strain. The executioner staggered to one knee. His grin faltered. The runes on his axe began to crack. Kitty phased through the ground beneath him, emerging behind with a jagged pipe in her hand. "You want more?" she hissed, slamming it through his side. The metal phased through his armor and solidified inside his flesh. The executioner howled in pain. His axe flared once more, then shattered in a cascade of lightning and fire. The explosion ripped the street apart. Silence followed. Smoke drifted across a crater where the street once stood. The X-Men dragged themselves up from the rubble, battered but alive. Scott coughed, visor cracked nearly in half. Jean staggered to her feet, wiping blood from her face. Bobby clutched his frostbitten arms, shivering uncontrollably. Storm descended, wings of lightning dissipating as she landed. Kitty emerged from the debris, her uniform torn, face streaked with grime. In the crater's center, the executioner knelt, bleeding from his side, his armor ruined, his axe destroyed. He looked at them with something new in his eyes. Not fury, but respect. "You fought well," he rasped. Then a green shimmer wrapped around him. A portal opened at his feet. His broken form collapsed into it, vanishing before any of them could move. The street went silent but for the crackle of fire and the distant roar of leviathans. Scott exhaled, fist clenching. "We had him." Storm raised her gaze to the burning sky. "And while we fought him, the invasion still spreads." The X-Men turned as one toward the chaos of the city. The executioner might have escaped, but the war was far from over. Elsewhere, with the Hulk. Rea. Hulk raged as Thor's hammer struck him in the face again. He shook it off before retaliating with a punch of his own. The Asgardian prince swiftly dodged by leaping back and throwing his hammer at the Hulk. The force behind the blow sent Hulk tumbling across the building, smashing through the concrete walls as if they were made of cardboard. Thor recalled his hammer, rushing forward and attacking the beast with a barrage of strikes from both weapon and fist. Hulk could do little to defend himself against Thor's onslaught. The Asgardian had centuries of battle experience, and his innate strength and speed gave him the advantage. He fought without restraint, fueled by the Enchantress's influence over his mind, which stripped away the control and mercy he usually held. Their fight destroyed one building and carried into the next, leaving Hulk with more bruises and wounds than Thor. If anything, the god of thunder was winning. The two combatants paid no mind to the fleeing humans, nor to the devastation they left in their wake. But as Hulk's frustration and anger grew, so too did his strength by leaps and bounds. With a guttural growl, Hulk's eyes tracked Thor's movements more clearly. He caught Thor's fist mid-swing and roared, slamming his other fist forward. Thor responded with his hammer. Hulk's punch met the enchanted weapon with a resounding shockwave, leaving static energy crackling in the air as both fighters were forced apart. They circled each other, glaring intently. "Roar!" Hulk bellowed at Thor, readying himself for another clash. Though he could not understand why an ally of Banner would attack, he did not care. This puny god would fall like the rest. His rage intensified with each passing moment, his wounds and bruises already healing at an incredible pace. "Come, beast of men," Thor challenged, his hammer raised and pointed at the Hulk. The Thunder God's eyes glimmered with power as green hues bled into his natural electric blues. "You will kneel before my beloved." Hulk growled in seething anger. The concrete floor shattered as he launched himself recklessly at the Thunder God, his only thought to smash the blonde prince into oblivion. That reckless charge was his mistake, and Thor capitalized. Thor dropped his hammer with a clang, redirecting Hulk's punch aside before grabbing his wrist and throwing the monster over his shoulder onto the ground. Before Hulk could rise, Thor recalled his hammer and dropped it onto Hulk's chest, its enchantments pinning the green giant down. Thor moved behind Hulk, locking him in a sleeper hold, strangling the beast as it struggled furiously beneath the enchanted weapon. "Enchantress, now is the time," Thor called. The Enchantress appeared in a shimmer of green beside Hulk. The raging brute reached out for her, but Thor held his arm in place with all his might. "Well done, my beloved. Now, beast, calm yourself," the Enchantress said softly, her melodious voice cutting through the chaos. She caressed Hulk's cheek tenderly before bending low to place a gentle kiss on his forehead. Then she stepped back. Pulsating green energy seeped into Hulk's skin from the Enchantress. Slowly, his struggles weakened, his growls fading into labored breaths. His emerald eyes glowed brighter as haunting green bled into his irises. Veins around his eyes pulsed with unnatural energy. Thor released Hulk and recalled his hammer, moving to Amora's side to protect her as the spell rooted itself within Hulk's being. The green giant groggily got to his feet, shaking his head as though trying to wake himself. His efforts to resist the enchantress's bindings proved futile. For a fleeting moment, he heard Banner's cries within his mind, but even that voice faded. The strange woman's soothing tone, paired with another familiar voice he could not place, lured his mind into a dreamlike haze. It is done. Smoke still lingered in the street where Hulk had fallen. Now he stood again, but not as the Avengers once knew him. His shoulders heaved, his chest rose with heavy breaths, and his eyes glowed with a sickly, unnatural green. Amora's voice, soft yet commanding, filled the silence. "Rise, children of power. Rise and serve your queen." Thor knelt without hesitation, his hammer planted firmly into the ground like a knight's sword. His eyes shimmered with Amora's sorcery, blue overwhelmed by emerald fire. "As you will it, my beloved," Thor intoned. Hulk growled low, his massive fists clenching. Though no words formed, his posture told the tale, obedience born of shackled will. Amora smiled. "Good. Now the real battle begins." Her eyes lifted to the horizon. The city skyline burned, scarred by Chitauri fire. Explosions crackled, leviathans screeched overhead, and human screams echoed through the canyons of glass and steel. But at the center of the storm, Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Iron Man rallied desperate civilians, carving a path through alien swarms with practiced coordination. And not far from them, the X-Men fought with equal ferocity. Cyclops led from the front, optic blasts tearing through alien hovercraft. Storm loomed in the sky, her lightning dueling with alien plasma fire. Jean's telekinetic shields saved dozens at a time, while Bobby's ice barricades and Kitty's phasing evacuations kept innocents alive. Together, they held the line. A green shimmer wrapped around Thor's frame as Amora gestured. "Strike them down, my love. Break the mortal's resistance. Show them the price of defiance." Her hand then swept toward Hulk. "And you, beast, smash until there is nothing left to smash." Thor's expression was stoic, utterly devoid of hesitation. "As you command." Mjolnir spun, winds whipping debris around him. Hulk roared, pavement cracking beneath his feet as he lunged. The two titans launched themselves toward their former allies. "Eyes up." Tony's voice crackled across the comms. "Incoming, and you're not going to like it." Cap raised a shield just in time as Thor descended, hammer slamming against vibranium. The impact blasted a shockwave across the street, knocking cars onto their sides and scattering Chitauri soldiers like insects. Steve skidded back, boots tearing grooves in the concrete. "Thor!" Cap shouted, bracing himself. "What the hell are you doing?" But Thor's answer was only the shriek of wind as he swung again. Natasha ducked under the hammer's arc, pistols barking. The bullets sparked harmlessly against Thor's enchanted armor. Clint loosed a trio of explosive arrows that detonated around Thor's shoulders, staggering him for only a moment before he advanced again, eyes glowing emerald. "Not good," Clint muttered, already reaching for another quiver. Then the ground shook. "Guys," Natasha breathed, eyes widening. "We've got bigger problems." Hulk tore through a building like tissue paper, emerging with a roar that rattled glass windows. His gaze locked on the Avengers and the X-Men. "Smash," he growled, voice distorted, thick with Amora's influence. The X-Men reacted instantly. "Everyone, defensive formation." Cyclops barked. His visor blazed, unleashing a concussive beam that struck Hulk square in the chest. The giant staggered, but then straightened, grinning through glowing green eyes. "That didn't even slow him down," Bobby muttered, throwing up an ice wall in front of Hulk. It shattered instantly as Hulk barreled through, the shards spraying like shrapnel. Storm swooped down, lightning cascading from her fingertips. "Beast or god, you will fall." Thor met her in the air, Mjolnir absorbing the storm and flinging it back in a blinding arc. The two forces collided, lightning against lightning, the heavens themselves screaming under their clash. Jean strained, telekinetically hurling a collapsed car at Thor to break his momentum. Something's wrong. He's mind-controlled. His mind is smothered in green fire. Mind control. Natasha snapped, rolling to avoid Hulk's fist. Great. How we break it? Jean's face tightened. We need to reach their minds directly. But with power levels like theirs. Her voice faltered as Hulk grabbed Bobby and hurled him through a building. It might kill me. Scott turned, visor flaring brighter. Then we keep them busy until you find a way. X-Men. Avengers. Hold the line. The battlefield became chaos incarnate. Thor hammered Cap into the pavement, only for Iron Man to intercept with a barrage of repulsors. Hulk traded blows with the combined might of Scott, Natasha, and Clint, swatting them away like insects, yet slowed just enough by teamwork. Storm and Thor's duel lit the skyline like a second war in the heavens. Lightning rending clouds apart while Jean pushed her limits to shield civilians from the collateral destruction. And through it all, Amora stood atop a building's edge, calm and serene, watching her puppets wreak havoc. Her smile widened. Dance for me. Champions, she whispered. Sam stood alone in the Atlas Biotech penthouse. The city laid bare before him through the wide glass walls. The skyline burned. Stark Tower glowed like a beacon, its roof torn open by the vortex above. Leviathans slithered out of the wound in the sky, dropping swarms of Chitauri soldiers into the streets. Explosions, screams, lightning. New York was unraveling. He watched quietly, hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the burning city. The sky was torn open, Leviathans falling out like monsters from a nightmare. People were running, screaming, and the Avengers were barely holding on. Thor and Hulk were no longer fighting for them. Amora had turned them into weapons. This is so damn wrong, Sam muttered, pacing his office as the muffled sounds of chaos echoed across New York on the live feeds. His reflection glared back at him from the glass. They're getting mind-controlled. Hulk turned into a puppet. Amora showing up this early? None of this was supposed to happen. He rubbed his temples, almost laughing at the absurdity. The plot's broken, totally shattered. This wasn't how it went in the movies. This wasn't how it was supposed to go at all. He slammed his hand against the desk, frustration spilling out. If I step in now, that's it. No going back. But if I don't, he glanced at the feed again, watching Thor and Hulk tear through his would-be allies. They're dead. The Avengers, the X-Men, the city. Game over. Sam leaned against the window, staring out at the distant glow of destruction. Great. Just great. I didn't even want to be a hero. And here I am, forced into a boss fight that wasn't supposed to happen. His hands clenched into fists, a low growl escaping his throat. Fine. If the plot's broken, then I'll just break it worse. His gaze fell on the matte black suit folded neatly on the workbench in the corner. F. He crossed the room, placed a hand against the suit, and willed it to change. System, he said quietly. Strengthen combat suit by 100 times. Priority, concealment. Defense, identity, obscuration. The hum of unseen power resonated through the air. Ding. Strengthening initiated. Material, composite weave armor reinforced X100. Result, adaptive phantom exosuit. The suit shifted under his hand. Black spread like ink, erasing every seam until the armor was smooth and seamless. Fractal lines of silver traced across its surface, flowing like circuitry before sinking into the material. A faceless helm unfolded upward, its mirrored finish bending light into strange distortions. Even his own reflection warped when he looked into it. Properties, identity obscuration, visuals, audio, and biometrics scrambled. Adaptive defense, physical, energy, and psychic resistance multiplied. Stealth protocol, bends light and EM waves, suppressing detection. Command link, fully integrated, responds only to the host. Sam flexed his fingers. The armor moved like a second skin, silent and absolute. His voice, when he tested it, came out filtered, calm, cold, unrecognizable. Perfect. The streets of Manhattan were a battlefield. Smoke choked the air, and the ground trembled with every clash of gods and monsters. Thor, the god of thunder, was a storm given flesh and fury. Mjolnir came down. It didn't just smash against Captain America's shield. It unleashed a concussive blast of pure elemental force. The vibranium screamed in protest, transmitting a shockwave up Steve Rogers' arm that felt like every bone turning to glass. He was thrown backward, not just into a wall, but through it, the brick and steel surrendering instantly. He landed in a cloud of dust and splintered drywall, his world a ringing, painful haze. Gasping, he forced himself up, his uniform torn, his body throbbing ache. "Thor!" he shouted, his voice raw, scraping against his throat. "Listen to me. This isn't you. Fight it." The only reply was the crash of Mjolnir arcing toward him again. A streak of red and gold intercepted. Iron Man slammed into Thor's side, repulsors blazing at full, unprecedented power. "Pick on someone your own size. Point break." Tony Stark's voice was strained, the suit's systems screeching warnings of catastrophic overload. The blasts were enough to vaporize a tank battalion. They did nothing but slow the Asgardian for a few precious seconds, scorching the gold on his armor, making him turn his head. With a guttural roar that drowned out the repulsors, Thor surged forward, backhanding the suit with a crack of enchanted steel on reinforced alloy. Tony was flung sideways like a discarded can, carving a trench through the asphalt before crashing into the husk of a city bus. On the other side, Hulk roared and charged like an avalanche. Natasha rolled just in time as his fist cratered the street where she stood. Clint loosed an explosive arrow, but Hulk swatted it out of the air like a fly before backhanding Hawkeye through a storefront window. "Clint," Natasha called out, firing round after round at Hulk's head. The bullets bounced harmlessly, earning nothing but another ground-shaking roar. The X-Men pressed the fight alongside them. Cyclops, positioned on an unstable overpass, fired optic blast after optic blast, each one a calculated, ruby-red beam of concussive force. They hammered into the Hulk's chest, forcing the behemoth back a step. Then another, relentless, metronomic push. "Keep him contained. Don't let him get momentum." Scott Summers yelled, his jaw clenched tight. Overhead, Storm battled Thor, a duel of deities. Her lightning, raw and white-hot, crashed against the divine storm he commanded. Jean strained under the weight of civilians trapped behind the wreckage, shielding them from falling debris with raw telekinesis. Sweat ran down her brow as she shouted, "I can't hold them both off. One of them will break through." Hulk's roar, a sound of pure, undiluted hatred, severed her words. Enraged by Cyclops' constant barrage, he abandoned his advance and instead slammed both of his colossal fists into the ground. The effect was apocalyptic. The shockwave wasn't a ripple. It was a localized earthquake. The street bulged, then buckled. Bobby scrambled to throw up an ice wall to protect a group of fleeing medics. The Hulk simply smashed through it in a single punch, the ice exploding into a million glittering shards. Kitty Pryde was a blur, phasing two civilians through a collapsing billboard only milliseconds before it crushed them, reappearing solid and gasping for air. "There are too many," she cried, her voice terrified. And above it all, Amora stood on the edge of a rooftop, watching with calm delight. Her smile widened, her voice carrying across the storm as if whispered into their ears. "Dance, little heroes. Dance until you break." The battlefield raged, heroes pushed to their limits, Amora's puppets tearing through them like gods among ants. Then, crack, a blur sliced through the chaos. Thor didn't even see it coming. 1 second he was raising Mjolnir for the killing blow, the next his jaw snapped sideways as a brutal roundhouse kick sent him hurtling across the skyline, crashing through a skyscraper with an ear-splitting boom. Hulk roared and swung wildly, but the same blur struck him mid-charge, boots slamming into his chest. The green giant was launched backward like a cannonball, tearing through concrete and steel until he disappeared in a cloud of rubble. For the first time since the invasion began, silence fell. The Avengers froze. The X-Men froze. Even the Chitauri turned their heads in confusion. Only Amora remained composed, though her eyes narrowed sharply. What? That was when the blur appeared behind her. A gloved hand gripped the back of her neck with surgical precision. Then BM drove her skull into the rooftop. She crumpled instantly, unconscious, her spell chains breaking with a shatter of green sparks. Thor and Hulk stilled where they lay in the distance, their eyes flickering back to their natural colors. But before Sam could even stand fully straight, a shadow loomed behind him. The Executioner. The Asgardian juggernaut towered with his rune-etched axe, sneering as he swung downward with killing intent. Sam vanished. The world seemed to hold its breath for a fraction of a second. The Executioner's axe, a blur of enchanted URU metal, completed its murderous arc boom. The rooftop exploded, not just splitting, but vaporizing into a cloud of concrete dust and twisted rebar, leaving a smoldering crater where Sam had stood. The Executioner's roar of triumph died in his throat, replaced by a prickling, primal unease. The silence was wrong. It was the silence of a vacuum, of a grave. Then crack. The sound wasn't just an impact. It was the catastrophic failure of divine biology. A fist, moving with the force of a meteor strike, slammed into the small of his back. The Executioner felt his rune-etched ribs splinter, not one or two, but a whole cage collapsing inward. The air left his lungs in a shocked grunt as he was hurled across the street like a discarded toy. He crashed through the facade of a skyscraper, glass and steel screeching in protest, tumbling through offices and cubicles in a whirlwind of paperwork and debris. He came to a stop embedded in a server farm, the machines sparking and dying around him. Gasping, he shoved himself free, his axe materializing back in his grip with a thought. He spun, his enhanced senses screaming, his warrior's instincts flaring. But the corridor was empty. Only the flickering emergency lights and the dying whine of electronics answered him. A whisper of air above him. He looked up. Boom! The heel of a boot connected with the crown of his helmet with the precise, catastrophic force of a piston. The enchanted metal, forged in the heart of a dying star, didn't just dent. It contracted, screaming as it was crushed inward. The world dissolved into a blinding white flash of agony. The impact launched him not just into the skies, but through the atmosphere itself, the air growing thin and cold in an instant. Before the dizzying ascent could even register, before gravity could reclaim him, Sam was there again. Not falling with him, but waiting for him at the apex of his flight. The Executioner's bloodshot eyes, visible through his visor's slit, widened in disbelief. Sam's elbow descended like the hammer of an angry god, driving him back down toward the earth. The descent was not a fall. It was a targeted bombardment. He struck the pavement not like a man, but like a kinetic weapon, the intersection below bulging upward for a heart-stopping moment before collapsing into a crater 20 feet deep. The shockwave blew out windows for a mile in every direction. But Sam was already gone, carrying the Executioner for a warm welcome to Earth. The fight blurred into something unreal, a nightmare of pain and disorientation. One strike in New York. He was staggering from the crater, one arm hanging useless, when the air in front of him solidified. A open palm strike that didn't just hit him, but compressed the space around him before detonating. He felt the fabric of reality warp, heard the zip of a teleportational jump, and another in Paris. He was spinning through the air, the Eiffel Tower a fleeting, impossible glimpse to his left. A kick to his kidney sent a nova of pain through his nervous system. Another zip, a kick that sent him flying through Tokyo's neon night. The world became a streaking palette of electric blue and hot pink. A silhouette waited for him against the full moon, a kick to the jaw that reversed his momentum, and a punch that drove him across the dunes of Egypt. The dry, scorching air of the desert filled his ruptured lungs. He plowed 100-yard furrow through the sand before bouncing and skidding to a stop at the foot of the Great Sphinx. Gasping, spitting blood and sand, he saw his own fractured reflection in the monument's timeless stone eye. Then a shadow fell over him, not from above, but from in front, as if the sun itself had been blotted out. A punch to his sternum lifted him off the ground and launched him backward, the pyramids blurring past in a streak of gold and shadow. Zip! A knee to the gut in the frozen Siberian wastes. The temperature plummeted from blistering heat to soul-killing cold. The air burned his lungs. He was on his knees, vomiting a stream of blood that froze instantly on the permafrost. The wind howled a lonely, dying sound. He looked up, tears freezing on his cheeks, and saw Sam standing silently amidst the swirling snow, a specter of absolute finality. Before he could beg, before he could even form a thought, a knee rose with impossible speed, catching him under the chin. He felt his teeth shatter, his jaw unhinge, and the world went black for a microsecond before, zip, a finishing blow that hurled him back into New York. He was weightless, broken, a puppet with its strings cut. He recognized the skyline he was hurtling toward. The same street, the same crater. He saw his own axe, still lying where he had dropped it. He braced for the impact, a pathetic whimper escaping his lips. It never came. Instead, a hand caught him by the throat an inch from the ground, halting his terminal velocity with effortless, terrifying control. The force of the stop traveled back through his broken body, a final, insulting jolt of agony. The hand held him there, suspended over his own failure, and then, with a contemptuous flick, threw him the last inch into the rubble. The executioner tried to rise, his body a ruined tapestry of pain. He coughed, a wet, ragged sound, and a torrent of blood splashed onto the cracked concrete. His fingers, numb and broken, scrabbled for his axe, but it slipped from his grasp like a dead thing. He looked up, his vision swimming. The figure before him was no longer a man. It was a force of nature, a walking oblivion. What? He wheezed, each word a knife wound in his chest. What are you? Sam's boot settled against his chest plate, the gentle pressure an unbearable weight. There were no words, no taunts, no boasts, no grand revelations. There was only the work. The silence was more terrifying than any threat. It was the silence of the abyss, the void from which nothing returns. The executioner wanted to pray to the All-Father. He wanted to scream, but all that came out was a choked rattle. Crack! The sound was not loud this time. It was final, a dry, precise snap, like a branch underfoot in a dead forest. The Asgardian's body, all its divine might extinguished, went utterly, completely limp. The silence that followed was absolute and infinitely more frightening than the chaos that had preceded it. The street was quiet. The executioner's body laid broken in the crater. His axe sat beside him, glowing faintly like it still wanted to fight. But the man who once carried it was gone, completely gone. Sam stood over him, breathing heavy inside the black suit. He pressed his boot down one more time, just to make sure. Nothing moved. No tricks. No second chance. His eyes moved to the axe. The weapon hummed like it was alive, whispering in a voice only he could hear. Promises of power, promises of endless blood. Sam reached down and grabbed it. For a second the axe tried to fight back, flaring up with killing intent, but the moment his grip tightened it gave in. The weapon went quiet, like it knew who was in charge now. You're mine, Sam said simply. He lifted the executioner's body in one hand like it was nothing. Then the world folded, and he was back in his Atlas Biotech office. The clean, polished floors and glass walls looked strange after the chaos outside. Sam dropped the body on the floor with a heavy thud. Blood leaked across the marble tiles. Then he let the axe fall too. It sank into the floor with a loud crack, stuck deep in the stone. New York burned. The smoke was so thick it stung the eyes and clogged the lungs. The streets were unrecognizable. Cars flipped, buildings crumbling, glass glittering like snow across the pavement. Chitauri corpses littered the ground, their weapons sparking faintly. The smell of ozone, blood, and fire clung to everything. Captain America stood in the middle of it all, his shield dented and scorched. He let out a long breath, shoulders heavy, and looked around at the others. Tony's armor hissed and sparked, one arm hanging useless at his side. He ripped off his helmet, sweat matting his hair to his forehead. "Okay, just for the record," he muttered, his voice hoarse, "that was officially the worst day of my life. And I've had some bad ones." Natasha lowered her pistols, empty magazines clicking uselessly. She shook her head, her braid coming undone. "You're alive. Worst day or not, that's a win." Clint groaned as he pulled himself out of a shattered store window, limping slightly. "I'm out of arrows." Not far off, the X-Men regrouped. Cyclops was helping Jean to her feet, her face pale with exhaustion. Bobby leaned against a collapsed light pole, ice fading from his hands as he caught his breath. Kitty phased through a wall to drag two civilians to safety, then slumped beside Storm, who landed gracefully but clearly worn out. There was no cheering, no smiles, just silence, heavy and uncertain, because every one of them was thinking about the same thing. Thor and Hulk had been lost to Amora's control. Both of them had been ready to kill. The Avengers, the X-Men, everyone, none of them could stop it. Until he appeared, that faceless figure in black armor, the blur of movement, the impossible strength. Thor and Hulk launched away like dolls. Amora dropped in one strike, and the Executioner, an Asgardian warlord, beaten so badly it didn't even seem real. And then, just like that, he was gone. Steve broke the silence first. He adjusted his torn gloves, his voice low but firm. "Whoever that was, he saved us." Tony let out a short, sharp laugh, though there was no humor in it. "Saved? Cap, the guy didn't even look at us. You saw it. He wasn't here for us." Jean raised her head, her voice tired but steady. "I tried to reach his mind, just for a second. It was like staring into a black hole. No thoughts, no feelings, just emptiness. It was terrifying." Storm folded her arms, her white eyes dimming back to normal. "Then what is he? No mortal man moves like that. No mutant I've ever met could fight like that." And yet, she looked around at the wreckage. He turned the tide in seconds. Natasha glanced at the others, her expression unreadable. "The real question is simple. Is he on our side?" Nobody answered. Above them, the sky suddenly flared. A nuke, streaking toward the city. Tony cursed under his breath and pushed his broken suit forward. "Guess that's my cue." He barely got the thrusters working, but it was enough. He grabbed the missile, dragging it upward with every ounce of power left in the armor, disappearing into the portal. The team held their breath until the explosion came, far away beyond the sky. The portal collapsed in on itself. The Chitauri dropped lifeless where they stood. The battle was over. But as the dust settled and the city lay broken, the weight in the air wasn't victory. It was the memory of that faceless figure. The stranger who had appeared, broken gods and monsters, and vanished. Steve tightened his grip on his shield. "We need to find him," he said, voice hard. Cyclops adjusted his visor, his jaw clenched. "Because if we don't, and he decides we're in the way." Storm finished softly. Then today was only the beginning. The Avengers and the X-Men stood in silence, surrounded by ruins, every one of them carrying the same thought. They had survived the invasion, but they had no idea what had just walked among them. Triskelion, SHIELD headquarters. The command center was chaos. Agents ran between stations, shouting updates. Screens flickered with damage reports from Manhattan. Smoke from burnout circuits still hung faint in the air, the smell of ozone sharp. Nick Fury stood at the holodable, one hand pressed against it, the other clenched behind his back. His single eye flicked across the endless streams of data: dead civilians, collapsed buildings, Chitauri corpses, nuclear launch logs. But none of it was what held his attention. On one grainy feed, paused mid-frame, was the blur. The black armored figure. The man who wasn't supposed to exist. "Run it again," Fury ordered. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise like a blade. An agent hesitated. "Sir, we've run it 10 times already. The system can't." "Run it again." The video rolled. 1 second, Thor was swinging Mjolnir at Rogers. The next, he was flying across 3 blocks, his jaw snapping sideways from an invisible strike. Hulk followed a heartbeat later. The blur appeared only for a flicker, then reappeared behind Amora, dropping her like she'd been shot. The room was silent. Fury leaned back, his jaw tight. That wasn't one of ours. Maria Hill folded her arms, staring at the frozen image. Not Stark Tech, not Hydra, AM, or anything on the books. Whoever he is, he just took out an Asgardian executioner like it was nothing. Sir, if he's not with us. Fury cut her off, his tone sharp. Then he's a problem. A very big problem. I don't like ghosts, Hill. Find him. I don't care if you tear every satellite out of orbit. I want a name. I want a face. Hill hesitated. And if we can't, Fury's eye narrowed at the flickering screen. Then God help us when he decides to stop playing nice. Westchester, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The war was over, but the echoes lingered. In the mansion's lower levels, the Cerebro chamber was quiet, its great dome humming faintly. Professor Charles Xavier sat in his chair at the center, his hands steepled under his chin, his eyes closed in deep thought. Footsteps echoed. Logan leaned against the doorway, cigar unlit between his teeth, arms crossed over his chest. Behind him, Hank McCoy adjusted his glasses, blue fur singed in places from battle, his expression contemplative despite the exhaustion in his eyes. You felt it too, Logan said flatly, voice rough. That whatever the hell he was. Xavier opened his eyes slowly. Yes, even without Cerebro, I felt it. A presence unlike any I have known. A void where there should have been thought. A silence in the mind, as though I were staring into an abyss that stared back. Logan's brow creased, his jaw tight. That's not a man, Chuck. That's a damn weapon walking around in a suit. If he can toss Thor and the Hulk like ragdolls, what's he going to do when he decides he doesn't like us? Hank folded his hands behind his back, his voice calm but heavy with thought. Weapon or not, Logan, the fact remains, he intervened. Thor and Banner were compromised. Without him, the losses would have been catastrophic. That's one way to look at it, Logan muttered, lighting his cigar at last, the flame briefly illuminating the scars on his knuckles. But Fury? He ain't gonna see it that way. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't like wild cards. You know what they do with things they don't understand. Xavier wheeled forward slightly, the glow of Cerebro's interface painting his face in silver light. That is what I fear. Men like Fury see only weapons, only threats. But I see something else. A man carrying a burden no one else could carry. A man standing alone. Logan exhaled smoke, gaze lowering. And men who stand alone too long. Xavier's voice was quiet, almost mournful. They often become the very thing the world fears. Hank looked between them, his tone soft but resolute. Then perhaps it falls to us to ensure he does not stand alone. Atlas Biotech, penthouse office. The city outside was still scarred. Smoke rose from distant ruins, sirens wailed faintly, and helicopters hovered over the skyline. Sam sat in his office, lights dimmed, staring at the axe lying across his desk. Sam leaned back in his chair, elbows resting on the armrests, eyes fixed on it. For a while, he didn't move. He just sat there quiet, thinking. Then the air shifted. It wasn't sound. It wasn't sight. It was presence, like space itself had turned inside out. He didn't need to look up to know he wasn't alone. You found me, Sam said flatly. Across from him, standing as though she had always been there, was a bald woman in flowing yellow robes. Her hands were folded, her expression calm. Her eyes, though, carried weight, the kind that saw too much. I did, the Ancient One said softly. You wear a veil over yourself, clever and heavy. No mortal I would pierce it. Not even the sharpest gods could find you. She tilted her head. But I'm not searching through time or through fate. My affinity lies with space itself. And in space, there's nowhere you can hide. Sam finally raised his eyes to her. He wasn't shocked, not really. Figures, he muttered. Space affinity. That explains it. Her gaze sharpened, studying him, the faintest trace of curiosity tugging at her calm tone. What are you, she asked. 3 years ago, you were ordinary, a man with nothing. Now you're a void. I look into your future, and I see nothing but an abyss. She hesitated just for a second before finishing. An abyss with eyes. huge, violet eyes staring back at me. The room went still. The faint hum of the city below seemed distant, drowned out by the weight of her words. Sam didn't answer. He leaned back in his chair again, eyes returning to the axe on his desk, fingers tapping once against the armrest. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That sounds about right. You stand beyond fate," she said at last. "That makes you dangerous. To the world, to yourself, to everyone. I cannot interfere in the course of humanity, nor dictate its path. But I will warn you, Samuel Jackson." She stepped closer, her presence filling the room like a storm held in silence. "Do not become a threat to this world. Do not test the line between protector and destroyer. Because if you do," her voice softened, but the weight in it was iron, "I will be forced to find a way to stop you, even if it costs me everything." Sam's eyes didn't waver. He glanced once more at the axe, then back at her. "I'm not planning on destroying the world," he said evenly. "But if it tries to destroy me first, I won't just sit and take it." The Ancient One studied him for a long, long moment, then gave a small, knowing nod, as if the conversation had only just begun, yet also already ended. And with a ripple of space, she was gone. The room was silent again, save for the hum of the axe on the desk. The room was quiet after she left. Too quiet. The Ancient One's warning still rang in Sam's head, heavier than the city outside. He looked at the executioner's axe on the desk, the runes still glowing faintly. The thing felt alive, like it was watching him. He ran his hand over the edge of the weapon, fingers brushing the strange markings. "A threat to the world," he muttered. "Yeah, maybe. Or maybe I'm just the only one actually doing something." He reached inward, not to the system, but to the Aegis core itself. The manifested concept of protection was not just a tool. It was an extension of his will, sentient and responsive. "How?" he asked it silently. "Report the intrusion." The response was immediate, a stream of pure data and understanding that flooded his mind. No intrusion detected. No dimensional breach. No forced entry. The presence did not cross the defensive perimeter. Analysis suggests a localized, spontaneous manifestation. The constituent elements of the presence were already within the protected volume. They were reassembled. "She didn't break in," Sam muttered to himself. "She just slipped through space like the walls weren't even there." His eyes went to the glass wall, to New York. Smoke still curled into the sky, buildings still cracked and broken. The fighting was over, but the city looked like it had been through a war, and it had. "They're going to be hunting me now. S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers, every government out there. Doesn't matter." He sighed, leaning back in the chair. "They'll waste time chasing shadows. I'll be the one fixing this place while they argue." Sam's gaze dropped again to the axe. It wasn't about being a hero. It wasn't about saving the world. It was about control. And right now, the city was broken, which meant it was wide open for anyone bold enough to grab the pieces. He stood up, leaving the axe on the desk as a macabre paperweight, and walked over to the hidden wall panel that housed Etherlink's primary server node. The holographic interface flickered to life at his approach, projecting a clean, organized display of Atlas Biotech's assets. "Etherlink," he commanded, his voice crisp and clear. "Priority shift. Initiate project, Renaissance. Pull all non-essential resources from R&D and focus them on Phase 1, hypercell commercialization and public rollout." The AI's response was instantaneous. "Acknowledged. Project, Renaissance initiated. Allocating 78% of computational resources to market analysis, supply chain logistics, and client acquisition for the hypercell." "Good. First target, the reconstruction effort. Filter and compile a list of every major construction firm, engineering consortium, and city planning contractor that has been awarded an emergency grant or contract for the New York rebuild. Cross-reference with their current energy suppliers and projected power needs for heavy machinery, temporary housing, and site operations." The holographic display dissolved into a rapid stream of data. Company logos, financial reports, government tender notices, and energy consumption graphs flew across the screen, organized and analyzed in nanoseconds. List compiled. Top 3 candidates based on contract size, liquidity, and public influence. Vista Verde Construction, lead contractor for Lower Manhattan infrastructure. Ironworks Engineering, primary firm for bridge and tunnel repairs. Skyline Renewal Corp., joint venture handling residential and commercial rebuilding. Perfect. Draft a formal proposal for Vista Verde. Highlight the hypercells application empowering industrial equipment, off-grid site offices, and temporary light grids. Emphasize the cost savings over diesel generators and the elimination of refueling logistics. Make it irresistible. Proposal drafted, incorporating efficiency metrics, cost-benefit analysis, and a comparative study against traditional power solutions. Adding a limited-time introductory offer to incentivize a swift response. Sam allowed himself a small, cold smile. This was a language everyone understood: efficiency and profit. He wasn't selling a miracle. He was selling a superior tool. Now, for the demonstration, schedule a meeting with their head of operations for tomorrow. And Etherlink, make sure our presentation is memorable. The next day, Vista Verde Construction Headquarters. The boardroom of Vista Verde was a stark contrast to the destruction outside. Polished mahogany, a floor-to-ceiling window view of a scarred but persistent Manhattan skyline, and the smell of expensive coffee. Seated at the head of the table was Richard Vance, a man in his late 50s with a firm handshake and the weary eyes of someone trying to rebuild a city with red tape and limited funds. "Mr. Jackson," Vance began, gesturing for Sam to sit. "I'll be frank. Your assistant was very persuasive on the phone. But my inbox is full of revolutionary solutions from companies looking to profit from tragedy. What makes Atlas Biotech different?" Sam sat, placing a simple, matte black case on the table. He was dressed in an impeccably tailored but understated suit, the picture of a confident, serious CEO. "Profit is a motivator, Mr. Vance," Sam replied calmly. "But efficiency is a necessity. You're trying to power a small city's worth of equipment with a finite supply of diesel, fighting traffic for deliveries, and dealing with noise and pollution constraints. You're not just building, you're fighting your own power supply." Vance's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd clearly had this exact argument with his own team. "Go on." Sam clicked the case open. Inside, nestled in black foam, was a single hypercell unit. It was sleek, about the size of a car battery, but only a few inches thick with a smooth, featureless surface except for a single blue status LED and universal power ports. "This," Sam said, "is the hypercell. Its energy density is approximately 50 times that of the best commercial lithium-ion battery on the market. It is silent, emits zero pollutants, and requires no refueling. A single unit can power a full construction site. Lights, tools, portable offices, everything, for 2 weeks on a single charge." Vance leaned forward, skepticism warring with intrigue. 50 times? That's a bold claim. I've got PhDs telling me that's theoretically impossible. "Theory has a way of catching up to reality," Sam said with a faint smile. He slid the unit across the table. "A demonstration. This unit has a 5% charge. Hook it up to the most power-hungry piece of equipment you have on site right now." Vance raised an eyebrow, but picked up his intercom. "Janice, send a team to the boardroom, and have them bring the industrial impact hammer from Bay 3. Minutes later, 2 workers wheeled in a massive, heavy-duty impact hammer, the kind used for breaking concrete. It was a power hog, typically chained to a shrieking diesel generator. Under Vance's watchful eye, his chief engineer reluctantly connected the hypercell to the hammer. The LED on the battery glowed a steady, confident blue. "All right," the engineer said, shrugging. "It's got juice. Let's see how long it lasts." He flipped the switch. The hammer roared to life, its deafening thump, thump, thump vibrating through the floor. The executives in the room winced, but Sam didn't flinch. He simply watched the hypercell. 5 minutes. 10. The hammer continued its relentless work, smashing a test block of concrete to dust. Vance kept looking from the hammer to the small, silent battery, his skepticism slowly melting into stunned disbelief. After 20 minutes, the engineer, looking shocked, finally switched the hammer off. The sudden silence was deafening. The generator would have burned through 5 gallons of diesel in that time, the engineer muttered, checking the hypercell's readout through a tablet connection. This thing, it's still reading 4.7%. The draw was almost negligible. Vance was silent for a long moment, staring at the unassuming black slab. When he looked up at Sam, his expression was completely different. The weary businessman was gone, replaced by a man who could see a path through the impossible. "How many can you produce?" Vance asked, his voice low and serious. "And how fast?" Sam's smile was no longer faint. It was the smile of a man who had just changed the game. "Let's talk business, Mr. Vance." The contract with Vista Verde was signed within 48 hours. It wasn't just a purchase order. It was an exclusive, city-wide partnership. Atlas Biotech would be the sole provider of off-grid power for the largest reconstruction effort in American history. The news didn't make the front page. Not with the Avengers, the mysterious Black Ghost, and the alien invasion dominating the headlines. But it sent a seismic ripple through the corporate and industrial world. A nobody company from nowhere had just landed the deal of the decade. In the Atlas Biotech penthouse, Sam watched the digital transfer confirmations flicker across his main screen. Millions of dollars, the first trickle of what was to become a flood, flowed into the company's coffers. The money didn't excite him. What mattered was the momentum. One deal had landed, and now the others would follow. "Etherlink," he said, his voice echoing slightly in the spacious room. Phase 2. Initiate. Acknowledged. Phase 2. Vertical integration. Activating acquisition protocols. The holographic display shifted from financial figures to a complex 3D model of New York. Key locations glowed with a soft, golden light. These are the locations Vista Verde and other major firms have flagged for their primary staging areas, storage yards, and equipment depots, Sam mused, walking around the projection. They need power, but they also need space, security, and logistics. "We will provide it all." He pointed to a dilapidated industrial zone on the Brooklyn waterfront, a graveyard of rusted cranes and rotting warehouses that had been crushed under a leviathan's tail. "This area is perfect. Acquire the entire lot through shell companies. Use the funds from the Vista Verde deal. We'll build our own logistics depot there, a showcase for what's possible with unlimited, clean power." Acquisition of the Red Hook Industrial Sector 7C initiated. Drafting plans for the Atlas Central Depot. 1 week later, Red Hook, Brooklyn. The site was a hive of activity, but it was a silent, eerie hive. The usual roar of diesel engines was absent. Instead, the only sounds were the hum of electric motors and the quiet whir of automated machinery. Giant, silent electric cranes and excavators, powered by clusters of hypercells, moved with a smooth, relentless efficiency. Teams of workers employed by Vista Verde, but using Atlas-provided equipment, worked around the clock under the glow of hypercell-powered arc lights that turned night into day. The depot itself was rising fast, but its innovation wasn't in the materials. It was in the process. Every piece of equipment, every light tower, every portable office on the site was powered by the sleek, black hypercell units. There wasn't a single diesel generator in sight. The air, for the first time in the neighborhood's industrial history, was clear of fumes. Richard Vance stood beside Sam at the edge of the site, watching a crew erect a prefabricated wall section. "I've been in construction for 30 years, Vance said, his voice hushed. "I've never seen a site like this. The noise ordinance people actually thanked us. My crews are finishing shifts without being half-deaf. The power, we haven't tapped the city grid once. It's all from those boxes of yours. The savings on fuel alone are staggering." He turned to Sam, a new kind of respect in his eyes. "This depot of yours, when it's done, it won't just be a warehouse. It'll be a statement, a billboard for Atlas." "That's the idea," Sam replied, his eyes on the rising structure. It was the first physical manifestation of his new world order. An operation powered completely by his technology, running with an efficiency that would be impossible by any other means. "It's more than that, Mr. Jackson," a new voice interjected. They turned. A woman in a black suit, her hair pulled into a tight bun, approached. She moved with an air of unshakable authority, her eyes missing nothing. She didn't offer a hand. Victoria Snow, Deputy Commissioner for City Planning, she introduced herself, her gaze flicking from the silent, bustling site to Sam. I've been reviewing the expedited permits for this project. The energy consumption reports are fascinating, and the speed of construction is unprecedented. Efficiency is a priority for Atlas, Commissioner, Sam said, his tone neutral. So it seems. The mayor's office is taking a keen interest. Rebuilding New York is our primary focus. Your company has demonstrated a capability that could be immensely valuable. Her eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly, and your company's sudden rise is equally fascinating. From nothing to futuristic energy solutions in a matter of months. Sam met her gaze. His expression was one of polite, confident ambition that a man can have more than one passion, Commissioner. I found a better way to power things. A faint, cold smile touched her lips. I'm sure you did. The city is hosting a summit next week. Major stakeholders in the rebuild: construction, finance, architecture. Your presence is requested. The mayor believes it's time for Atlas Biotech to have a seat at the table. She handed him a crisp, white embossed envelope. Consider an invitation to the future you're so keen on building, she said. Then, with a final appraising look at the hypercell units powering a massive arc welder, she turned and walked away, her heels clicking sharply on the asphalt. Vance let out a low whistle. Victoria Snow. She's the real power behind the throne. If she's noticing you, you're either about to get everything you want or be buried in paperwork until the next ice age. Sam looked down at the invitation. It was more than an invite. It was a challenge and a test. He had built a battery. He had built an operation. Now it was time to build something bigger, a name people remembered. Don't worry, Richard, Sam said, tucking the envelope into his jacket. I've never been the type to follow someone else's plan. I'd rather make my own. He looked back at the depot, its framework outlined against the sky by the clean, white light of his own making. The first foundation was laid. Now it was time to build the empire on top of it. The silence of the Atlas Depot site was a stark contrast to the usual chaos of Stark Tower. In Tony Stark's personal workshop, the only sounds were the gentle hum of repulsors cycling down on a new Iron Man boot and the aggressive clinking of ice in a glass of expensive scotch. A holographic news feed played silently in the corner of his vision. The headline read, Atlas Biotech lands massive reconstruction contract. Below it, a slick corporate video showed silent, clean construction equipment and glowing blue battery units. Jarvis, Tony said, his voice flat, not taking his eyes off the schematic of a power coupling he was ostensibly repairing. Run it again. Certainly, sir, the AI's calm British voice responded. The video rewound and played again. The contract, valued at an estimated $450 million for the initial phase, grants Atlas Biotech exclusive rights to provide off-grid power solutions for the Vista Verde-led reconstruction of Lower Manhattan. Off-grid, Tony muttered, taking a sip. He finally turned, gesturing at the feed with his glass. Where's the tech coming from? Who's backing them? A guy doesn't just whip up a battery that makes my stuff look like a potato clock without a serious R&D pipeline. My analysis of their patent filings is complete, sir, Jarvis replied. A complex schematic of the hypercell appeared in the air, alongside pages of dense chemical formulae and engineering notes. The technology is revolutionary, but not alien. The principles are an extreme refinement of existing lithium-ion and solid-state battery concepts. The patent cites numerous failed research paths from the last decade, obscure Japanese papers, dead-end DARPA projects, proprietary research from defunct companies. It is as if someone took 20 years of global battery research, identified every single dead end, and then solved them all simultaneously. Tony leaned forward, his engineer's mind engaging despite his suspicion. That's annoyingly brilliant. The lattice structure for ion transfer. It's insane. The heat dissipation. He scowled. It's like they had a perfect roadmap. Nobody gets it right on the first try. Nobody. According to the filings, sir, they did not. The patents reference thousands of iterative simulations and proprietary modeling software that allowed them to bypass traditional prototyping. The science is, for all intents and purposes, sound. It is simply decades ahead of its time. Sound, Tony echoed, unconvinced. And this Sam Jackson? Let me guess, he's a secret battery savant. His public profile remains that of a restaurateur, sir. However, the patents are filed under the names of Dr. Arisen Patel and Dr. Lena Reynolds, both recently hired from MIT and Caltech with impeccable credentials. It would appear Mr. Jackson is the money and the vision. They are the brains. Tony stared the names. So he's not a genius. He's a talent scout with a blank checkbook and a scary good intuition for picking winners. He drummed his fingers on the workbench. I still don't buy it. That kind of leap doesn't just happen. Keep digging. I want to know who their suppliers are. Where are they getting the raw materials so pure? That kind of lithium doesn't just fall off a truck. Shield Triskelion Command Center. Nick Fury's skepticism was a colder, more pragmatic thing. He stood before the main holidable, Maria Hill at his side. On display were the same patent files Stark was reviewing. The science checks out, sir, Hill reported, her tone neutral. Our lab rats at SciTech are pissed. They say it's theoretically possible, just they should have thought of it first. The patents are ironclad. Atlas owns it. Science doesn't just check out from nowhere, Hill, Fury growled. It's built on the backs of 1,000 failures. This, he gestured at the schematic, reads like a greatest hits album of energy research. It's too clean. Clean, Hill confirmed. As for the man himself, our site profile is thin. He's charismatic, reclusive, and has a preternatural ability to hire the right people. Dr. Connors from Oscorp is now consulting for him exclusively. He's assembling a world-class team. He's assembling an empire, Fury corrected. An empire that appeared out of thin air the second the world got knocked on its ass. He didn't need to mention the other thing that appeared out of thin air, the black-suited figure. The coincidence was a splinter in his mind. He's providing a crucial service, sir. The reconstruction is moving twice as fast thanks to his power grids. The mayor loves him. Try to move against him now would be politically unwise. I'm not talking about moving against him, Fury said, though the thought had certainly crossed his mind. I'm talking about knowing what he is. A benefactor? An opportunist? Or something else? He turned to her. I want a team inside. I don't care how. Get an agent on his payroll, in his building. I want to know who he really is. Undercover ops on a U.S. civilian company, sir. The Oversight Committee. Let me worry about the committee, Fury interrupted. This isn't about corporate espionage. It's about threat assessment. That technology represents a strategic asset. I need to know who controls it before someone else decides they want to. The sleek, modern opulence of the Atlas Biotech penthouse felt like a distant dream. Sam stood in the center of the expansive, empty floor he had designated as his personal secure laboratory. It was a sterile, white space devoid of furniture. Its only features reinforced conduits in the walls and a floor that could handle immense weight. Arrayed before him on the polished concrete floor were the fruits of the invasion, both literal and technological. To one side lay the executioner's axe, its runes still faintly smoldering with a captive, malevolent energy. Next to it was a collection of scavenged Chitauri technology, a blaster rifle with its organic-looking, blue-glowing components, a power core ripped from a down hover sled, and a chunk of the Leviathan's silvery armor plating. On the other side, separated as if by an invisible line, was a small basket. In it were fruits like black grapes and pomegranate. He started with the axe. He knelt, placing his hands on the cold URU metal. The weapon seemed to vibrate with a hunger, a history of violence that was palpable even to his transcendent senses. System, he commanded, his voice echoing softly in the vast room. Analyze composition and enchantment. Then, strengthen this axe 100 times. Focus the multiplier on its core properties, sharpness, durability, and its bond to the wielder. Amplify its existing nature. A wave of invisible energy flowed from him into the weapon. The runes along the blade flared from a dull glow to a searing, fiery white. The air hummed with power, thick and ozone-scented. The axe didn't just get stronger, it seemed to wake up. The metal darkened, drinking in the light around it, while the edge took on a shimmer so sharp it looked like a slit in reality itself. Ding! Strengthening complete. URU Executioner's Axe strengthened 100x. New designation, Worldbreaker's Decree. Properties enhanced. Edge of reality. Can cut through spatial dimensions, molecular bonds, and enchanted barriers. Wounds inflicted resist all known forms of healing. Absolute durability. Completely unbreakable and immune to entropy, temperature, or energy corruption. Soul Lock. Permanently bound to the host's will. Cannot be lifted, wielded, or even touched by another being without the host's express permission. It will return to the host's hand across any distance or dimension if called. Rune Amplification. The native Asgardian enchantments are magnified to a cosmic scale. It can now store and release energy on the level of supernova. Sam picked it up. It felt like an extension of his own arm, weightless, yet containing infinite density. A thought was all it took for it to dissolve into motes of black light and settle as a faint, tattoo-like pattern on his forearm. He could feel its dormant power, a sleeping star against his skin. Good, he murmured. Now for the leftovers. On the table was a 3D industrial scanner. It was the kind of tool Atlas engineers used every day. A sleek, rectangular device with twin lenses and a sensor array, built to scan prototypes and render precise 3D models for testing. Ordinary, practical, harmless. Sam turned it over in his hands. He remembered watching one of his engineers use it to scan the hypercell casing. It wasn't cutting edge, not by his new standards, but it was a start. He set it down in front of him, resting his fingertips lightly against its frame. System, he said quietly, almost testing the words. Strengthen the 3D scanner by 100 times. The office seemed to draw in on itself for a heartbeat. Ding. Strengthening process initiated. Material. Standard industrial 3D scanner. Enhancement factor times 100. Result. Omni Codex scanner. The change was instant. The scanner's dull black casing rippled like liquid, seams vanishing until the surface was flawless and smooth. Thin silver glyphs etched themselves across the body, glowing faintly before sinking back into the material. The twin lenses elongated, shifting into a crystalline surface that seemed to hum with depth. Sam leaned back, watching. It didn't look like a tool anymore. It looked alive. The system's overlay scrolled across his vision. Properties unlocked. Dimensional precision can scan objects down to subatomic lattice structures. Cross-system compatibility deciphers and translates foreign or alien technology into functional blueprints. Replication protocol sync with fabrication nodes to reproduce scanned items. Energy adaptation can scan not just matter, but energy constructs. Concealed archive. Data encrypted to host consciousness only. All right, he muttered. Let's see what you can really do. Sam set the scanner on a low stand, the polished crystal lenses now humming faintly. The Leviathan plating, the Chitauri blaster core, the ripped hoversled power unit. Each piece sat on a separate pad, like specimens in a lab. He took a breath. This was the moment the company stopped being a builder of batteries and started being a vault for whatever the universe decided to throw at it. System, he said, voice steady. Omni Codex, scan sequence. Priority, Chitauri tech. Deep codification. Preserve energy signatures. Translate into Earth-compatible blueprints. Encrypt to host only. Acknowledged. Initiating scan matrix. Target list loaded. Chitauri blaster. Unit C3. Leviathan armor fragment. Plate L7. Hoversled core. Core H. Scan depth. Molecular energetic pattern logic. The scanner's lenses inhaled. Light bent into them and came out in a lattice of color that only Sam could see. Thin filaments of blue-white probed the surface of the blaster, tasting its skin. The room filled with the soft whir of active computation. Lines of data scrolled across Sam's retinas, Not text so much as motion. Field gradients collapsing into readable maps. Exotic alloys folding into unfamiliar crystalline schemas. Energy signatures singing like a choir of machines. The Omni Codex did not merely copy shape. It reached into how the thing worked, how fields flowed through it, and what kind of logic governed its discharge cycles. Piece by piece, the system translated alien essence into human terms. Where the Chitauri tech relied on bioorganic resonance, the Omni Codex suggested electromagnetic analogs, lattice substitutes, and stabilizing feedback loops that Atlas fabricators could produce. A warning popped, small and polite. Note: cross-physics translation may introduce approximation error for purely bioenergetic systems. Recommends sandbox replication only. Sam flipped the warning off with a thought. He didn't plan to mass-produce the living bits. Not yet. He wanted the engineering backbone. How to make a power core sing, how pulse frequencies were gated, where field harmonics could be exploited. The first blueprint finished. On his screen, a ghostly schematic of the Chitauri blaster unfolded. External shell, internal coil matrix, a map of its energy conduit. Beside it, the Omni Codex offered a humanized variant. Material substitutes, safe operating thresholds, and a list of components Atlas could fabricate without summoning Hydra's legal team. Scan complete. Unit C3. Codex save/vault /omnicodex /Chitauri /blaster _C3 ENC. Encryption. Host key bind. Sam _Jackson. Replication potential. 87% under hyperforge conditions. Energy draw. High. Sam nodded. He hit archive. The file folded into Etherlink's secured vault and blinked out of sight, accessible only when he thought the right sequence. It felt good. Controlling the knowledge felt better than having guns. Next, the Leviathan armor. This was a different creature. Living plates fused with conductive veins, an architecture that shrugged off ordinary impacts. The Omni Codex traced the microstructure, layered metallic silk composites paired with a crystalline energy lattice. It proposed a composite recipe, a staged tempering process, and a feedback coating that would mimic the alien self-heal in a mechanical way. That one took longer. The scanner heated by a degree. Etherlink throttled its processes and siphoned juice from the hypercell bank to keep the matrix stable. Sam watched lines of numbers blur, watched the system propose mitigations for entropy, for field bleed, for dimensional leakage. The last came up as a tiny, almost embarrassed flag the software didn't quite know how to present. Attention! Leviathan Plate L. 7 exhibits transspatial resonance. Translation yields structural analog, but cannot replicate conceptual weave. Use caution. He saved it anyway, wrapping extra layers of encryption around the file and stashing redundant copies behind false keys. If anyone tried to take Atlas's vault by force, they would get paperwork and a lot of time, but Sam didn't trust paperwork to stop anyone determined enough. The cognitive lockwood. The hover sled core was last. It fed the Omni Codex a compact storm of rotational physics and field containment tricks. The translated blueprint suggested a way to make a stable containment ring using Atlas's hypercell architecture as a field anchor. That one was promising, practical, and immediately useful for rebuilding collapsed transit systems. When the last scan finished, the room was quiet except for the scanner's low pulse. 3 new codices sat encrypted in Atlas's vault, each a small, powerful secret. Sam let himself smile, small and sharp. He liked having these things in his control. He liked being the one to choose how knowledge moved through the world. He unplugged the Omni Codex, set the machine back into its case. Good, he murmured. Now for the leftovers. He turned to the Chitauri tech. He had no interest in their ugly, insectoid design. He was interested in the principles. He placed a hand on the blaster rifle. System. Strengthen this weapon 100 times. Isolate and maximize the energy conversion efficiency and output. Strip away the useless housing. The rifle glowed, then dissolved in a cascade of blue light. What remained was a palm-sized, obsidian black cube, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Ding! Chitauri Blaster strengthened 100x. New designation. Entropy cube. Properties. Converts any matter directly into programmable energy. Output can be shaped into beams, shields, or structural force fields. Self-replenishing by drawing zero-point energy. Next, the Leviathan armor. He placed his hand on the silvery plate. Strengthen 100 times. Maximize molecular density and adaptive integrity. The plate shimmered and compressed, folding in on itself until it became a small, mirror-like ingot, impossibly heavy for its size. Ding! Chitauri Bioarmor strengthened 100x. New designation. Aegis Shard. Properties. Absolute defense. Can generate a personal shield that negates all known forms of attack. Physical, energy, psychic, mystical. Adaptive mimicry. Can be willed to form any article of clothing or armor, with properties adjusting to need, invisibility, environmental protection, strength enhancement. Finally, he picked up the power core from the hover sled. Strengthen 100 times. Maximize energy storage and stabilization. The core brightened until it was a miniature sun in his hand, then cooled into a perfectly smooth, white sphere that emitted a gentle warmth. Ding! Chitauri Power Core strengthened 100x. New designation. Singularity Core. Properties. Contains a stabilized microsingularity. Provides near-infinite energy for any system it is integrated into. Can be used as a power source or, if deliberately destabilized, a universe-ending bomb. Lastly, he turned to the basket of fruit. This was less about necessity and more about curiosity. He picked up black grapes. System, he commanded. Strengthen this fruit 100 times. The world seemed to hold its breath. Ding. Strengthening process initiated. Material, black grape. Enhancement factor, times 100. Result, eternal shadow grapes. The grape in his hand pulsed. The skin darkened, not just black, but beyond black. An abyss that bent light inward, drinking the room's glow until even the shadows seemed to flinch. One by one, the rest of the grapes in the bowl transformed, their surfaces rippling with faint, violet glimmers, as if galaxies swam beneath their skins. The air grew heavy. A chill spread, though no vent had opened. Sam inhaled, and it was like breathing a winter night sky. He ate all the grapes. The taste was strange, sweet at first, then fading into nothing, as though the flavor had been erased. For a heartbeat, he thought nothing had happened. Then his vision darkened. The room was gone. He stood in an endless void, stretching in all directions. Shadows swelled, moving like tides. From them, he felt eyes, countless, endless violet eyes, watching. Not hostile, not friendly, simply acknowledging. Words didn't form, but comprehension did. Absolute shadow dominion. Every shade, every flicker of darkness around him bent, swayed, and then knelt. The shadow under his hand stretched, curling like a serpent, wrapping itself around his wrist as though pledging loyalty. Sam reached out with a thought, and the shadows responded. They rippled, surged, and rose. From the void itself, a humanoid shape formed, faceless and black as ink, yet solid and alive. It stood, bowed, and dissolved back into the ground at his will. Living shadow constructs. It wasn't bound by corpses, by bodies, or by limits. He shaped a soldier from nothing but the darkness at his feet, then a sword, then an entire gate of jagged spires, all dissolving back into smoke when he willed it. Shadow assimilation. A whisper tugged at the edges of his thoughts. Anything that dies here belongs here. His domain would eat, grow, and expand with every fallen enemy. Infinite shadow army. He reached deeper. The shadow beneath the imagined horizon swelled. Not a soldier, but something greater. A colossal hand of pure shadow lifted from the void, large enough to crush skyscrapers. He dismissed it before it broke the balance of the space. And then the laws came. Clearer than instinct, heavier than language. Law of depth. Shadows became dimensions. He could hide an army, a city, a world within them. Law of reflection. He touched the void, and instantly his perspective shifted. He stood where his own shadow had been a moment ago, as if space itself was just a mirror to be stepped through. Law of oblivion. He raised his hand, and the shadows surged forward, consuming light itself. The void dimmed, the essence of creation erased. A shiver ran through him at the weight of that power. Sam opened his eyes. The lab returned, but it wasn't the same. Shadows bent differently now. They didn't fall, they obeyed. Sam's lips curved into a thin smile. Now, this is getting interesting. On the corner of the table sat another fruit. Sam reached in and pulled out a pomegranate. The skin was dark red, smooth, its weight heavy in his palm. When he tilted it under the lab light, it almost looked like a miniature planet, a whole world sealed in a shell. Sam turned it slowly in his hand, and a smile touched his lips. He set the fruit on the table and placed both palms on it. System, he said, voice steady. Strengthen this pomegranate by 100 times. The room trembled. Ding. Strengthening process initiated. Material, common pomegranate. Enhancement factor, times 100. Result, celestial pomegranate. The fruit transformed instantly. Its skin darkened to pure black, speckled with glowing silver motes, as though the night sky itself had been sealed inside. Tiny cracks glimmered like constellations. The air warped faintly around it, bending, folding, as if the space in the lab couldn't decide what shape it should be. Sam picked it up. The moment his fingers touched the new surface, the world disappeared. He stood in a place with no ground, no ceiling, only infinity. Stars stretched out in every direction, yet they weren't still. They breathed, expanded, collapsed, and reshaped. Galaxies swirled like eddies of dust, each one connected by threads of unseen force. The fruit dissolved in his hand, and something poured into him. Law of distance. The illusion of far and near unraveled. He willed it, and what had been light years away appeared at arm's reach. He willed again, and what was beside him now hung across eternity. Law of expansion. Space itself could stretch endlessly, folded and unfolded like silk. With a gesture, Sam pulled, and the void before him bloomed, birthing new horizons where none existed. Law of compression. He pressed his hands together, and space collapsed. Stars bent, galaxies cracked, entire spans of void folded into nothing smaller than a fist. Law of passage. He stepped forward. It wasn't movement. It was rewriting distance. In one step, he crossed galaxies. In another, he stood beyond the edge of creation itself. Law of dominion. The greatest of them all. He reached out, and the entire void stilled. Space was no longer stage. It was his canvas, his foundation. Within this domain, there was no distance, no barrier, no escape. Everything was within his reach. The abyss trembled. A single, soundless heartbeat echoed, as though the universe itself acknowledged him. Sam's eyes snapped open. The lab returned, but warped. His desk seemed both near and infinitely far. The reinforced walls of the chamber bent subtly toward him, not because they moved, but because space itself obeyed. On the table, the celestial pomegranate pulsed once more before dissolving into motes of light, absorbed into his body. Sam exhaled slowly. His voice was calm, but there was weight behind it now, something different. Space is mine. Sam's breathing was still heavy. The aftertaste of the celestial pomegranate lingered on his tongue, sweet but vast, like swallowing starlight. His body hummed with new power, the air around him bending to his will without effort. Then the system's voice cut through the silence. Ding. Notice, strengthening protocol has reached its limit. Sam frowned, straightening up. What do you mean limit? All strengthening functions have exhausted their energy source. The host has already strengthened beyond the capacity of this universe's natural laws. The words echoed in his mind like a verdict. He clenched his fists. So what? You're saying I can't strengthen anything else? Not even once. Silence followed for a moment before the system responded, cold and final. Affirmative. Further strengthening requires a higher grade fuel. Universal origin essence. Sam's brow furrowed. Universal origin? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Definition. the primal source energy that birthed the universe. It exists only in fragments, scattered across realities, hidden in the hearts of dying stars, collapsed realms, or sealed within cosmic beings. Without absorption of universal origin, all strengthening is locked. Sam sat back in his chair, staring at the desk. The axe, the scanner, the fruits, all of it had been powered by the system. But now the system itself was telling him the well was dry. He let out a humorless laugh. So I hit the ceiling already. Figures. Core identity and physiology. Name, Sam Jackson, S.J. Race, human, evolved, transcendent holy body. Age, 35, biological age, ageless. Physique, transcendent holy body, resonated with primordial chaos ginseng. State, embodiment of primal creation. Human veil, active, suppresses all divine aura, energy signatures, and extraordinary physical traits. Appears as a normal human to all conventional and enhanced detection methods. 2. Base stats. Strength, infinity, limitless growth without ceiling, able to lift mountains with ease. Speed, omniversal warp, transcends and bypasses space-time barriers at will. Movement is a matter of thought, not physical motion. Durability, irrelevant. The concept of damage cannot be applied to his body. Stamina, infinite. Body generates a self-sustaining energy source. Regeneration, absolute, immortal grade. Instant recovery from any damage, including cellular or spiritual annihilation. Vitality, eternal primordial, cells no longer decay, persists until the end and rebirth of all universes. 3. Innate abilities, absolute regeneration, instant, automatic healing from any wound. Adaptive evolution, automatically adjusts biology in real time to counter threats, hazards, and attacks. Soul-body fusion, immune to psychic extraction, soul manipulation, or astral disruption. Genetic limit breaker, potential is infinite. Stats can evolve endlessly without a ceiling. Transcendent aura, presence alone instills instinctual fear, pressure, or awe in lesser beings. Currently suppressed by human veil. Energy reserves, limitless. Internally generates power exceeding 1,000 suns. Energy manipulation, can shape his limitless energy to create barriers, life support fields, and potentially offensive attacks. Omniversal warp, instant, effortless teleportation across any distance, dimension, or timeline. 4. Laws and comprehensions. Shadow laws, 100% comprehension. Derived from eternal shadow grapes. Absolute shadow dominion, 100% all shadows belong to him, from the smallest flicker to cosmic voids. Living shadow constructs, 100% can sculpt armies, weapons, fortresses, or terrains from pure shadow essence. Shadow assimilation, 100% any death within his shadow domain strengthens him. Infinite shadow army, 100% can summon limitless soldiers from shadows of environment, nature, or concept. Shadow law submastery, law of depth, 100% hide dimensions within shadows, create worlds inside them. Law of reflection, 100% swap positions with any shadow instantly, across worlds. Law of oblivion, 100% shadows consume light, life, and essence, total erasure. Space laws, 100% comprehension, derived from celestial pomegranate. Spatial sovereignty, 100% can bend, warp, or collapse space at will. Dimensional severance, 100% cuts through spatial dimensions and folded realms. Cosmic folding, 100% travels anywhere instantly without disturbance. Singularity forge, 100% creates black holes or distortions as weapons. Space law submastery, law of infinity, 100% infinite expansion / compression of space, unlimited storage. Law of anchor, 100% absolute stability, immune to displacement, teleportation, or banishment. Law of convergence, 100% merge multiple spaces / dimensions into one unified reality. V. Strengthened equipment and artifacts. 1. Oblivion Monarch, personal sidearm. 100x, strengthened pistol, god-slaying weapon. 2. Aegis Core, base/area defense. 100x, strengthened carbinium prototype, absolute city-scale defense. 3. Worldbreaker's Decree, melee weapon. 100x, strengthened executioner's axe, dimensional cleaving weapon. 4. Etherlink, personal device. 100x, strengthened phone, universal AI and survival system. 5. Omnicodex scanner, utility tool. 100x, strengthened 3D scanner, scans and replicates all tech, matter, or energy. 6. Current assets and influence. Company: Atlas Biotech Solutions, fully operational. Key project: Hypercell, revolutionary energy storage device, 50x density of best commercial tech. Major contract: exclusive provider for the Vista Verde-led reconstruction of New York. Allies/employees: Kyle, trusted partner/manager. Dr. Kurt Connors, lead scientist. Dr. Arison Patel, Dr. Lena Reynolds, R&D team. Financial status: multi-million active contracts, rapidly expanding empire. 7. Known threats and watchers. Shield, Nick Fury monitoring. Considers Sam an unknown variable. Oscorp, Norman Osborn actively scheming to sabotage/steal tech. Hydra, Alexander Pierce long-term plan to seize Atlas Biotech. The Ancient One, direct warning issued. Sees only an abyss when viewing his future. Author note: thanks for the reading and the stones. We'll be extremely busy next week, won't be able to update. First day at the uni, sad face. We'll try to update. A week went by. Sam's private lab was quiet now, really quiet, almost too quiet compared to the crazy storm of power that had happened in it a few days ago. The Omnicodex scanner just sat dormant on the stand. The faint, tattoo-like pattern of the Worldbreaker's Decree was invisible on his forearm. The shadows in the lab weren't moving like they had been either. Before, they would bend and twist in weird ways like they had a mind of their own, but now they were just shadows, boring and normal. All the power he had, the crazy, dangerous stuff, was being held back, pressed down inside him so no one could see it. He stood before a full-length mirror, staring at himself. He was wearing a tuxedo, black and shiny, and he was fixing the little cufflinks at his wrists. The suit looked expensive, the kind of thing only rich or important people would wear. He's kind of rich now. He looked every inch the successful, ambitious CEO, handsome, confident, with a glint of calculated charm in his eyes. Etherlink, Sam thought, though he didn't say it out loud. In front of the mirror, a hologram blinked into existence, but only he could see it. It floated there, kind of glowing, showing him what was going on at the gala. The venue was the grand ballroom of the New York Public Library, which had been restored recently and looked really fancy. Outside, limousines were pulling up one after another, dropping off rich and important people. Cameras were flashing so much it almost looked like a storm of light. All systems operational. The AI's voice said inside his head, calm, but also kind of cold. The Aegis Core shows no one is trying to hack in. All the surveillance countermeasures are active. Sam nodded once. Good. Then he asked about the guests. Nick Fury isn't here, the AI said. But Phil Coulson is. He's by the champagne fountain, talking to the deputy mayor. Tony Stark came 7 minutes ago with Pepper Potts. He's at the bar, entertaining people. He's looked at the entrance 11 times, waiting for you to show up. Victoria Snow is here too, surrounded by a bunch of planners and investors. Richard Vance from Vista Verde is here and won't stop talking about the hypercell. No mutants or supernatural threats detected. Everything is secure. Call the driver, Sam said in his head, not bothering to move his lips. Understood, the AI answered right away. The driver has been notified. The vehicle will be ready at the front entrance in 2 minutes. Sam gave the mirror one last glance. His tuxedo looked sharp. He straightened the collar again, even though it didn't really need it. Then he turned, his shoes making soft tapping sounds on the polished lab floor. The door slid open with a hiss, and he stepped into the hallway. The lights flickered slightly as he passed. His footsteps echoed faintly while he walked, steady and calm, heading for the elevator. By the time the elevator doors closed in front of him, the AI spoke again. The car is waiting. The black car was waiting at the curb when Sam stepped outside. It wasn't just any car, though. It was a long, sleek limousine, shiny enough that the streetlights reflected off its surface like water. The windows were tinted so dark you couldn't see inside at all, which made it look even more important. The driver, dressed in the standard black suit and cap, rushed to open the back door the moment Sam appeared. "Good evening, sir," the driver said politely. Sam didn't answer, just nodded and slid into the leather seat. The interior smelled faintly of a new car and cologne, with a little hint of something electronic too, probably from the AI systems built into it. The lights in the ceiling glowed softly, almost too fancy for a car, and there was more than enough room for him to stretch out. The ride to the New York Public Library didn't take long, though the traffic outside seemed endless, filled with other limos and black SUVs. Sam barely looked out the window, only catching glimpses of the glowing city, the neon signs, and the occasional person pointing toward his car like it was something special. When they finally pulled up in front of the grand ballroom entrance, the scene was chaotic. Bright flashes exploded one after another as photographers crowded the walkway. Reporters shouted over each other, holding microphones out like weapons. "Mr. Jackson, over here. Sam, how does it feel to be hosting the biggest event of the season? What's next for Hypercell?" The driver opened his door, and Sam stepped out slowly, on purpose, letting the crowd get their perfect shot. The cameras went wild, and for a moment the whole world seemed to freeze in the blinding white of flashbulbs. People called his name again and again, but Sam just gave them the same smile he had practiced in the mirror, saying nothing, moving forward as though they weren't even there. Heads turned. Conversations faltered. The aura he projected, even veiled, was magnetic. It wasn't just his looks. He was the man of the hour, and the room knew it the instant he stepped in. A waiter drifted toward him, tray trembling slightly under its load of champagne flutes. Sam plucked one with practiced ease, offering a faint nod before letting his gaze sweep the crowd. He barely made it 3 steps before a familiar voice cut through the din. "Mr. Jackson, I was beginning to think you'd abandoned your own party." Victoria Snow had detached herself from a circle of financiers like a hawk breaking from its perch. Her gown was sharp, severe black that clung like armor, her smile polite, but her eyes all calculation. "Commissioner Snow," Sam said smoothly, raising his glass. "A good architect is never late. He arrives when the foundation is ready to be laid." Her brow arched slightly. "That's clever, but you didn't answer the question. What foundation are you laying tonight?" Sam clinked his glass lightly against hers. "The kind that holds." "Which is?" she pressed, sipping without breaking eye contact. "Results," he said simply, then tilted his head toward Richard Vance, who was enthusiastically showing a small crowd the Red Hook Depot's power metrics on a tablet. "See? The city's rebuilding faster than anyone expected. Proof speaks louder than speeches." Victoria's smile tightened just enough to register. "Proof can be arranged. So can appearances. I suppose tonight we'll find out which one you're selling." Sam returned the smile. "Then let's hope the market knows how to tell the difference." Before Victoria could reply, a new voice cut in, rich with sarcasm and charm. Well, so you're the phantom who's been making my arc reactor look like a AAA battery." Tony Stark slid effortlessly into their circle, glass of whiskey in hand. Pepper followed a step behind, her smile polite, warmer than his, but laced with quiet apology. "Tony," she said under her breath, a subtle warning. "What?" "It's a compliment." "Kind of." Stark's eyes flicked over Sam, measuring, dissecting. "Sam Jackson, right? From frying rice to rewriting the power grid. That's not just a glow-up, that's a career miracle. You got to give me the name of your coach or your genie." Sam met his gaze, expression unreadable. "The market demanded innovation, Mr. Stark. I simply provided it." Tony smirked, swirling the ice in his glass. "Neutral tone, no tells. You're good. But let me guess. Hypercell doesn't just run on charisma and fancy cufflinks. What's under the hood?" "Enough," Pepper said, sharper now. She leaned toward Sam with a softer tone. "Please forgive him. He's been restless without a new project to tear apart. Sam's smile barely curved. Curiosity is healthy, as long as it doesn't become reckless. That earned him a raised eyebrow from Stark, who looked like he couldn't decide whether to laugh or argue. "Oh, I like you," Tony muttered, finally taking a sip. Victoria, who had been silent through the exchange, folded her arms. "And I thought I asked pointed questions." Sam lifted his champagne flute in a casual toast. "Then by all means, let's keep them coming. I wouldn't want the night to get boring. Innovation is one thing. A quantum leap in condensed energy physics is another," Stark countered, the smile never leaving his face though his tone edged sharper. "Your people must be geniuses. Patel and Reynolds, right? I'd love to pick their brains. Compare notes." "I'm sure they'd be flattered," Sam replied, his voice smooth but flat. It wasn't an answer, and Stark knew it. "Unfortunately, they're busy ushering in the future. As I imagine you are, cleaning up the past." The jab landed. Stark's smile held, but the faint tension in his jaw betrayed him. Pepper stepped in before the moment could harden further. "The work you're doing is incredible, Mr. Jackson. Truly, it's exactly what the city needs right now." Sam inclined his head politely. "Thank you, Ms. Potts. We aim to be useful." His gaze slid back to Stark, and in that brief silence the message was clear. "I build. You destroy. Which one matters more here?" The moment was broken by the arrival of a woman with a severe, composed expression. Deputy Director Maria Hill. Her eyes moved over him like she was reading a briefing report. "Mr. Jackson, Maria Hill, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division." Her tone was clipped, efficient, and she extended her hand with a soldier's precision. The grip was firm, quick, no wasted motion. "We've been monitoring your company's progress. Your efficiency in the reconstruction is notable." "Just doing our part, Deputy Director," Sam replied. His posture shifted, subtle, deliberate, projecting pride tempered by the faint nervousness of a civilian unaccustomed to scrutiny from someone like her. "We all have to pull together after what happened." Indeed, Hill's eyes stayed locked on his, steady and unblinking. "In the wake of recent events, it's become a priority to know where powerful new tools are being developed and who is wielding them." "The only hands my tools are in," Sam said, layering his words with earnest conviction, "are the ones rebuilding this city. We're not interested in anything else. That's the only strategy I believe in." For just an instant, something flickered in her eyes. Not belief, not disbelief, but the calculation of someone updating a mental file. Either he was telling the truth, or he was very good at pretending to. Hill gave a short, decisive nod. "A commendable priority. Enjoy your evening, Mr. Jackson. I expect this won't be our last conversation." And then she was gone, vanishing back into the flow of the crowd as seamlessly as she had arrived. Stark let out a low whistle, shaking his head. "Hill, now that's the major leagues. No charm, no banter, just facts and pressure." He raised his glass in mock salute. "Welcome to prime time. Try not to get audited." Sam turned his head just enough to look at him, his voice dropping with a sudden, dangerous calm. "I have no intention of being audited, Mr. Stark." The faint chill in his tone made both Stark and Pepper still. "I intend to set the standards." The air between them tightened, a subtle weight that lingered even as Sam's expression smoothed into the polite confidence of the host once more. The weight of the words made Stark pause. Even Pepper stilled, her warning glance not quite masking unease. Sam left them there, turning toward a cluster of investors who were eager for his attention. For the next hour, he worked the room, weaving charm and calculation. He was gracious, witty, visionary. Enough technical jargon to impress the engineers, enough business acumen to dazzle the financiers. And then he felt it, a presence brushing against his mind, light but unmistakable, curious, probing, not hostile but vast. Etherlink whispered at once, signal isolated. Source located, balcony, east wing. Facial recognition, 98% match. Victor Von Doom, diplomatic envoy. Psionic activity detected. Sam didn't need to turn, but he did. 2 fresh glasses of champagne in hand, he approached the balcony. Doom stood alone, overlooking the glittering hall. His suit was immaculate, his posture effortless. Where Stark radiated bravado, Doom emanated authority. Sam offered him a glass. A bit crowded in there, isn't it? Doom regarded the champagne, then Sam. He did not take it. A gathering of ants marveling at a grain of sugar, he said, his voice low, accented, carrying the weight of a man who never spoke lightly. They see the prize, but not the architect. And do you? Sam asked, setting the untouched glass on the balustrade. Doom's gaze swept the hall below. I see a man who understands that power is not seized but constructed. You did not fight. You gathered the pieces after the battle and began shaping them. That is not conquest. That is rulership. It's the only approach that leaves something standing when the smoke clears. Doom finally turned, eyes locking on Sam's. For the briefest instant, Sam felt the crushing pressure of a mind that had stared into the abyss and refused to blink. A sentiment Doom appreciates, he said at last. Your technology is interesting, not the crude hammer of a warrior, but the precise scalpel of a ruler. It's a tool, Sam said evenly. Its purpose is defined by the hand that wields it. Exactly. Doom's lips curved into a faint smile. Be certain you remain that hand, Mr. Jackson. The world is very good at breaking its best tools, and Latveria is always interested in stable investments. With a slight nod, Doom turned and slipped into the shadows, vanishing without ceremony. Sam stood alone on the balcony, the two full glasses of champagne beside him. He looked out over the city he was slowly, methodically making his own. He picked up his own glass and took a sip. The champagne was crisp, cold, and tasted like victory. The party was a success, but the real game had just begun. The low hum of the gala faded into a distant murmur behind him. Sam remained on the balcony, the cold night air a sharp contrast to the stifling warmth of calculated smiles and veiled threats inside. Doom's words lingered, not spoken like Stark's half-jokes or Hill's veiled probes, but with the weight of a monarch acknowledging a potential rival, or a potential asset. Etherlink, full analysis of Victor Von Doom. Everything from public records to less public channels. Focus on technological pursuits, known assets, and psychological profile. Processing. Accessing encrypted Latvian diplomatic feeds, cross-referencing with Stark Industries security breaches, unauthorized, and historical data from the Fantastic Four incident. Compiling a threat assessment. A stream of classified dossiers scrolled across his vision, invisible to the revelers inside. Designation: Victor Von Doom. Intellect: genius level. Technological expertise: robotics, energy manipulation, weapons development, dimensional gateways. Secondary discipline: confirmed sorcerer. Mastery of arcane sciences. Resources: absolute monarch of Latveria. Private army. Advanced Doombot infrastructure. Psychological profile. Ego monumental. Pathological need for control. Views free will as a flawed system. Sam mused. This wasn't just another opportunist sniffing around new tech or a bureaucrat jockeying for control. Doom was a paradigm unto himself, a man who refused to be part of anyone else's order. And he had just sent a signal, subtle, unmistakable, that Sam was now on his board. He pushed off the balustrade. As he turned to re-enter the fray, his path was deliberately intercepted by a man he'd been waiting for. Mr. Jackson, a moment of your time. Norman Osborn's smile was a masterpiece of corporate geniality, but it didn't reach his eyes. They were cold, calculating, and held a flicker of something darker, something stretched thin and hungry. He stood with the easy confidence of a man who believed the world was his to manipulate. Mr. Osborn, Sam said, matching the false warmth. I was hoping I'd have the chance to thank you. Osborn's eyebrow quirked. Thank me? Of course. If you hadn't let Dr. Connors go, I never would have found such a brilliant mind for my biotech division. His work is revolutionary. Sam let the compliment hang, watching the minute tightening around Osborn's eyes. He'd just drawn first blood, and they both knew it. Osborn's smile tightened. Kurt is a visionary. A pity Oscorp's board lacked the stomach for his more ambitious projects. I'm glad he found a home with someone who appreciates pure science. The subtext was clear. You have my leftovers. I appreciate results, Mr. Osborne. And Kurt gets them. In fact, the advances we're making in regenerative medicine are staggering. It's a shame Oscorp won't benefit from them. Sam took a sip of his champagne. But I'm sure you have your own projects to keep you busy. How is the gliding tech coming along? The change in Osborne was instantaneous and terrifyingly subtle. The corporate mask slipped for a nanosecond, and the raw, paranoid aggression beneath shone through. His eyes glinted with a greenish hue that had nothing to do with the ballroom lights. How did this nobody know about that? The project was buried under layers of black-budget secrecy. He recovered quickly, the smile back in place, but it was now a predatory grimace. Oscorp is at the forefront of many technologies, Mr. Jackson. Defense, medicine, energy. It's a large playground. But it's always interesting to see a new enthusiast join the game. He leaned in slightly, his voice dropping, the scent of expensive cologne failing to mask a sudden, acrid smell of chemicals. Just remember, some toys are too advanced for children. They can break, and broken toys can be dangerous. The threat was palpable, laced with a madness that was barely contained. This wasn't the calculated warning of doom or the suspicious probing of Stark. This was the rattling of a cage from something that had already begun to chew its own leg off. Sam didn't flinch. He met Osborne's manic gaze with one of utter, glacial calm. I appreciate the advice, but I don't play with toys, Mr. Osborne. I build foundations, and I've found the most unstable ground often lies under the oldest structures. He held Osborne's gaze for a second longer, letting the veiled promise or threat settle. Then he gave a polite, dismissive nod. If you'll excuse me, the mayor's waving me over. It was enlightening. He walked away, leaving Norman Osborne standing alone on the balcony, the pleasant facade completely gone, replaced by a silent, seething rage. Sam could feel the man's hatred like a physical pressure against his back. He had just made a powerful and utterly unhinged enemy. He didn't care. Enemies were a currency he was learning to spend. He spent another 30 minutes working the room, solidifying alliances with city planners, charming investors, and deftly avoiding any further deep conversations. He had accomplished what he came for. He had shown his face, measured his rivals, and planted his flag. With a final round of handshakes and smiles, he made his excuses and headed for the main entrance. The press swarmed, shouting questions about Hypercell, the reconstruction, his sudden rise. Mr. Jackson, over here. Is it true you're in talks with the Pentagon? What's next for Atlas? He offered them a few sound bites about innovation and rebuilding America, his voice the perfect blend of humility and ambition. Then, with a final wave, he stepped into his waiting car. As the door closed, shutting out the noise and the light, the driver pulled away from the curb. The silent car glided through the canyons of New York, leaving the glittering lights of the gala behind. "Stop the car," he said, his voice cutting through the quiet hum of the engine. The driver obeyed instantly, pulling over to the curb at the edge of Central Park. The engine died, leaving only the distant sounds of the city. "Wait here." Sam stepped out into the cool night air. The park was mostly empty at this hour, a vast, dark expanse under a hazy orange sky. He needed to walk. The park was quiet, the hum of the city falling away behind him like the closing of a stage curtain. Shadows pooled thick and deep, yet parted for Sam as though they knew whose dominion they belonged to. He walked until even the faint sounds of traffic were swallowed, until all that remained was the steady rhythm of his own breath. He rounded a bend. A lone figure sat on a bench, looking up at the meager scattering of stars above the light-polluted sky. An old man, wiry and slight, white hair poking from beneath a plain cap, large glasses, wrinkled skin mapped by time, a face that was instantly recognizable, not because of notoriety, but because he was everywhere. Sam stopped, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Now that's a cameo," he said. The man turned, lips tugging into a warm, familiar grin. "Well, look who it is. The man of the hour. Quite a shindig you threw tonight, son." Sam didn't answer immediately. He studied him. No heartbeat, no heat signature, no bio-reading of any kind. Just presence, a fixed point, a constant. The old man looked ordinary, but his existence bent the world around him like gravity. You know, Sam said at last, voice calm and deliberate, most people would call you Stan Lee, but I know better. You're not just the storyteller. You're the hand holding the pen, the one above all. The smile broadened, though the eyes behind the glasses glittered with something older than time itself. Usually takes them a little longer to figure that out. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not with you. You've been reading ahead, haven't you? I've always read ahead, Sam replied, walking closer. He leaned against the nearest tree, arms folded, utterly unshaken. So what is this? The part where God himself gives me a pep talk? A warning? The old man chuckled. It was the same laugh that had charmed millions, but now it echoed with the weight of infinity. Why not all? You're an odd one, Sam. An edit. A paragraph that wasn't supposed to exist in this chapter. When you popped into this world, I noticed right away. Believe me, I considered grabbing the eraser. He tapped his chest. It made a hollow sound, like knuckles rapping against paper. A heart attack. A random accident. One less variable messing up my story. Clean, simple. And yet here I am. And yet here you are, the one above all agreed, leaning back on the bench. Because when I reached for the eraser, I found something in the way. That little system of yours. Not mine. Not this multiverse's. Something from outside. Stitched to you so tight, erasing you would have torn the whole page. Messy. I don't like messy. Sam smirked. So you decided to leave me in? An anomaly wandering through your universe. I decided to see what kind of story you'd write for yourself, the old man said. His smile shifted, turning knowing. And you've been entertaining. Turning fruit into infinity-light batteries. Multiplying ginseng. Beating the tar out of an Asgardian executioner with the power of montage. Turning a pomegranate into an infinity stone light. Excelsior. Sam couldn't help but laugh. The sheer absurdity of the moment, being reviewed by the metaphysical concept of the creator, was perfect. Glad I could provide entertainment. It's been a hoot. Stan agreed. But it's also causing some ripples. The big guys are starting to notice. The ones who make sure the multiverse doesn't unravel because someone gets a cute idea. The old man's demeanor shifted. The warmth dimmed. For an instant, the glasses, the wrinkles, the frailty, all of it fell away. What sat before Sam was infinite and formless, light and void. The concept of creation itself given shape. When he spoke again, the voice shook the air like a fundamental law. The living tribunal watches. Judgment is not something that arrives, Samuel. It is constant. Every choice you make rewrites equations older than your species. You are not simply powerful. You are disruptive. New physics masquerading as flesh. A law that was never ratified. And if you destabilize the multiverse beyond repair, the red pen comes down. Most mortals would have dropped to their knees. Sam just exhaled slowly, letting the words wash over him like a storm he had already prepared for. So, I'm on probation. You're under observation, the one above all corrected, though the edge softened back into amusement. But don't think of it as a threat. Think of it as feedback. The tribunal doesn't hate a plot twist. It just hates bad writing. Tell a good story, son. One worth keeping. He stood, joints creaking in theatrical imitation of age, and pointed a finger at Sam, grinning like the kindly old man once more. And don't forget, Sam finished the line for him, voice steady, lips quirking. With great power comes great responsibility. The grin widened. Good. You know your lines. The old man turned and began to walk down the path. He didn't vanish in a flash. He just kept walking, each step fading him further, until he was swallowed by the dark and was simply gone. Sam stood there, the sounds of the city returning like background noise in a theater after the credits roll. A slow, genuine smile spread across his face. The restlessness that had hounded him all evening was gone. He had a universe to play with. 6 months. In the space of a heartbeat and a headline, the wounds of the Battle of New York began to close beneath a new skyline. Not just steel and glass, but the quiet gravity of hypercell-fed cranes and humming scaffolds. What had been ruin reassembled itself into progress, and Atlas Biotech's logo was on every new facade. The Vista Verde deal had been the spark. What followed was a wildfire. Contracts, deployments, licensing agreements rippling outward until Atlas was no longer a startup with ambition, but an indispensable backbone of cities and nations. From his penthouse office, Sam watched a private ticker scroll across his main display. It wasn't a public exchange. Atlas still belonged to him alone. The numbers were not flattering modesty. They were obscene. $4.2 billion. Total revenue, $17.8 billion. Projected annual revenue. The hypercell had graduated past construction sites. Military. Classified project enduring light. Silent forward operating bases. Drones that could stay aloft for weeks. The Department of Defense had become the kind of client that could not be ignored, and SHIELD, grudging and paranoid as ever, had quietly outfitted mobile command units with hypercell arrays. Tactical advantage doesn't negotiate. Stark Industries. The irony tasted sweet. Tony Stark had tried to reverse engineer the lattice for months. Jarvis burning cycles around the clock against theoretical walls that shouldn't be there. Pride bruised, Stark signed a licensing agreement with a hand that barely concealed resentment and respect. Elegant, if infuriatingly simple, he'd grumbled. The phrasing made Sam smile. Corporate and civilian. Data centers, telecom hubs, hospitals, emergency services, all migrating off noisy generators. The first consumer hypercell units for off-grid homes and luxury EVs were in late-stage testing. The trickle-down had become a flood. Money flowed into Atlas like a river into a reservoir. For Sam, the numbers were a scoreboard and a ledger of influence. Politicians answered his calls. Generals took his briefings. CEOs stopped scheduling meetings and started returning them. The office door hissed open. Kurt Connors filled the threshold like a man reborn. Lab coat immaculate, shoulders squared, the perpetual shadow of desperation gone from his eyes. In his hand, a data slate that looked like it might leak its own excitement. Sam, Connors said, breathless with the kind of excitement that used to make him tremble. Final batch. Stability simulations hold for 10,000 simulated years. No rejection markers. No degradation. Genesis serum. It's ready. Sam scanned the slate, letting the cascade of graphs and test outputs move across his vision. Beyond ready. This was the product of Connor's genius refined by the system's impossible power. A serum that repaired cellular architecture, restored degenerative tissue, rolled back molecular rot. Production? Sam asked, voice even. The first commercial batch is synthesized. Facilities are online. We can roll a limited release within the week, Connors said. His hand trembled a fraction with the weight of it. Cures, lives saved, global upheaval. Sam placed the slate down beside the faint, inert pattern of the Worldbreaker's decree on his forearm. He looked out across the city, cranes punctuating the skyline like punctuation marks in a sentence he'd written. A week, he said. Good. Prepare it. Connors blinked. We'll need approvals. Clinical trials. The FDA. No. Sam turned, and the word cut like glass. It was not dismissal, so much as decree. The room seemed to narrow. Connor's excitement wavered into confusion. No clinical trials. No FDA. No partners. You can't be serious, Connors whispered. Kurt, listen, this is a medical revolution. There are protocols. We will release it, Sam interrupted, every syllable a hammer. On our terms. Through our channels. We will not hand it over to a bureaucracy that will slow, politicize, and monetize it. We built the distribution. We own the grid they come to rely on. We will be the pathway. Connor's mouth opened, closed. That's illegal. Reckless. There are ethics boards, legal frameworks. Sam's smile was small and cold. And there are people dying right now because the system calls them a lower risk category and a paperwork task. I don't negotiate with hierarchies that value forms over lives. We've already proven we can power cities. Now we prove we can heal them. He picked up the data slate again and let the numbers speak back to him. Production timelines, deployment nodes, logistics feeds. He saw not only lives saved, but the leverage that saving them would buy. The world thinks Hypercell is our flagship, Sam said quietly, almost conversational. They don't know it was the opening act. Give them power first. Let dependence grow. Then we offer perfection. Connor's protest was ragged. You can't just distribute untested treatments. There are side effects. We will control distribution, Sam said. We will monitor every recipient, remove risk vectors on our schedule, iterate in real time. No press leaks. No third-party meddling. We'll build our own clinical data. We'll make the case ourselves. The scientist in Connors fought the businessman in Sam. Peer pressure, professional ethics, the life's work turned into a political instrument. In the end, Connor's shoulders slumped with the exhaustion of someone who had already let go of lesser moral anchors. Prepare the serum, Sam said. Synthesize the first deployable units. Seal the production manifests. Ship to Node Alpha. Limit recipients to triage cases we validate internally. And Kurt, don't make me regret trusting you. Connor swallowed. Yes, Sam, I'll oversee it myself. We'll be cautious. Cautious is different than asking permission, Sam replied. He straightened, hand resting on the slate, eyes traveling to the city he was remaking. Let the suits think the hypercell was the miracle. Let them sleep easy. We'll make the next miracle mandatory. Alice already had the installations, the contracts, the data channels. They had couriers and satellite links that could bypass regulators. They had influence. In a week, they would have answers where the world had demanded years. Sam imagined the headlines. Atlas Biotech releases breakthrough treatment. Unprecedented results. He imagined the calls from Capitol Hill, from generals, from mayors, explain yourself, they would demand, and how he would answer. We gave you what you needed. You're welcome. He set the slate down with the deliberate patience of someone making law rather than deals. Kurt, he said softer, not for the scientist, but for the man who had followed him from desperation to triumph. We change people's lives, not their autonomy. We give them choice. We give them an exit from suffering. You really mean to do this alone? Connors asked. Sam's smile widened with the slow pleasure of someone who sees the finishing move decades in advance. Alone if I must, but not without allies. Prepare the serum. Prepare the teams. We go live on our timeline. Kurt nodded, a scientist finally accepting an experiment's new hypothesis. I'll start the synth sequence. I'll secure containment and the monitoring arrays. Good. Sam turned to the skyline again. The cranes shimmered. The city's grid pulsed with places already dependent on his invention. The ledger in his mind counted more than money. It counted leverage, gratitude, obligation. People didn't merely owe him favors. They needed him. He eased into the chair behind his desk, the city a coronet around him. When we do this, he said, voice low enough that the words might have been for himself, won't just heal. We set the terms of what it means to be whole. Outside, New York exhaled and rebuilt. Inside, a man who had once been an anomaly folded his hands and planned the next equation. The architect was not content with infrastructure. He was rewriting the blueprint of human stakes. Kurt left to start the machines. Sam watched the data tickers and let the numbers swell. The money was a river, yes, but the truth that pleased him most was quieter. Dependence was a map, and he had already placed himself at the center of it. A week, then the world would get its next upgrade.